Good morning. Welcome to America's Future Series, Cyberland Air, Sea, and Space Summit. I'm David Hamilton, founder and chairman of the America's Future Series, and we are thrilled to be here emanating live from BIN's national headquarters. For those of you who don't know BIN's, Business Executives for National Security, they are an amazing organization of thought leaders, decision makers, et cetera, all dedicated to advancing America's national security interests. If you haven't met them yet, please check them out. Go to bins.org, BENS.org, and please check them out. Huge fans of theirs. They've been a staunch supporter of the America's Future Series, and we are thrilled to be partnering with them today. I'd also like to take a moment to thank Comtech in particular. Comtech is the title sponsor. If you don't know Comtech Telecommunications Corporation, you should. In particular, Ken Peterman. Ken Peterman is their chairman and CEO. He's been a staunch supporter of the America's Future Series with his days at Viasat. And in the past year or so, he has done some amazing things. Everything he touches turns to gold. They have really done some amazing things in the past year. A lot of developments, et cetera, being listed on the New York Stock Exchange, et cetera. So please check them out. And I want to send a very heartfelt thank you to Ken and his entire amazing crew at Comtech Telecommunications for being our title sponsor today. For those of you, as I said, that don't know, we'd like to show a little video about them. There are a couple other people to thank before we bring that up. But I want to thank Accenture. They're going to be the networking reception host this afternoon. And both of them are hosting a VIP reception at the Capitol building, where we're presenting the Magellan Award to Admiral Mike Mullen. General Petraeus is hosting that along with General Dunford. It's going to be an exciting and important event. And for those of you attending and those of you who are supporting it, I want to say thank you very much. And to my crew, to Rain, to Harrison, to Ben, to Chet, to Max, et cetera, and all the folks who've put this entire day on together. It's an amazing crew, and we're blessed to have them as part of America's Future Series. So with that, we're going to watch a little video, and then we'll be back with Ken Peterman.
Today's world is driven by access to technology and information. We rely on it for everything, from doctor visits and education to military operations and emergency services. Connectivity sits at the heart of it all, but a large amount of the global population remains unconnected, putting them at major economic and social disadvantage. Comtech has made it our mission to solve the toughest technology and networking challenges in the world, democratizing access to smart connectivity, delivering meaningful insights, and empowering a truly connected planet. With more than 50 years of proven technology leadership across global satellite, space, terrestrial, and wireless markets, Comtech enables ubiquitous, smart-enabled connectivity anywhere, anytime, creating new opportunities for industries, businesses, communities, governments, and individuals. Leading the effort to revolutionize satellite and space connectivity, Comtech connects global communities through integrated software-defined satellite communications technologies, virtualized multi-orbit solutions, and multimodality services. We also have our feet on the ground as one of the most trusted terrestrial and wireless technology providers in the market, delivering precise location-based services and next-generation 911 solutions with cloud-native networking capabilities. Comtech is leading the convergence of satellite, space, terrestrial, and cellular technologies to enable unified hybrid network infrastructures based on open standards and delivered through the cloud to connect the unconnected, bridge the digital divide, and deliver access to the latest services, technologies, and insights when and where they matter most. Comtech allows individuals to thrive, businesses to get work done anywhere, anytime, entrepreneurs to take advantage of new market opportunities, government agencies to provide essential technology-driven services to citizens, and first responders to anticipate, coordinate, and respond faster to emergencies. Smart-enabled, insightful connectivity from Comtech helps you enhance productivity and collaboration, optimize operations, and create new ecosystems, visualize the supply chain, improve customer experience, and open the door to new possibilities. Fulfilling humanity's destiny requires seamless, smart-enabled connectivity. Only Comtech has the experience, innovation, and vision to build connections around the world that set ideas free. Learn more at comtech.com.
Welcome back, everyone. Again, my name is David Hamilton, founder and chairman of America's Future Series. We're at the Cyber, Land, Air, Sea, and Space Summit, emanating from BEN's national headquarters in Washington, D.C. And as I mentioned, I am thrilled to be here today with my longtime friend, my hero, Ken Peterman, who has done amazing things with every company he's ever been involved in, and in particular is doing amazing things with Comtech. You just saw that little video on there. And I want to thank him again for being the patron sponsor, for being the title sponsor of the Cyber, Land, Air, Sea, and Space class. We're going to call it class, Cyber, Land, Air, Sea, and Space Summit. And for being here with us today, I want to say thank you.
Thank you, David. It's a pleasure to be here. I tell you, it's a pleasure for Comtech to sponsor this event. It's such an informative, thought-provoking dialogue among thought leaders, experts, people from government, as well as industry leaders. And you're going to hear that today. So, I mean, we're really excited to be here. You saw the video on Comtech, and you mentioned the fact that we're doing some transformative things. We really are. We're transforming the company in some remarkable ways. Our markets are changing. We have different elements of satellite communications where we're seeing convergence. We're seeing users that want to operate over hybrid constellations and LEO, MEO, and GEO, some of which because they run apps that some need high capacity, some need low latency, so they want to be able to operate in a hybrid context. In fact, my friend, former General retired Jay Raymond, offered a thought on this that I think is memorable. Is when we're talking about choosing between operating over LEO or operating over MEO or GEO, he said we have to escape the tyranny of the or for the genius of the and. And I thought that was memorable, which you can tell I've remembered it now for several years. But Comtech is, we're working hard to bring 14 different siloed businesses together to operate as two operational segments, to be on common tools and processes so we can draw expertise and resources from across the organization, put them on priorities to address national needs as well as the changing and evolving needs of our commercial customers. We serve the 911 community with next-gen 911 services. We handle about 60% of all calls made by mobile devices. We geolocate the call, handle the call, route it to the public service answering point. And then we service the call by aiding the operators that are handling that call with situational awareness and imagery and other things that help them operate with efficiency, operate in an informed way, and save a life or address whatever the 911 emergency call is. On the satellite communication sides, we are moving as the market moves. We're moving from being one of the world's leading box providers, modems, amplifiers, antennas across the board. We even develop and build some things that go into the space segment. And we're moving to offer a more virtualized cloud native solutions in terms of ground infrastructure, because the new space market, the LEO market, is much different than the traditional geosynchronous satellites. A geosynchronous satellite would go into orbit and stay there for 15 to 20 years. So they would buy the ground infrastructure once. And since you couldn't change the satellite, there was no need to change the ground infrastructure. LEO satellites, on the other hand, are much closer to the Earth. So they're subject to a much more significant gravitational pull. So they have to exert energy and propellant just to stay in orbit. So typically they have, instead of being the size maybe of a double-decker bus, like a geosynchronous satellite is, maybe they're the size of a dorm room refrigerator. So they need different technologies, and they need it to be delivered to them in different ways. So we're moving toward offering ground infrastructure that's cloud native and can be upgraded and evolve in near real time, because the LEO providers actually replace the entire constellation about every 4 or 5 years, because the satellites have to use propellant and energy to stay in orbit. They only have enough for about 4 or 5 years. So about every 4 or 5 years, that LEO provider has to replace the entirety of the constellation. So we're changing the company and evolving the company in order to meet those changing needs. It's an exciting time for sure.
So I may have coined the term, but I call it the speed of Ken. And your company moves at the speed of Ken because of all of that change, et cetera.
Well, I'll tell you what, we're going to move at the speed of David and Ken today, because we have a really interesting thing. This American Future Series is this class event is very exciting. You know, we bring together speakers and insightful national security discussions. We talk about everything from strategic threats, advanced technologies, the importance of private sector and public collaboration. We're going to start with a panel that speaks to the reimagining the military industrial complex through the importance of private sector collaboration and through leveraging the power of networks. I think that's our first panel. We then move to talk about robust and secure 5G ecosystems, resilient supply chains. We have 6 corporate and government experts, Comtech's own CTO, Anirban Chakraborty, as well as innovators from SES, AT&T, Department of Defense, Air Force, and Department of Commerce. So that's going to be an interesting panel. We move to AI, everyone's favorite subject now. It's everywhere. And we look at AI for national security with Michael Chertoff, former Secretary of Homeland Security. And we have leading AI experts from IronNet, Robert Hastings and Associates, and the U.S. Air Force. So that, I think, is going to be a compelling discussion for us. We kick off what should be also a fantastic discussion on commercialization and defense of space with Comtech's own Nicole Robinson, our Chief Growth Officer, but also with leaders from Maxar Technologies, as well as the U.S. Space Force and NASA. So that's a really interesting combination of companies from satellite communications, geospatial imagery, and then U.S. Space Force and NASA. I think that'll be really interesting. We move on to a couple of others. I want to mention that we will talk about defense industrial base and the impact across those domains. And we'll talk with Semaphor's Steve Clemson, as well as AIA President and CEO, the Honorable Eric Fanning, who's always a very interesting and thought-provoking speaker. And then we move to another very interesting and thought-provoking speaker in terms of David Petraeus, General David Petraeus. He's going to talk to Accenture's Marty Glenn. He's going to speak with Mickey Bressman of Sempris, and they're going to speak on non-traditional defense technology innovation, and I think that's going to be interesting. And then General Petraeus will move right into a discussion on historical perspectives and the future in the Ukraine, and he's going to do that again with Accenture's Martin and also with Kim Kagan, the president of the Institute for the Study of War. So I think we have a very interesting day, a lot of very interesting and thought-provoking folks, and I'm really looking forward to it. Again, Comtech's really pleased to host it and pleased to be your sponsor.
Well, thank you for being enabling us to have this breadth of discussions, to being both a thought leader and a convening authority. By doing this, we're able to repeat. There are going to be people meeting today, mixing, talking, networking, et cetera, and sharing ideas, et cetera. And relationships always come out. And it's because of your support that we're able to do this. And I want to say thank you.
Well, you're welcome. And I'm looking forward to the reception tonight. We have an award to give out, and I think that's going to be a very interesting day.
Yeah, it's going to be wonderful. So we're going to come back. And when we do, we're going to kick off the day with a very brief interview on an important topic, which is the importance of investing in national security with Ken and our great and good friend, Andre Pinar of C5 Capital.
Yeah, looking forward to that. Well, good morning. Once again, this is Ken Peterman. I'm chairman and CEO at Comtech, and I'm pleased to be part of this American Future Series class summit, and especially pleased right now to welcome my friend Andre Pinar, the CEO and founder of C5 Capital. Andre is really a specialist in terms of venture capital firm investing in cybersecurity, space, and the energy security sectors. I'd like to welcome you. Good to see you.
Ken, it's great to be with you this morning. Thank you.
I would like to just start by offering you an opportunity to speak a little bit to your background and why you founded C5 Capital, and then what you focused on and what you do.
Ken, thank you. It's great to be with you this morning. C5 is a specialist investment firm based between Washington, D.C. and London, and we're a mission-motivated investment firm that's focused on driving innovation in cybersecurity space, an area that you know very well, and advanced nuclear energy. And we see these three sectors really as being formative for the future of the security world.
That's interesting. And I think that's true. You're right. I have been involved in satellite communications almost my entire career, which now is a little over 40 years.
Amazing.
Let me move maybe and ask you a question that will get things going. C5 is one of the leading investors in advanced nuclear in the U.S. How do you see the intersection between defense innovation and clean energy?
Ken, I think defense-led energy innovation is going to be absolutely critical for the future. Einstein said energy is everything, and I think that's proving to be true also in the 21st century, which is really the century in which power and military power will be defined by energy. And so as we go through the energy transition, I think energy innovation has a critical role to play in defense innovation. And there are multiple examples of that, with advanced nuclear perhaps being really at the forefront and at the center of this.
So in my experience, as we've seen technologies emerge, whether it's GPS, global positioning system, whether it's mobile networking, whether it's satellite communications, even cybersecurity, we have historically seen the defense industrial base leveraging the power of the taxpayer's purse lead the way in terms of inventing that capability and initially putting it to work, generally for our men and women in uniform. Okay. And then in what we've seen in satellite communications and cybersecurity, what we've seen in mobile networking, certainly, is we see the private sector at an appropriate point in time jump into that ecosystem. And when they do that, the private sector, it invests money faster. It moves more agilely. It often uses DevOps models where they are fielding a capability initially that's 80 or 90%, and then they evolve it over time, and that kind of thing. So when you talk about the defense organizations leading the way in terms of energy innovation, you see that same kind of progress, that same kind of pattern?
Ken, I think that's exactly right. I think the public-private partnership has to be at the heart of defense-led energy innovation. The Defense Department is the largest user of energy in the US government. They consume about 77% of all the energy consumed by the US government and about 1% of the nation's energy. So they have a critical role to play in defense innovation, but doing that in partnership with the private sector is absolutely crucial. And this past week, we had an announcement by Satya Nadella, the CEO of Microsoft, about how Microsoft will use advanced nuclear reactors, small modular nuclear reactors, to power cloud computing and artificial intelligence going forward. And I think the DoD has already announced the use of small modular nuclear reactors to provide energy independence and energy security for both military bases at home, particularly in remote locations like Alaska, but also with Project Pele for forward military bases to take out the cost and the security risk of a diesel supply chain, for example. And I think those are all great examples of defense-led energy innovation.
Yeah, your discussion of small modular nuclear reactors is really interesting because a lot of us, I think, we get caught up in the technology discussion of AI and other things, and small modular nuclear reactors really don't come to mind. But from a C5 Capital perspective, you're very involved in that, and that contributes, helps drive defense innovation.
Yes, we're invested in a company called X Energy that's part of the DoD's micronuclear program. The great advantage of nuclear energy, which today provides about 25 to 30% of the nation's energy needs, is not only is it clean energy, but it's always on, and it's imminently scalable. And now with small modular nuclear reactors and micro reactors, it's also become mobile and deployable by the DoD in remote locations. And I think that's transformative. If we for a moment leave the harsh reality of our defense and security situation and go to Hollywood, this is also what the story of Iron Man is all about. It's all about the power of advanced nuclear energy. And that's, even though that's fiction, it's a very good illustration of what may well be possible in the near future.
We have so many times in our history seen fiction in movies and books become reality. Because look at Star Trek, and then look at the uniforms the Space Force wears, and look at the whole thing.
And to go back to your domain of the satellite industry, in the same way that we've seen the communications industry and so much of our digital infrastructure move into space, we anticipate the same thing will happen with our energy infrastructure, that this will be moving to space. The Chinese space station, which is not yet well enough understood by our citizens and perhaps by some of our decision makers, is a very good example of this. At the core of the Chinese space station, which was launched in recent years, is a space-based solar platform. So the Chinese anticipate to capture solar energy in space and to transmit it with laser energy to the surface of the Earth. Whether that will be for civilian purposes or for military purposes remains to be seen. But these are the developments that are taking place. The US's own Defense Department did the first successful application of power beaming from space with Caltech University earlier this year. And so we see energy infrastructure also moving to space. And we also see this fusion between civilian and military in the application of these new developments.
That's really interesting. And do you see the West kind of being a leader in this, or is it hard to say?
Well, the U.S. has to lead. The U.S. has to lead, and the U.S. Defense Department has to lead for the U.S. and for its allies. And it's very important that we stay at the forefront of this. Our nation-state adversaries are very focused on building energy power. At the heart of this new axis between the People's Republic of China and Russia, between Xi and Putin, really is combining Chinese and Russia's nuclear industries. And Russia is very actively transferring their nuclear know-how to China. And so it's very important that we continue to invest and build in our own energy capabilities. And this is why defense-led energy innovation is so important.
That's interesting. That's really thought-provoking, actually. Let's move to renewables. What's the role renewables play in terms of defense innovation?
So the U.S. Defense Department, of course, has an assistant secretary for energy that's very focused on growing and scaling the extent to which the DoD use renewables. About 7% of the U.S. DoD's energy supply at the moment comes from renewables, and there's a program to continue to scale it. Renewables can be very useful in remote locations, both with wind, with solar, and also with hydro. And microgrids are now often being applied for military bases. So I think that's on the sort of practical end of things. And then as we discussed, the move of energy infrastructure to space, I think, will be the next very important step in applying renewables for defense innovation. And their solar-based, space-based solar solutions, I think, is the key area for investment to track and to follow. Of course, on the one hand, space-based solar solutions has the potential to end energy poverty, because potentially you could distribute solar energy from space anywhere on the planet at a fraction of the cost of terrestrial solar. But at the same time, it can also be weaponized.
Of course.
And so there's a definite threat and risk also associated in the application of this technology by our nation-state adversaries.
And I'm interested in the level of maturity of that. I'm also interested in what other areas of energy innovation you see playing a role in defense.
I think one of the key areas of energy innovation to follow is our ability to transmit energy with on a wireless basis. This is something, of course, that was started by Tesla already in the 19th century. But today we are developing a capability to transmit energy without having any kind of grid or any kind of wires involved, both through laser and through high-powered microwave capabilities. And I think this has huge potential, both in terms of energy independence, resolving energy poverty, but again, has the potential of being weaponized and therefore needs to be tracked very carefully from a defense point of view.
Of course, it does provide, because it can be transmitted through the air, it does provide the ability to bring it to all corners of the world.
Exactly.
To do it, and to do it affordably, and to do it rapidly, right?
And
that's game changing.
And it will change the satellite industry too, because the refueling of satellites will change altogether and completely.
That aligns well with our Comtech mission to connect the unconnected, bridge the digital divide.
Exactly, and the edge.
And democratize access to connectivity and data for everyone,
yes,
so that no one's left behind. It's such a game changer, and it's such an equalizer.
Yeah.
That's why we use the word democratize. But
energy
is a companion to that.
Yes,
and being able to get energy around the world.
But I think the U.S. Has to lead the democratization of energy and the ending of energy poverty, and defense-led energy innovation has a crucial and critical contribution to make in this regard.
Very interesting. Very interesting. Okay, we have just about a minute or two left. What else from us as a founder, CEO of C5 Capital? You're investing in this secure energy, or you're investing in a lot of these things. What other thoughts do you have, just in way of wrap up? What do you see in the future?
Ken, the energy transition is underway. And in the same way that we applied fossil fuels for almost a century, I think these clean sources of energy, nuclear, renewables, and the next horizon, which involves nuclear fusion, which will be the cleanest form of energy and the most affordable form of energy that's been available to human civilization. I think it's all on the doorstep and all happening. And it's a very important area for not only for innovation, but also for investment. And as you pointed out, for partnership between the private sector and the government.
Very good. Very good. Well, Andre, thank you very much, my friend. I've enjoyed it.
I've enjoyed
very
the
much.
Conversation.
And we will pass it back to David for the next chapter of our very interesting day.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. My name is Mark Carenser, and I'm chairman of the board of Business Executives for National Security, or BENS. And now you're going to hear a panel comprised of 3 BENS members. And they're not only BENS members, they're also directors on our board. BENS is an organization of about 420 CEOs and C-suite executives who have a genuine interest in national security. Most of our members are in the commercial sector, and they bring a commercial lens to view national security problems. And as such, they tend to bring a little different perspective and try to make our national security enterprise a little stronger. Seated right next to me is Ed Kania. Ed is managing partner of Farfield Partners and also the co-founder of Flagship Pioneering, which is a leading life sciences and venture-based firm in Cambridge. He's been in the venture business since 1983 and invested in more than 100 companies, creating an enterprise value of over $10 billion. He earned his physics degree, bachelor's from Dartmouth, and has an MBA from Harvard Business School. When he was at Dartmouth, he was a 2-time All-American and actually sent some of the college records in terms of his in track and field. Next to Ed is Sam Cole. Sam is the managing partner and co-founder of Stonecutter Ventures, which builds companies that combine disruptive business models with enabling technologies. He also has been the executive vice president of E-Exchange at the State Street Bank. And prior to that, he was a chief operating officer, so he has a wealth and full range of experience. And even before that, he was with McKinsey & Company. Mr. Cole received his BA in government with honors from Harvard University and an MBA from MIT's Sloan School of Management. He also has an MA from the Fletcher School of Law and Diplomacy at Tufts. Next to Sam is Frank Finelli, the managing director at Carlyle, who focuses on the aerospace and defense industries. Prior to joining Carlyle, Frank had served on the Senate Armed Services Committee and the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence. And as his last tour of duty in the Army, he was a special assistant to the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, where he actually helped conduct the first QDR, or Quadrennial Defense Review. Frank holds 2 master's degrees of science, one in finance and the other is in ops research from the Sloan School of Management at MIT, and has a master of arts in strategy from the U.S. Army Command and General Staff College. Now, what you're going to hear today, all throughout the day, are a number of improvements that are going to be made to our defense industrial base as it applies to the Cyber, Land, Air, Sea, and Space Summit. However, our view at BENS is improving things just doesn't go far enough. While there's a lot of value to improve it, we believe the United States needs to leverage our free market enterprise ability to outperform China and other competitors. Specifically, our defense industrial base needs to fully leverage our clear strength, which is the U.S. financial marketplace. So accordingly, BENS has launched an initiative to forge the next defense industrial base for a stronger, more capable military, a better defense, and a more effective national security enterprise. We call this the Future Industrial Network. And I'd like to turn it over to Sam now to explain what has BENS done so far, Sam, and where are we going?
Great. Thank you, Mark. So the Future Industrial Network is basically an effort designed to positively influence the U.S. and allied defense industrial base and move it away from sort of the World War II era industrial focus to a broader, much more dynamic future industrial network. And what we mean by that is transformations in human capital, transformations in how we scale industrial infrastructure, leveraging the prize of our country, which is the capital markets, to scale innovation over time, and also to ensure that we're partnering well with our allies in doing so. BENS has undertaken an effort. We have a framework which is all about informing, partnering, and then achieving impact. We've developed a body of intellectual capital, starting with an article by General Votel and the Honorable Hondo Geertz, focused on forging the industrial network. We've also created 2 pieces on leveraging capital markets and mid-market company innovation. And we've moved to partnering with the Navy, with the Office of Strategic Capital at the DoD, and so forth. And so we'll continue these efforts, which are really built around the core strengths at Benz of convening and also providing thoughtful recommendations on how to move forward.
Great. Maybe just a comment on the word network, which is somewhat unusual when applied to the U.S. economy. If you look in the commercial world, network thinking or the power of networks has been really well demonstrated by companies like Amazon, Google, and others who've used the information revolution and digital technology plus network-related strategies to achieve a dominant position. And it's our belief that that same paradigm can be applied to the U.S. Economy in support of the defense industry writ large. And you'll hear from us in different ways today that despite China's problems today, we are actually very impressed with some of the accomplishments that they've managed with the civil-military fusion approaches and strategies that they have. And this idea of a network applied to the economy at large really represents our estimate of the best strategy, the best vision for the U.S. to leverage this significant strengths it has and to make itself a more potent competitor, a more potent participant on the world stage.
Great. Thank you, Ed and Sam. I guess I'm going to go over to you now, Frank, and I'd like Ed and Sam to elaborate if they wish. Let's explain to our audience why it's important to have this reimagined industrial base and this spin. Why does it matter?
Well, thanks, Mark. Simply put, it matters because America's defense industrial base of today is not keeping up with the industrial base of China. And so this is why we need this reimagined framework that brings an additional commercial capability that complements an expanding technology base and broader capability base in the traditional industrial base that we have. And I think it's just an important perspective to go back and look at where companies are in the world in this defense industry. Defense News publication posts a top 100 every year where they list the largest companies in the defense industry around the world. And if you go back to 2018, you'll see that there are no Chinese companies on that list. Well, that's undoubtedly because the data was not available at that time. But if you move forward to 2022, in that top 20 of the 100, there's 8 U.S. companies and there's 7 Chinese companies. But what caught my attention is that the total revenue of those 7 Chinese companies is 30% larger than the top 8 U.S. companies. And so not only has the U.S. lost an industrial scale capability to the Chinese, it demonstrates that the Chinese have developed an approach where they can set up their companies in the defense industrial base to be dual use, serving both commercial markets and the defense marketplace in a way that is very complementary with each other. Now, I think to go further, this reimagined future industrial network has to be able to provide for both America's defense security and our economic security. And this is a really important point. It has to not only be able to do the research, the design, the development, the production, the sustainment of all the military equipment, but we also have to be able to compete in commercial areas where we're currently disadvantaged, whether it's the domains of global logistics, telecommunications, advanced networks, space operations on the product side, but also in services relating to artificial intelligence and machine learning, for example. So this is where the U.S. and China are in competition economically, in addition to the competition from a military perspective.
Thanks, Frank. Sam or Ed, any additional points?
Maybe just to observe that we are inherently optimists and forward lookers in our view. And while we're going to talk about some of the problems, and the problems in the military industrial complex have been well documented by lots of groups over the last years, our focus is really on trying to bring together disparate groups, disparate thinkers, and sort of promote solutions. So that's what we're going to be talking about today, is not actually just the problems, but how we think the U.S. can effectively leverage its strengths and do better in the future.
I would just add one quick comment, which is the Chinese term that's sort of a civil military fusion strategy. And I think there's a great opportunity for the United States, and we have historical precedents for it, for us to affect our own civil military strategy as well, using distinctly American characteristics that are built around innovation, our capital markets, our entrepreneurs, our ability to scale infrastructure. Frank was exactly right around the proportional differences right now between the US and China. China has the ability to scale innovation at much lower cost and a much higher velocity than the United States. The question is, how do we achieve that? And that's partly about getting into the PPBE process, which is the planning, programming, budgeting, and execution process, and removing the rigidities and limitations. It's partly about leveraging, really truly leveraging our capital markets in the way the DoD hasn't. And it's also about private sector collaboration with the DoD, which has proven more challenging over the past couple of decades.
Great, thank you. You mentioned leveraging our capital markets. Why don't we take a moment to explain how big are those capital markets, and is that a real advantage for the United States?
Yeah, go on.
So the U.S. capital markets exceed $50 trillion. We're talking about public markets and our private markets. These are very sophisticated, deep, highly liquid markets, which are capable of funding opportunities as the markets see them, which is to say they're chasing the highest return opportunities. So if the opportunities present themselves, the capital is there. When you talk about infrastructure, for example, and you look at our 4 public shipyards, and you look at the Chinese, who have 11 shipyards, one of which has the capacity of our 4 public shipyards, questions arise like, how do you invest in infrastructure? Well, we have more than $1 trillion sitting on the sidelines in the United States in both debt and equity, which is ready to go at these opportunities. So the capital markets are there. They're highly sophisticated. They're very liquid. They're staffed by an incredible number of highly capable professionals. And they're there waiting for the DoD, for the US government to take advantage of them. Part of what we're trying to do at BENS is to create the transitional vehicles and the communications and make sure there's alignment for the government and the capital markets to come together.
And I think the diversity of tools is quite impressive, Mark. There's a broad range of equity solutions that can be applied, as well as credit and credit guarantees. And that gives the users or the accessors of this capital a lot of flexibility in terms of how they would want to structure projects for private capital market funding, and how they would adjust the risk return characteristics.
And again, to emphasize Sam and Frank's point about the scope of the capital markets, many people traditionally think about venture capital as a key fulcrum in the capital markets. It's actually a relatively small piece of the overall US $50 trillion. It's an important piece. It's one that I believe deeply in, but honestly, the U.S. needs to go beyond just venture capital. It needs to continue supporting venture capital, but needs to go beyond venture capital as it thinks about moving forward and addressing some of the challenges.
As you can hear from my colleagues, BENS has a bias, and it's a bias for action. We are comprised of executives who need and want to do things, and we have a bias to get things done. And that's the way we're presenting things, and that's the way we look at things. We often say we're not a think tank, we're a do tank. We get things done. In doing this and in researching this and putting our work together, we've come across some myths. I'm going to hit one now because it relates to this. Sometimes folks in the government see capital markets as just venture capital that want to make a quick profit and leave the DoD in a lurch. I'd like you guys to help debunk that myth or clarify that point, because I think that's one of the barriers we have to overcome to make a lot of this work. Anybody?
Go on.
Go ahead.
Sure. Just to expand on what I said, the capital markets are much larger than venture capital. But even looking at venture capital, it's a very, very diverse, heterogeneous group. I'm currently investing out of my family office. We've got really a 2-decade perspective on investments that we make. So very, very long term. In my professional career, institutional career with Flagship Pioneering, the typical life of a single investment that we made was between 7 and 10 years. So there's large swaths of the capital out there that take a long-term view on value development and value realization. And although there are some spectacular examples of people who've made money by seeking to make money, the genius of the U.S. venture capital system is it actually tends to reward those who first and foremost try to solve important problems for society, for consumers. And you look at the greatest entrepreneurs and many of the most impactful success stories, they were driven by people who just wanted to make a difference. So,
yeah. Mark, I think another key characteristic is that these markets are very deep and they're competitive. And so it's critical for the defense customer to identify what it wants and bring it to the markets. The markets will price that. Mm-hmm. And so it should be confident in that clearing price. It can choose to move forward or not move forward, but it's not as if the markets are going to take advantage of them. If they should be responsible for setting up a competitive environment, which brings the best solutions to the table.
Are there ways to have appropriate congressional oversight if we apply private capital?
Absolutely. I mean, investors get quarterly reports. I think it's, again, that's not a valuation exercise. That's an oversight exercise from almost a fiduciary responsibility. And I think there are broad market accepted approaches to that fiduciary oversight, which could easily be applied here.
Sam, you mentioned the how to unleash some of the capital, and you gave some examples of the shipyards. Are there any examples that we could look back on that might serve as a proxy for how we could think about it that have happened, like with this fusion that China seems to be doing so very effectively?
Yeah, I actually think we don't even have to look back. We could just look to today. And if you look at the Inflation Reduction Act, for instance, the Inflation Reduction Act provides for a variety of sources of funding, loans, loan guarantees, tax credits, et cetera, for the alternative energy industry. That's coming out of DOE to some extent, the Department of Energy to some extent out of Commerce. And you see in the United States what they're calling now the battery belt, this swath of manufacturing facilities across the South and the Midwest that are starting to emerge around alternative energy. If you look at the CHIPS and Science Act that was also passed, which had to do with semiconductor fabrication, the Department of Commerce has constituted a team of actually outstanding professionals, largely from the private sector, some from the civil service as well, who are essentially investing billions of dollars in loans, loan guarantees, tax credits, et cetera, to catalyze the construction of semiconductor fabrication plants in the United States and bring that industry from a manufacturing standpoint back to the U.S. There's also the Infrastructure Act, which was passed at the beginning of the Biden administration. There is, again, coming out of Department of Commerce, the administration of the expansion of broadband, which is happening to underserved communities, both in the rural areas and in cities. So there's really countless examples outside of the Department of Defense of collaboration between government and the private sector.
That's great to provide.
Mark, it's interesting. Benz moderated a panel on Capitol Hill yesterday in the Cannon House office building, where we were asked to talk about this opportunity to leverage the capital markets. And Dr. Jason Rathje, the head of the Department of Defense's Office of Strategic Capital, went through a long list of examples. There's well over 100 credit and credit guarantee programs that are in operation across government today.
Well, that's super to hear. So it seems like we're trending right, but are we trending fast enough?
Frank?
Again, this is an excellent question. And Mark, it really is about the competition with China. And I
Yep.
can't overemphasize the dual nature of this. It's economic and it's defense competition. And perhaps I can comment for just a second about how China has enhanced its economic security and why that matters to America. Let me just highlight kind of three areas. First, if you take a step back, China has a whole of nation global industrial strategy focused on food, energy, and critical materials. The critical materials piece of it is really important. And if you go back, you look at this Belt and Road Initiative that they had, which is widely criticized. But I think people don't realize at the end of the day, the Belt and Road Initiative has nearly 150 binding financial agreements between affiliates of the Chinese government, let me just say, or the Chinese Communist Party, and nations all around the world, many of whom are quote unquote America's partners. Now, those binding financial agreements are collateralized by rights to critical infrastructure assets in those countries. And a lot of those projects are not going well. That's been widely reported. But if those agreements default, China routinely amends and extends those agreements to get even more infrastructure rights. And in some cases, they are now requiring those countries to settle their commercial transactions in Chinese yuan instead of US dollar, which is undermining the dollar in international foreign exchange markets. Secondly, we've just seen in the last month from the conference in South Africa, the expansion of the BRICS to add 6 more members. What's important about those 6 new members is it includes Argentina, which is a leader in the world's export of lithium, very critical to the energy transition in America, as well as oil producing nations of Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates, and Iran, all of whom are selling or willing to sell their oil in Chinese yuan, not US dollars. And then third, China really does have an advantage in certain areas of critical materials, as I mentioned, whether that's rare earth elements, the materials that go into batteries, solar panels, so on and so forth. But they also, in their telecom champion Huawei, are a world leader in 5G. Huawei will always have the largest global market share of data. And that should concern us given the importance of artificial intelligence. Commercial nuclear is another area where China has advanced technology, some of the most advanced in the world, based on trips that Ben's had to Idaho National Labs, where we were briefed on this. And they operate terminals in over 60% of the world's largest ports. Meanwhile, the United States does not even have a standard 5G offering. Not one of the top 5 commercial nuclear providers in the world is US owned. And now countries all around the world are accepting nuclear power as part of their base generation capability. Every one of those nuclear power agreements is a 40-year strategic agreement. And that's what China's looking for. And then lastly, there ostensibly is no US-owned port capability overseas. These are areas where the United States has a significant disadvantage that has to be addressed.
It sounds like we're not moving fast enough.
We're not.
Scary. That's really scary. I guess there are a lot of things that have to happen for us to be successful with this reimagined industrial base. We mentioned some of the barriers. What other barriers do you think we have to overcome? I mean, there's the perception, on the Hill, there's the perception just from DOD and maybe culture, but what other barriers do we have to knock down to make this happen so we can get on our way?
Listen, and these are relatively general, but they're important. I think, the first thing we have to do, and I think Frank was alluding to this, is we have to shed this notion, this assumption of US dominance over strategic competitors. And we need to think much more opportunistically, move to a mindset that focuses on us on much more nimble, opportunistic competition where we have definable advantages. And we do. I mean, there are select technologies where the United States continues to have mastery. There is, as we mentioned continuously through this, our capital markets, which are vast, deep, highly liquid, our ability to mobilize capital. The dominance of the US dollar remains striking. I think, Frank obviously alluded to that being under threat, but our dominance there is a huge source of strategic advantage. We need to reconfigure our industrial system to scale innovation. And this might be a controversial point of view, but we're not lacking for innovation in the United States. There's plenty of innovation. The issue is, how do you get across that proverbial valley of death? And that is all about investing the resources, the physical, the financial, and the human capital to actually scale these innovations into full-fledged companies, into full-fledged production. That's what's missing right now. The DoD has to move beyond contracts as a signal of demand. Right now, you sign a contract, okay, that catalyzes the production of an innovation. We have to move beyond that and create earlier signals that that these innovations are going to be important to the Department of Defense, and start building on those. We need to also find and deploy technologies from all sectors of the economy. The defense industrial base is not the only source of innovation in the United States. We have to take full advantage of all the innovation that's coming out of the pure commercial sector as well. And then most importantly, and this is where we retain an advantage, but we're starting to slip, we need to be able to attract, deploy, and train the most capable workforce in the world.
And I think what you hear in what Sam has described is us really initially led by Hondo Geertz and Joe Votel, trying to inch towards some of the characteristics of a vision that hopefully a large group of the people who are looking at the problem can unite behind, because there's incredible work being done. You're going to hear later today about some really amazing, awesome initiatives and efforts from a variety of people. But our contention is that there's this fine balance between understanding that we have a problem and that there are things we need to begin rapidly addressing, and the optimism that we can actually make a difference. The U.S. has done spectacular things in its deep past, in its recent past. The Manhattan Project, going to the moon, Operation Warp Speed was truly remarkable. And right now, we have the capacity in this country to begin to chip away at some of the problems that Frank outlined here. And it's our hope that by creating a unifying vision through which a lot of the disparate efforts that you're going to hear about today and you've read about can be coalesced, that we can actually move to have an impact on a broader scale.
Yeah. And Mark, I'd like to say, look, this is not about a shortage of money. Mm-hmm. I mean, the commercial markets are vast, and we're spending $850 billion a year on defense. Right. That's not the problem. Right. The problem is that defense money is constrained. Sam mentioned the planning, programming, budgeting, and execution system. What that essentially means is that if you identify a key requirement, it's probably 24 to 30 months at the earliest that you can get cash. And as Ed can tell you, in 24 to 30 months, these new technology firms are either gone or they're unicorns, right? I mean, they've either made it or they're gone. The second part is we have to develop more agility in the contracting processes. So much of this money is locked up. It's not addressable. We have to have off-ramps for companies that aren't performing. We need to have on-ramps for companies that are bringing solutions that are embracing advances in technology.
Yeah, I think you all are raising very good points that need to be addressed. And as I think back, it seems to me, as the examples you noted, Ed, we almost need to have a vision and a movement, a campaign to really get this done. And, I think back in 1957, the Russians launched Sputnik, and they were ahead in the space race. And we responded by basically creating DARPA, and then we got ahead in the space race. And I look at China, the CCP, they had their Sputnik moment in AI, for example, in 2016, when the company AlphaGo took on the reigning Go champion. Go is the ancient game that's played in China. It's the oldest board game known to man. More moves than chess. And Lee Sedol was the reigning champion, and AlphaGo beat Lee Sedol 4 out of 5 times. that was their Sputnik moment for AI. And what they realized was it's not just the AI algorithms, it's the data. Got to get the data. So, but it seems to me that we've been behind before, and we probably have an opportunity to lurch ahead. We have to fix some tactical things, but we almost need a movement of sorts to really get there. And I'm wondering, is that movement, can that be created by industry, or does that have to be created by government, or is it diffusion of those things that we were just talking about? And how could we catalyze that? You have any thoughts about that?
So, so there are efforts underway, and within government to do so, outside of government to do so. The interesting innovation, if it could be fully exploited, the Office of Strategic Capital at the Department of Defense is a recognition, I think, by the U.S. government that partnership with private capital is critical to helping the U.S. build an enduring technological advantage. It's headed by Dr. Jason Rathje, and it's designed to ensure that we have the capital strategies and the partnership with the private sector to making sure we're not only innovating, but scaling those innovations. Now, there are two things that are critically important, I think, to make it work. The first is that it is, in fact, partnering closely with the private sector in order to affect the kinds of changes that I just described. But two, that it is developing approaches to financial professionals and to the financial markets that actually incentivize investments. And it's important, I think, that members of the US government understand what is required to actually bring capital to the table. And the capital markets and the financial professionals have to have trust in those approaches.
That's great. Thank you.
Yeah, just to go further than this, it's really important to see this transition in scientific funding. DoD has gone from leader to follower. At the turn of the century, half the scientific funding in America was provided to the Department of Defense and appropriations from Congress. Today, DoD provides less than 20% of America's research and development funding. That has huge implications. And this is what is driving the kind of collaborative approach to funding key initiatives in commercial technology. Great example is SpaceX. SpaceX's success was funded and de-risked by Department of Defense funding. And they are taking advantage of going again back to this dual use approach of commercial markets in collaboration with defense markets, where they're addressing both the commercial space and national security space markets. And so I think this is an important opportunity that we are seeing that is going to have to be applied into many, many other areas.
Yeah, I would think the de-risking dimension would be huge in terms of unleashing private capital for investment. I mean, that's got to be key.
And again, Mark, I come back to the speed issue. The ability to leverage the capital markets to bring money now,
right,
but dynamically. So you can draw it when you need it once committed is a very important advantage. And it's not only for investments in technology. It could also be investments to scale procurement.
Yeah, right.
It could also be investments to address those infrastructure shortfalls that are impeding readiness, whether it's readiness across our ships and submarines has been widely reported recently, or challenges in combat vehicles, aircraft, communication systems, you name it. But these are where great use cases for the leveraging of private capital.
One other point off of that, I can't overemphasize the issues around bureaucracy and the stifling nature of regulations in the country. So Frank had mentioned before the critical minerals advantage that the Chinese enjoy over the US. Well, the amount of mineral content actually that's contained, this includes rare earths in the US, Canada, Australia, et cetera, is far greater than what the Chinese are able to access. The challenge is that between the licensing, the permitting, and the regulatory requirements, US companies are not able to mine or actually exploit those resources in processing, right? So we need to relax, modify, and change, transform the sort of cultural mindset of oversight and licensing and permitting in these countries to unleash the private sector to do exactly what we needed to do.
That's great. Great point. I actually was involved in Ben's initiative where we were looking at the mineral content of already mined materials that was just piled up. And it was very rich in minerals. All it needed to do was be processed, not mined. And frankly, a lot of private investment didn't want to touch it unless there was going to be some sort of de-risking in terms of maybe offering to purchase so much, et cetera.
Yeah, the government has to have some skin in the game here.
Yes. Yeah.
And just to ask the harder question, I don't sense that either of you view private industry as a panacea, that all is good, that removing regulation solves problems. I mean, perhaps you can directly address this issue of Congress, where there is a set of very positive things that occur from congressional oversight, and there's some challenges. Any thoughts on that?
Yes, a lot of thoughts. Again, having flexibility and transparency is absolutely critical. It is way too hard to get some of these processes started. And I think it's important that Congress support key government agencies. And this is way beyond the Department of Defense. This goes across the whole national security establishment and the 17 areas of the National Infrastructure Protection Plan to try to start to prove out some of these approaches. Some will work, some won't work. But if we never get out of the box to try, we're never going to learn. And this is a huge vulnerability for America.
I think some of the mindset constraints that you all mentioned too is it's sort of the way government does business with industry. It's very transactional. It's usually contract based, defined, time limited. And it seems to me, if you look back at what happened in World War II, when the arsenal of democracy was created, we had to get out of that mindset and get into a mindset of partnering and collaboration. And it seems to be that's the direction we need to head in. And maybe that's something we could be thinking about as we try to push forward to make this happen for our nation. Any other points y'all want to make?
Maybe one more, Mark. I think America does not understand the scope and the scale of the challenge we're up against. We often, think of America as the superior economy, and we probably are. And look, China's economy has challenges for sure, but the CIA World Factbook has long been publishing the gross domestic product of nations around the world on a purchasing power adjusted basis. And the CIA shows the Chinese economy is 15% larger than the U.S. economy.
On a purchasing power parity.
On a purchasing power adjusted basis. And then you come to defense spending. And sure, we're spending over $800 billion a year, and people say they're spending $300 billion a year. But we spend less than a third of our budget on investment. That's procurement and research and development. The Chinese spend about 45% or more. They also have these, let me just say, off-books accounts such as the Asset Securitization Fund, which provide another 60 billion or so more. And we have done a lot of work at Ben's talking to leading universities and think tanks about this issue. They believe that the purchasing power adjusting multiple for China versus the U.S. in national security areas is probably over 2. And if you run the math, it's clear that they're out investing us on a purchasing power adjusting basis. And then you go back to Sam's comment about innovation. While we were writing the article on leveraging the capital markets, we bumped into people who thought Chinese innovation cycles may be 5 times faster than the United States. And a lot of that, unfortunately, is leveraged by their theft of intellectual property. Right. And it's not just against the US, it's around the world.
Right.
So we're likely being out invested and out innovated. And I don't think America understands the urgency that places on us.
I would add to Frank's commentary with 3, I think, key points. One is there needs to be a priority given to speed and sense of urgency. Right now, we're sort of quote unquote between wars. There is, I'm not ahistorical. You look back on history, there seems to be some inevitability to conflict. We don't know what scale of that conflict is going to be, but sitting and resting on our laurels and sort of proceeding as if we're not headed into situations into the future, I think is short-sighted. And somehow we have to instill the kind of urgency and sense of purpose that we had in various periods in the United States, including after 9/11, by the way, where obstacles were removed to achieve our objectives, and they were removed very quickly. One of the questions is, how do you do that in relative, quote unquote, peacetime? The second point I like to make is that there is a lot of, I would say, barnacles on U.S. innovation and U.S. Sort of oversight. Question is, how do you remove the old in order to usher in the new? In the corporate world, that's called bottom-up budgeting. And sort of you're starting each year fresh with new priorities. And I think we have to get into the habit of evaluating what's working, what's not working, removing what's not working, making sure we're investing in sort of the right types of things going forward.
Seems to me that what we're saying here, I think, is being heard, because it seems that various parts of the government keep asking our opinions on things. So that's a good sign. But we do, as you point out, Sam, I think have to try to expedite things, because given what you, Frank, Ed have said, we're behind in a number of areas and falling behind, and we have to change the momentum there in a big way. I would also think that if we get this reimagined defense industrial base right, it would actually help with the debt, which is a national security threat, and also save taxpayers' dollars. Wouldn't that be the case? Can someone elaborate on that?
I think it certainly can serve to focus investment and get bigger bang for the buck, if you will. That should lead to a more efficient allocation of capital. We should have less waste in government spending. And I think this can align interests more effectively so that the funding really is going towards the highest priorities that would be complemented then by traction in the commercial marketplace. And I think this is something that can't be underestimated. I think we're going to have to see more probably dual use approaches here. I mean, the fundamental nature of this commercial technology that is being developed today, again, and recognizing, going back to DoD being less than 20% of the scientific funding in America, this commercial tech, it's fundamentally commercial technology.
Yep.
And Ed, maybe you can talk a little bit more about it because you've seen it so much closer, but it's the adaptation of that commercial technology to defense, which should shorten these design and development cycles.
So there are a number of potential areas of efficiency. One is in this whole dual use technology area, where in fact the private sector is investing massively to develop technologies that will be critical for not only the defense industrial base of the future, but for the economy of the future. So as Frank has said, that's a tax, a burden on the American people that private sector has picked up and is doing. More broadly than that, I think the type of attitude, nimbleness, learning focus, and investment in core infrastructure leads to enormous efficiencies. Frank has pointed out that 40% of the U.S. submarine fleet is reportedly sidelined while it's waiting for maintenance. From a business point of view, that's an astonishing statistic. And there are ways through investing in infrastructure that we can address that and get more bang for the buck from what we have, which again is a key driver of efficiency. So while I don't think we've looked at this as primarily an approach to balancing budgets and dealing with deficits inherently, when you run yourself better, when you utilize your resources better, which is what this concept of a network with multiple nodes is all about, you should be achieving better results for a lower cost.
There's also efficiencies, and I'm going to reiterate this theme, there's efficiencies that come with speed. I'll give you one example, the Navy's C.L.A.S.S program, which is designed to improve the Navy's public shipyards, the 4 public shipyards. As they're going through each of their individual projects, their initial cost estimates are sort of below now where they're running from an execution standpoint. And the Congress and the Navy envision investing, I don't know, $20 to $25 billion over 20 years. If you're thinking in that sort of scale of time, inevitably you're going to have multiples of dollar overruns.
Mhm.
And so the question really should be not how we're investing 20 to 25 billion over 20 years, but how do we invest 30, 40 billion over 5 years
Shorter
to
cycles.
shorter cycles to both improve the existing shipyards and build new
Mhm.
shipyards,
Mhm.
achieves the objectives of building the kind of capacity we need, and ultimately at a much lower cost.
Sort of like moving from the software development waterfall process to the iterative
Agile.
process. I understand. Gentlemen, what didn't I ask you that I should have?
Mark, we should talk about another area where Benz is providing a lot of thought leadership, and that's in human capital management.
Oh, yes, please.
Sam, you mentioned this up front.
did.
America really has a challenge for sure. Not sure what this manifests itself into, but we are not developing enough technical talent. And this is certainly manifesting itself in the commercial marketplace. But the other aspect of it is what we're seeing in military recruiting. And it's not only the shortfalls in military recruiting in the Army and the Air Force and the Navy, it's also the difficulty in hiring the Department of Defense civilians and those that serve in the reserve components, the National Guard and the reserves, that are so important for the integrated security of America. And we are seeing commercial companies adopt much more advanced recruiting processes where they're leveraging advanced analytics. This qualified pool of candidates is small. Probably only 20 or 25% of the young Americans can qualify to serve in the military today. The challenge is that a lot of people want those 20 or 25%. They're valued in the commercial sectors, they're valued in the intelligence community, and they're valued by the military. And the fact of the matter is the military's recruiting processes are too slow. They need to develop more velocity. You can leverage advanced analytics to get that velocity. But we're being outcompeted in that. And so, by the time a great candidate, by the time the Army assigns a recruiter to a great candidate, the intelligence community is already hired, right? We've got to fix that.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I think there's a premium that needs to be placed on education. And by that, I mean, in this context, there's a general issue with education in the country, which is related to Frank's point about human capital. But there's an education issue as it pertains to the kinds of issues that we've been discussing today, vis-a-vis private sector and government. Over the last 20 to 30 years, the chasm between these two sectors, very valuable sectors of our society, that chasm has grown. It used to be that there was a lot more interplay, a lot more public-private partnership, fewer legal barriers between communication that needs to occur, which is not to say that we shouldn't be obviously ensuring that we're avoiding the kinds of conflicts of interest that could compromise integrity and public trust. But there needs to be on both the government side and the private sector side a much greater understanding of how these two entities operate, why they exist, and how each could add value to the other. We mentioned, Frank and I and General Votel mentioned in the paper on leveraging capital markets, that one of the items, one of the priorities should be to provide financial education to selected members of the DoD, maybe in the contracting arm of the government, so that they understand how the markets work, how to interplay with financial professionals, to give them analytic and financial modeling skills and so forth. So when these discussions are being had around Navy PSYOP and many other sort of discussion points, that there's a common vocabulary and a common understanding across both government and private sector.
That would seem to be an important lubricant to make the two parties work well together, correct?
Yes,
indeed.
Yeah, sort of just building on that a little bit, among the reasons that is critically important is that it's an integration of the different points of view that will lead to the solutions that will work for America. So we don't believe that business alone has the answers. In fact, one of the core essences of BENS is by trying to put senior business leaders directly face to face with those with significant responsibilities in the defense industrial in the DoD and the national security enterprise. We're learning from each other, and the ideas that we regard as some of our better ideas actually didn't come just from members. They came from this integration, this synthesis of these different points of view. So right now, previously with Joe Botel, and not right now with General Tim Ray, our new CEO, we're really redoubling, trying to achieve more synthetic interface between the business community and the military leadership in this country. And, more broadly, as Sam suggested, trying to increase the ease of flow of people from private sector into the government and back out again would be incredibly helpful for this country. There are so many people who want to serve, but the challenge of actually moving from wanting to doing it is just too hard these days.
Yes, that's a great point, Ed. And I would add that BENS, to pick up on Ed's point, is a terrific convening body to bring together various parties and stakeholders, not just our members, but people who matter. We had right after COVID, we conducted a commission with 32 commissioners on it, all from every industry, parts of the government, all walks of life, CEOs from virtually every industry, where we studied kind of COVID and should a pandemic happen in the future, what can we do better? And we put that report together in that commission and briefed it on the Hill and made a difference. But what made it really powerful was the fact that we brought together all those stakeholders. So I guess I would just tell you,
Mark, you may want to just comment on who some of those stakeholders were, because it is one impressive group.
Well, we had the CEO and chairman of IBM, DuPont, JetBlue, Bank of America, Capital One. We had former national security advisors to two different presidents, each President Obama and President Bush. We had the former head of the Coast Guard, who worked through several disasters that they had to deal with, including Hurricane Katrina, and folks like that we integrated together. We had a Nobel laureate economist.
Right.
It was a pretty impressive group. And then we had 60 BENS members actually working below the surface, which these gentlemen all did, coming up with important points that came to the commission. And that's the power that BENS can bring to bear. And I would implore you, if you have an interest in helping your nation, you can do that through BENS. And I could tell you, with our new CEO and president, Ed mentioned him, General Timothy Ray, we actually have an open enrollment period. So now's a good time to join us. And we'd love to have you. And you can work with people like the three of these gentlemen that you heard from today. They're incredibly smart. I find it tremendous to work with all these folks, and we'd love to have you. And I'd like to thank America's Future Series for sponsoring us here. And we hope to help you in the future as well.
Well, hello, everyone. We're back. That was an amazing discussion between Mark Gerenser and a distinguished panel of leading investors and also thought leaders. So I really appreciate Frank and Sam. I appreciate them taking the time to be here with us, and I'm sure hoping that maybe they will come back again. So we're going to move on with our program. And next up, we have Bong Gumahad, who is an advisor, I believe, to Comtech and an outstanding group, having a very sort of a little meatier discussion, maybe get a little bit more into the details. So we try to mix a little bit of the high level discussions as also with maybe a little bit more, if you're interested in technology, how these things are working, where we need to go to innovate faster. Bong, we're going to have you tee this up, and we really appreciate your doing this for us.
Thanks, David, and thanks to the America Future Series for bringing us all here today. So welcome. I'm Robert Hastings, and it's my pleasure today to moderate this distinguished panel comprised of several of our nation's most experienced, informed, and respected leaders on the subject of artificial intelligence in national security. Formerly, the subject of our discussion is AI for national security and defense, keeping our competitive edge. Joining me on this panel today is Secretary Michael Chertoff, former Secretary of Homeland Security and Executive Chairman of the Chertoff Group. General Retired Keith Alexander, former Director of the NSA and the first Commander of the U.S. Cyber Command, presently Founder and Chairman of IronNet. And General Retired Kim Kreider, former Chief Technology and Innovation Officer for the U.S. Space Force, now founding partner of Alera Nova, the space consultancy. I'm sure everyone joining us today is as excited as I am to hear your thoughts on this important and timely subject. So let's just jump right in. I'm going to start with a question for everybody, and we'll just go around the clock. So artificial intelligence is many things to many people. So for our audience today, I'd like to ask each of you to share your broad perspective on what is AI and how can it be used for good or for ill. So for all of us, Kim, why don't you lead us on that response?
Sure, happy to kick us off here, and thank you so much, Bob, for having me on this panel with my illustrious panel mates. It really is a pleasure to be here, and thank you, America Future Series. So what is AI? This is a topic that, I think it's important for us to start off with, just so we can kind of maybe level the playing field. We talk a lot about it. AI has certainly taken off in the public space recently. And so when I think about what is AI, to me, it really comes down to a set of technologies that fundamentally act as aids, cognitive aids, machines that can perform cognitive functions that humans would typically perform, the ability to perceive, the ability to reason, the ability to decide or interact, or even problem solve or emulate and take action. We see with robotic capabilities that are enabled by AI and autonomous systems. So, I think that artificial intelligence is many things. It's not just one thing. We tend to think of it today specifically as, generative AI, which is really just one aspect of what machines can do if they have this kind of cognitive ability built into them. And of course, to have that kind of ability, you've got to have data, you've got to have hardware and software kind of all working together. So it's really a constellation of things. And as we get into it today, I think we're going to talk about how humans too factor into the AI equation. But AI to me is a set of cognitive aids. Now, how can it be used for good or for ill? Well, certainly, the ability, and I love what the National Security Commission report on AI said, the ability of a machine to perceive, evaluate, and act more quickly and more accurately than a human represent competitive advantage. You think about it, it represents competitive advantage, and that's in any field, flat out. You can think about if you can get machines to compute and reason and problem solve on large sets of data faster than humans could in very dangerous or remote places, you could certainly create an advantage. And I think that encapsulates, a lot of what AI can do. We see AI being incorporated into every aspect of human life and the human experience. because it can do those sorts of things. It can create experiences by the fact that it can work together. Of course, that can be used in a negative way as well. AI can be used against itself. AI can be used to create misinformation. AI can be used to create deep fakes. We've seen some of that play out in the public sphere. So AI can certainly lead to catastrophic effects because of how much we rely on information and the outcomes of processed information, and what that processed information can do, again, in creating experience and how we interpret those experiences. So we're going to get into this today. It'll be really interesting to see where we go. Let me turn it back over to you, Bob, to see what our other panel members want to say about this.
Yeah, Secretary Chertoff, why don't you grab the mic?
Thanks, Bob. And, a very interesting topic of conversation. Kim, I think you've made some very good points. I'm tempted to say when I think of artificial intelligence, I visualize Arnold Schwarzenegger, but obviously it's more complicated than that. And I think actually it's a rubric that covers a lot of different things. At some level, it can be the ability to emulate and simulate a human face or a human voice in a way that's essentially undetectable. That gives us deep fakes or chat box or things of that sort. It can also be a way of sorting through huge amounts of data, but with generative learning, it can actually be the ability of the computer to derive from that mountain of data certain essential takeaways or underlying themes that can then actually be treated as the process of learning. And so it can be helpful both in terms of assimilating large amounts of data and also in terms of recommending, and I'm going to underline recommending to human beings, courses of action that might be taken based on the ability to assimilate and analyze data at much greater speed than a human being can do. Now, the reason I underline advise is because I do think as you get into more action events, the question becomes, when does there need to be a human in the loop? Because as we've seen, AI can also really present us with some howlers. You can have biases that are embedded in, for example, there was a famous story of a large company that was using AI to rank candidates for jobs, and they were all white men. And they realized, oh, that's because AI went back historically, and that was their database. Or there's a now notorious story of the lawyer who had AI write a brief for him, never bothered to check that the cases were in fact all made up, and he's now got to deal with a very angry judge. So, I mean, there are some limits to this, but there's some also real potential.
Yes, that's a very famous case with the Microsoft hiring thing there. General Alexander, what are your thoughts?
Well, Bob, thanks for being here. And David, thanks for inviting all of us. And I agree with Secretary Chertoff and Kim on what they've said. I'd shape it in this way. First, I do think it's creating a machine that can mimic the cognitive functions that we associate with human behavior. So when I think of that, think of it as growing a person with unlimited capacity to draw in data and give out answers. And so the consequence of that is good, is when you grow up a person and you train them one way, they'll act one way. If we train the machine one way, it will act one way. So Kim's comments about fakes, bad data, and issues are things that we will face. We wrestled with this in the development of US Cyber Command with both administrations when I was in. And the issue that we had was AI is going to be used for offensive operations in cyber. AI is also going to be used and has to be used, therefore, for defensive operations in cyber. And the speed of that will pick up. I think the issue that we have to be concerned about, which ironically is the same things we wrestle with today, is truth. Many people see different versions of truth. Curating the data that we have for these AI machines is going to be one of the most important functions that we can do. I think that's the first thing I put on the table, making sure that the data that it starts with doesn't include data that we scraped off the net, which could have all sorts of random things. Because you look for anything on the net and you'll find anything on the net. And it's not true. So I think the biggest issue that I have with AI is how we ensure that the AI systems that we create, both for generative and for military use, has data that is correct, curated, and abides with our culture, integrity, and rule of law. That's going to be a tougher set of issues. And we can't stop. I've had people and heard people say, we should stop, outlaw AI. You can outlaw AI, it's not going to stop it. That's part one. Two, AI is really, really expensive to create foundational models that are of the size and scale we need to mimic a human mind. Big corporations are going to have to be involved in helping us get there. And three, I would just go back to our initial thing. We've got to ensure that it follows all the things that we would want to bring up this machine into our lives and mimic our future values. I think that's the part that we have to wrestle with.
Great. Well, those are all very encompassing definitions there. I think this is it lays a great foundation for our discussion today. So General Alexander, I'll stick with you for this next one because I think you sort of led into it. So how is the relationship between AI and intelligence in particular evolving? And how do you see this rapid advance of generative AI affecting intelligence operations? Again, to use the term that Kim brought up, either for good or for ill.
Yeah, so this will be, I think, a key element of warfare in the future. There's nothing that we can do to stop it. And if you look at what's going on in Ukraine today, we can step back and say, imagine if the following sets of things occurred. First, for intelligence, as you put on the table, what if we could map out the entire adversary tactical formations accurately and timely? That gives you a targeting table that's unprecedented. The second part is, what if we created a series of drones, all connected to an AI platform for targeting and for evading it? All something that we could do. You can see that there was a great drone setup where they showed the drone mimicking different figures of light. You could do that in tactical formations as well. Third, what if we used AI in cyber to impact the adversary's ability to communicate and talk with their weapons platforms? I think we're going to see those three basic things happen in the next time we use warfare, what's upcoming. And that should stop all of us and say, okay, so what does that mean for our future? It means that we have to be very good at AI. We have to look at the rule of law. I would point out, not everybody abides by our rule of law. So that's an issue for the United Nations and others. But when you talk about who you target, what you target, and how you target, I think those are issues that we have to do. And three, and perhaps most important, in cyber, the military is not the only target. It's our energy, our IT sector, all the rest of government, and critical infrastructure for delivering goods and everything. That whole infrastructure is what the adversary would go after. And you can go all the way back to Clausewitz and these folks. I never met him, so no, but I heard about Clausewitz. And if you look at the military stuff that started out there, they're going to say it's getting the nation to give up the will to fight. What if all of that attacked us? Would we have the will to continue? And I think we're going to see worse, not better, in the future, especially with all these things in AI. So I am concerned that we can use it for good. I think of cancer research, the ability to detect all the things that we can do, coming up with all these solutions. But it will also be used for bad and for warfare in a very serious way. And I think we're going to see some of those. And ironically, Secretary Chertoff brought up Arnold Schwarzenegger and the Terminator. You know, we're getting very close to that vision. And I do think we have to figure out and make sure that the AI models that we create are founded on the principles and values that we have. So I'll pause there, Bob.
Yeah, and I think even without looking at unethical uses of AI, you talked about operations on the battlefield, like being able to target, lay out an entire enemy formation with some level of accuracy that we've never had before. AI could also generate deception at a level we've never seen before, and put an array in front of you that may not actually be there. So there's a lot of questions to that. Exactly. So Secretary Chertoff, following on the comments about sort of a human in the loop, an operator in the loop. So General Rainey of Futures Command recently spoke about integrating soldiers and machines together rather than one to replace the other. So the integration of the machines and soldiers kind of raises both ethical and operational challenges. What are your thoughts on some of the key considerations that decision makers ought to have running through their mind when we talk about integrating humans and machines together in the loop together?
Well, first, let me just come back to 2 points General Alexander made. One is in terms of the vision of how you might use artificial intelligence on the battlefield to target enemy formations after you've mapped the entirety of what the enemy's force is doing. I would add to that, imagine that your AI, having studied 20 years of tactical and training activities by your adversary, can predict which formations are likely to be imminently posed to attack, so you can prioritize based upon this encyclopedic vision of the way the adversary deploys, using that against all the data that's being detected on the battlefield. So it could be a real battlefield advantage. On the negative side, it's quite right that the will to fight and the unity of effort is often a major target of an adversary. And that's what disinformation is about. What it's designed to do is to sap the will to fight on the part of your adversary. And we're seeing that now. The Russians use disinformation to interfere with elections, to make us decide we don't want to help Ukraine. All of these are ways of taking the battle into the area of your mind and not your air, land, and sea domains, because the mind is now a domain of battle as well. So in terms of the issue of melding a human being and a machine, without being over dramatic, I think if what we're talking about is enhanced ability to visualize things, to hear things, to perceive things, to calculate, I think those are all things that we have already to some degree and will simply be increased. However, what I would not want to see is ceding to the machine the decision-making ability about when to use a colloquialism, when to pull the trigger. Mm-hmm. And my view of AI, I've kind of conjured up the idea of 3 Ds that we should require for AI. One is data, which, as General Alexander has said, making sure the data that it's fed is unbiased, accurate, and not invading privacy. The second is disclosure. If you're producing a product of artificial intelligence, a book, a movie, whatever, you should say this was produced in part by artificial intelligence. And the third D be decision-making. If you're talking about a decision that could affect a person's life, to me, a human being has to have the final say. So if you integrate the human being and the artificial intelligence, it's great to give the human the benefit of the learning and the information and the analytical work of artificial intelligence. But you don't want to cede to that the decision about when to pull the trigger.
Absolutely. I think that becomes, in the end, probably the big question that a lot of people have is how far do we let this AI model then go actually make decisions and take actions without humans? So on the subject of autonomous systems, which that leads us right to, and if we can come back to you, General Kreider, a lot being said
about AI and autonomous systems for defense applications. Could you provide some insights into the current state of development and deployment, both of those, on autonomous AI systems in defense? And what are the challenges we need to look out for as we deploy those?
Yeah, it's a really important topic, Bob, and one that very much picks up on the comment that General Alexander and Secretary Chertoff just made. There have been autonomous systems in the U.S. military for a long time now. The DoD has had a directive, DoD Directive 3000.09, that's been out since 2012, talking about autonomy in weapon systems and how kind of providing some guidance and some policy on the development and use of autonomous and semi-autonomous functions in weapon systems for warfighting. That particular directive has just recently been updated in January of this year. Again, recognizing the importance of AI, the proliferation of AI, the more that we see AI is going to be incorporated. In fact, Secretary Hicks has called for the increase in the production of autonomous systems. And we know that many of these autonomous systems are going to be more and more enabled by artificial intelligence technologies and the things that we've just talked about. So what are the things that we need to worry about and address? Well, certainly to the points that were made earlier, these autonomous weapon systems that are AI enabled, the AI algorithms are trained by data. We need to make sure that we understand and can verify and validate that these models are reliable and that they work in accordance to how they were designed, and that the data that's being fed to them is good, well-curated data, that those models are well trained. But when those models are developed and they're trained to perform certain functions, what they're trained to do in the laboratory or in their development phase may be slightly different than what they're going to do in actual employment. So the need for operational experimentation, the need for operational test, continuous validation and verification against real live operational use cases with real live operational data, which is also changing and dynamic, is really important too. That entire system with its data and all of its software obviously needs to be protected from cybersecurity risks and some of the things that we touched on earlier. Potential for that AI, for the models or the data to be hacked, for the data to be poisoned. How do you monitor for that? How do you evaluate that your models are going to stay reliable in the light of continuous, cybersecurity threats that are out there? These are things that we're going to have to be very clear on. So the whole end-to-end process of how we build and deploy and employ autonomous systems now, in light of the fact that more and more there's going to be thinking capability inside these systems fed by data that will cause these systems to take certain action, is going to be critical. To Secretary Chertoff's point, we absolutely have to have a very strategic view of what exactly these systems are going to do, where is the human in the loop, and how does the human decision maker interact with these systems as well. So the trust that we have in the systems, the way the human machine teaming occurs, is also another piece of it that has to be thought through the entire process of design, development, tests, and employment, so that we do ultimately have the case where, especially certainly in situations of life or death outcomes, there's a human decision maker that is making the decision. But again, going backwards from that human decision maker, what inputs, what influences, what outcomes of other systems that may be AI fed is going to feed that decision maker. Professional judgment and expertise is always going to have to be a factor here. We have to be very thoughtful and very careful as we develop these systems and as we deploy them to be thinking through the process of safeguarding them, testing and validating them, building them out with warfighters and operators in the loop, and doing that on a very iterative and continuous way, as in a very deliberate manner, so that we can stay ahead of the threat but we can also avoid some of the compromises and challenges that we see.
It's a little bit like General Alexander early on. You talked about growing a human that has now a set of capabilities and some level of intelligence and data, and it makes decisions. And then how do you trust that that human you're growing hasn't had all these other outside influences? Almost like you worry about your teenagers, that you've given them the family values, but you don't know what's coming through their social media every night that's changing the way they think about that.
That's absolutely right. You know, and again, just like interacting with a person, there are different experience. There's different influences that they face depending on how much they can, how many sensors that they have, or how much data that they can be fed. And AI is a capability that, to some extent, is going to continue to grow and expand depending on how it's employed. So it's not a one and done. It's not just put it out there and see how it operates. It's something that we're going to have to continuously monitor, measure the effectiveness of its outcomes, and assure its reliability, its security, its explainability, and its accountability for the outcomes that we're putting it forward to achieve.
Exactly. So General Alexander, cyber security. We've talked about cybersecurity a couple of times. Cyber Command comes to mind. So what are some effective ways, in your opinion, that AI can be employed to facilitate cybersecurity, and maybe not just in defense, but across government and maybe even on the industry side too, if you have any thoughts there as well?
Yeah, let me pick up from what Kim was saying. So this sounds really well rehearsed. And that is, if you think about the data, the first thing that we have to do is, let's say that each of the machines that we're going to create have some set of basic data and then advanced data to do their specific function. We have to rest assured that the data has not been compromised to do something wrong. So you see that today in many of the banking and other things that we do at a lower level. Now we're going to have to do that by having values, encryption, and other things that go to protect the data that the machine has been trained to use. So cybersecurity is going to be really big in protecting the data sets that you use for various functions in artificial intelligence all across the spectrum, not just in the government, not just in the military, but also on the commercial side. So when you think about that, think of that as your intellectual property. That's all of your value as a nation. Everything's going to reside in that. And that's one of the things that we're going to have to be very good at protecting. So now if we put that out there, you say, think of these huge foundational models that are costing hundreds of millions of dollars or billions of dollars to create. Protecting those now is very important, because they're going to be the foundation for developing our protection and our warfare capabilities. Where cyber comes in is, now think about that, is who are your warriors to fight in this space? And the answer is, it's a digital group. We have to now think about this in a very different way, because the adversary is going to attack those things that we just talked about, the sets for disinformation, for things to complicate our way of life, to sway our people. All of those things are going to be attacked by an adversary who wants to do us harm. In our defense, then we have to be prepared to defend all of that. We had a great discussion with both President Bush and Obama on the use of AI in cyber. And people were uncomfortable. Remember, this was 14 years ago. And many were saying, well, I'm not, how's this going to work? Our comment was, the adversary is going to use cyber for offense, because it will allow the adversary to see the vulnerabilities, to see all the exploit possibilities in a huge way that humans cannot do, and nor can they keep up with. So you need the defense side to look at your vulnerabilities, to look at what's going on in the networks, and to map that out in a corresponding way. Those digital police on the defense side are going to have to look out for those digital warriors on the offense, and be prepared to bring in digital warriors on the defense to defend our country and our allies in this future battle in cyberspace. And industry is hugely important in this. So I think, it's really, I think, great that in DHS now, one of the great players in cyber is Jen Easterly. That's his son. She's brilliant. She's now sitting at that nexus between the commercial sector and the government, between what Cyber Command, FBI, DOJ all bring to the table and what the private industry has. But the private industry is our nation. That's our future. So this group has to defend this group. We had a series of discussions on the role of the military and the intelligence community on defending the nation. And it comes right down to, we have the government to defend our nation and our way of life. Cyber is no different. So we have to prepare for that. But in this case, you can see by that very question that you asked, it has to be seamless between what the military is doing and then what's going on in the commercial sector. So we have to train different than we've done in the past. We have to think different than we have in the past. And all the things that Secretary Chertoff and Kim brought up about the data, protecting our values and our way of life are going to be a key part of what cybersecurity plays in that. I think this is, it's a fascinating future. If we were to set aside all the bad things that could happen, think of all the good things that can happen, just in terms of medical. This is huge. We ought not slow down. But given that there are bad people out there, at least a couple, we have to have, and we must be prepared to defend in this way and ensure everything that we set up is curated, has the right values, and is set to go, and a mechanism to ensure that the data being used by that entity is the correct data set. So that part is going to be part of this whole evolution of how we use AI in the future. If you think about the phenomenal data sets that they're using, trillions of events is what they're going to in the current foundational models, and trillions of elements there that they will put out. If you think about that, that's more than we probably could take in and quickly manage. And on top of that will be all these other capabilities to do it. So it's going to increase, it's going to go faster. We need to train our children in the science, technology, engineering, math, and cyber. And I think this is the battle of the future. And the good part is, we're an innovation nation. We have led since the 1960s, the computer age. We can't slow down. We can't let off the gas. Our future economy depends on us doing this right. And I think this is an area where we need to press forward, government and industry together, to make sure we do it right, but that we also maintain our economic advantage.
Yeah, and I think you mentioned Clausewitz earlier, just the evolution of warfare. We introduced the tank, and the answer to the tank was a tank. We introduced the airplane, the answer to fighting with airplanes was an airplane. Even the aircraft carriers ended up fighting aircraft carriers. And I think it's just, it makes absolute sense that we have to be able to fight in the cyber world. Secretary Chertoff.
So to that point, yes, but in warfare, it goes back to an earlier question about the integration of people and AI and how we balance those two systems, because it is, yes, both a tank, but we found that tank against tank was good on some classes, but an infantry group that could get in could hurt the tanks. So now you got combined arms warfare. And we found out that, we needed airplanes to help in the battlefield joint. And so the reality is, to defend cyber in the physical space, we're going to need machines and people to help defend it. And so it's actually that integration and that use of it that goes back to your earlier question. Does that make sense?
Absolutely. It's exactly right. So, Secretary Chertoff, your group does a lot of work in cyber for business, cybersecurity for business. Anything that you would add on to General Alexander's remarks there?
No, I mean, I think there has to be integration between government and the private sector, recognizing the government doesn't live on the networks that are operated by private business, for a very good reason. But what's happened more and more is the domain of conflict has become a domain that extends into the private sector. And we need to start to think about how the private sector prepares for that and how the government prepares for that, and even how the law prepares for that. I'll give you an example. When the Russians invaded Ukraine a year and a half ago, they actually did launch a cyber attack against the Ukrainian government. But the reason it didn't stop the government in its tracks is because previously Ukraine had moved its data, government data, into the cloud, being operated by Microsoft outside of its own borders. So that created a resiliency which allowed them to recover very quickly. And increasingly, as we use the private sector, you had SpaceX, Elon Musk has used the private sector for satellites, for intelligence collection, for artificial intelligence. Are our adversaries going to begin to view the private sector as combatants? And will the law change? And how do we then adjust to that, prepare for it, train for it, and also create resilience in the private sector? So what we're seeing is a blending of what I call domains of conflict to include many things that we used to view as, oh no, that's not warfare, that's the economy, or it's something else, or it's philosophy, or it's culture. Even in the area of disinformation, as I said earlier, you can't really understand the potency of this until you understand that it can be used to undermine trust and the ability to get unity of effort. Because if people don't believe in their leaders or they don't believe in the mission, their willingness to sacrifice will be much diminished. So to me, the most important thing is to take a strategic look across all the boundaries of conflict and rivalry, to work with the private and public sector in partnership, to recognize there are some areas where I would give the government, basically a monopoly on the use of force. But in many areas, the government's going to have to be more open to sharing its information and its intelligence with the private sector so that we can raise everybody's capabilities to defend themselves.
Absolutely. So you used again a word that we've been talking about over and over today, trust. Kim, you first brought it up. If we could go back to you here, how should AI in national security and defense be governed so that we have the appropriate guardrails in place to manage and protect it while not overly constraining its ability to be applied?
Yeah, first let me go back to the fundamental point that I think we're all making here, is that artificial intelligence and the advancements of these technologies is a fundamental aspect of every aspect of human life, including warfighting operations. And we need to be able to leverage AI to the maximum extent to achieve and maintain competitive advantage in all domains of operation and across the domains of operation, because they are so intertwined and interdependent, and particularly when we think about the dependency that every domain of operation has on cyber and the cyber domain. So AI is here to stay, and AI is definitely a capability that we want to be able to leverage. Doing so certainly requires us to do all the things that we've talked about, and I can't underemphasize the points that were made about the importance of the human system in the process and in the activity that we're talking about here. That the human system is highly influenced in terms of the human's interaction with the machine and the ability to maximize and optimize the interaction that humans have with the machine. So as we're developing these capabilities, really working through how humans will interact with the machine and how humans will respond to the outputs that the systems that are AI fed are going to give them is a key piece of it. And certainly from a governance standpoint, certain guardrails in terms of verification, validation, test, experimentation, and exercises, absolutely key, right? It's not just U.S., by the way, international cooperation and international exercises becomes critically important here. Thinking through from a strategic perspective, as Secretary Chertoff has said, in terms of how the AI will be employed and how it will be designed and developed from the early design phases all the way through operational employment, and being able to have certain steps in that process where you're interacting with the AI in a continuous manner is all going to be critical pieces of managing the risk associated with AI. You know, we have to take this back to the cybersecurity comments. Zero trust, and the whole philosophy and understanding that you just cannot trust any system or any data. You always have to have some method to verify. Is going to be a key factor and a key feature now of every aspect of employing these kinds of technologies. And so that needs to be a part of it, is how do we assure the authenticity and verify where this data is coming from, how this data was created, and recognize that, you know, the tampering could occur, that every system is at risk. So how do we manage that risk? Where do we see the risk? How do we manage the risk? Fortunately, we're maturing very quickly in our ability to develop some governance processes and some governance frameworks and some governance guidance. Again, coming out of the CISA, there's been some great guidance. NIST has developed a risk management framework for AI that was just released earlier this year. That is a great starting point. That's on the heels of last year, the DoD putting out a responsible AI pathway. They called it kind of an overarching document on what some of the key factors of building out a responsible, trustworthy set of AI is. So we're getting there, you know, and beginning to get some of the practice of how do you build and deploy and test and operate and maintain AI with humans in the loop in a very responsible and coordinated way. And the more skilled we become at this and the more practice we become at this, and we incorporate some of our other principles, again, zero trust, DevSecOps, rapid iterative deployment, this is going to allow us to operate with much more assurity and much greater acceleration in terms of our ability to deploy these capabilities to our maximum best use for delivering competitive advantage.
I'm going to pose this next question to Secretary Chertoff, but I'd be interested in hearing everyone's thoughts on this because this is for everybody, right? We have a U.S. national election nearing. Secretary Chertoff, what are your concerns about AI and how it may be used for good or ill in the upcoming election, and what U.S. citizens can do to protect themselves and our institutions of democracy should AI be sort of inappropriately brought into the election process?
Well, I am concerned about the number of aspects of AI being used, particularly by our adversaries, to distort and manipulate the process. One element of AI, of course, is the development of algorithms that use large amounts of data to target individual people with particular messages and that will resonate with them in a way that's very emotional. This goes back to the Cambridge Analytica scandal of about 7 years ago, where all the data that is scraped off the internet allows the AI to develop a picture of what you individually are most emotional about, worried about, or entranced by, and then to send you crafted messages, either supporting or usually attacking a candidate, or otherwise misleading you about the election process, or even trust in the election itself, in order to get you to focus on those messages and go down the rabbit hole deeper and deeper. And then ultimately, your trust is eroded because your vision of the world is encapsulated by this picture that you have been drawn into, using your own data to hoist you on the petard. So that's one set of issues. So bottom line is, so a second set of issues is deep fakes, video simulations that might show a candidate doing and saying things that are horrible and that are completely made up. And then that again can be used by a campaign to attack an adversary. So how do people prepare themselves for this? Well, I think the bottom line is awareness and education. We need to explain to people that the fact that something is coming to you on your social media as you might like this may very well be a calculated effort to influence you. Likewise, with respect to deep fakes or audios, you ought to look for some validation to show that this is the genuine article. And for example, watermarking is the idea that videos or audios that are generated in their true form have some kind of encrypted badge or encrypted indication, such that if it doesn't have that, it suggests that you're dealing with something that is fabricated rather than real. So we have to have an awareness of this. We need to educate people about it. And finally, the social media platforms have an obligation to label what they can find out is artificially generated media, like video and audio. Again, not to interfere with freedom of speech. People have a right even to put out fake images. But what we need to do is say, by the way, people, this is a fake image. And that, I think, is not a First Amendment violation. And it's part of the fundamental responsibility of these individual platforms.
Yeah, I think deep fakes are something we are clearly not paying enough attention to. At South by Southwest last year, there was a presentation on deep fakes, and it blew me away as to just how accurate and realistic they can all be today. Any other thoughts on the upcoming election from anyone else on the panel?
Yeah, I agree with Secretary Chertoff. I would add to it that one of the things that Russia has done is try to get two groups to argue against each other as the elections go up. So if you think about things in the South, I can use a case in point what they did in Ukraine. They told the Russian Ukrainian people that ethnic Ukrainian had bayoneted a 3-year-old boy and put his body in the front lawn of the parents. Absolutely fake. When you go to the house and the address, they said it wasn't ethnic Russians that lived there. Everything was fake, but they made this sound real and got the ethnic Russians in a huge uproar until that was solved. They've done things in our election as well, stimulating anger amongst our population against groups. That really impacts the election. So I think AI will only make that worse. And I think this is something we're going to see in the 2024 elections, as the Secretary said.
Okay, let's wrap this up with a final question. We'll do this sort of like a rapid fire quick answer because we are at the end of our time here. So for each of you, and General Kreider, I'll ask you to lead off and get it going. When we think about AI from a joint all-domain warfighting or homeland security perspective, so what excites you the most and what worries you the most? Sort of rapid fire. What excites you the most? What worries you the most?
What excites me the most is the opportunity that we have to really bring all of our capability to bear across every single domain in a more coordinated and optimal manner, in a way we've never been able to do before. AI can certainly help us do that. I think what worries me the most is that we won't actually take the action that we need to take to get after it. You know, we're in an urgent fight right now. China is heavily investing in AI and other technologies. And if we don't keep after this and take advantage of what the technologies can bring us, bearing in mind all of the challenges and concerns that we raised today, we will slip behind. So we have got to take advantage of it. We've got to optimize what we can do with it.
Thank you. Secretary Chertoff.
Well, I think, again, what excites me is the possibility of integrating huge amounts of data in a way that allows us to look across all the domains, to be strategic, to understand the collateral impact of what we're doing so that we can intelligently and wisely deploy our resources and capabilities to defend ourselves. What worries me is that we will cede too much to artificial intelligence, and we will begin to overlook the fact that while intelligence and analysis is one thing, judgment and ethics is something else. And we need to make sure, again, that a human being is supervising and in the loop if we're going to take consequential decisions based upon artificial intelligence.
And General Alexander.
I'm excited about what this could mean for the medical community, for our environment, for a whole host of areas where we have huge problems that heretofore we've not been able to solve. AI can really help us in these areas. What I'm worried about is not only what we talked about, disinformation, the elections and what can go on there, but the use of AI in warfare. And are we as a nation ready to step up and train our military and how to combat such an activity? I think that's the future that worries me the most.
Well, thank you. I'm going to throw my own here at the end, my own 2 cents here. I think what excites me the most is, and General Alexander, you touched on it, medical. I have a son-in-law who's a surgeon who is over the top excited about having an AI surgeon in the operating room with him to help him make the right decisions and treat that patient better. I'm excited about how this makes humans even better at being humans. What worries me is the general population, the education that we need to do to make sure that everybody really understands what's at hand, because you can either embrace it without enough trust, as we've talked about today, or put too many restrictions around it, and we kind of keep it from reaching our fullest potential. So thank you all so much for joining us on this panel, and to everybody that tuned in today. We hope that this was an enlightening conversation, an enlightening discussion. And we're going to throw this back to David and the America Future series to continue in the program today.
Hello again. Hey, Bob, I want to say thank you and the entire crew that had this fascinating discussion on AI. I don't think there's a more important or more timely topic that we can discuss right now. And we had 4 brilliant people discussing it. So I want to thank each and every one of you, General Alexander, Secretary Chertoff, Major General Kim Kreider. You guys are national treasures. Appreciate you. We are going to take a little quick break, and then we're going to start our next conversation. We'll tee that up, and we'll be back in about 2 minutes.
Today's world is driven by access to technology and information. We rely on it for everything, from doctor visits and education to military operations and emergency services. Connectivity sits at the heart of it all. But a large amount of the global population remains unconnected, putting them at major economic and social disadvantage. Comtech has made it our mission to solve the toughest technology and networking challenges in the world, democratizing access to smart connectivity, delivering meaningful insights, and empowering a truly connected planet. With more than 50 years of proven technology leadership across global satellite, space, terrestrial, and wireless markets, Comtech enables ubiquitous, smart-enabled connectivity anywhere, anytime. creating new opportunities for industries, businesses, communities, governments, and individuals. Leading the effort to revolutionize satellite and space connectivity, Comtech connects global communities through integrated software-defined satellite communications technologies, virtualized multi-orbit solutions, and multimodality services. We also have our feet on the ground as one of the most trusted terrestrial and wireless technology providers in the market, delivering precise location-based services and next-generation 911 solutions with cloud-native networking capabilities. Comtech is leading the convergence of satellite, space, terrestrial, and cellular technologies to enable unified hybrid network infrastructures based on open standards and delivered through the cloud to connect the unconnected, bridge the digital divide, and deliver access to the latest services, technologies, and insights when and where they matter most. Comtech allows individuals to thrive, businesses to get work done anywhere, anytime, entrepreneurs to take advantage of new market opportunities, government agencies to provide essential technology-driven services to citizens, and first responders to anticipate, coordinate, and respond faster to emergencies. Smart-enabled, insightful connectivity from Comtech helps you enhance productivity and collaboration, optimize operations and create new ecosystems, visualize the supply chain, improve customer experience, and open the door to new possibilities. Fulfilling humanity's destiny requires seamless, smart-enabled connectivity. Only Comtech has the experience, innovation, and vision to build connections around the world that set ideas free. Learn more at comtech.com.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Cyberland Air, Sea, and Space Summit. Here at America's Future Series, we're honored that you're joining us. We've had a really great day so far. We have a lot of great programming coming. And in particular, we have a great conversation about robust and secure 5G ecosystems, resilient supply chain, led by Bung Gumahed, our great friend, and an extraordinary panel. I hope you enjoy this conversation. I want to thank Mong and the others for their patience, et cetera. We had some technical issues, et cetera. I'm glad that they're here with us, and we look forward to your conversation. Take it away.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the next panel. I'm Bong Gumahad, and will be the moderator for this panel on robust and secure 5G ecosystem, looking at specifically a resilient supply chain. I'm really pleased to be part of this America Future Series involved in this panel, and I'm really pleased to be joined by a distinguished group of individuals with experience in the Department of Defense, the Department of Commerce, as well as the private sector. I have personally worked with all of you in the past, and I am so honored that you have agreed to join me on this panel to discuss this very important topic with implications to both our national security and our economic prosperity. So with that, let me introduce the panel this morning, and I'll start first with Dwayne Florenzi. Dwayne is a senior executive with the Air Force Office of Commercial and Economic Analysis, where they conduct in-depth assessments and analysis to identify and assess geostrategic risks that challenge U.S. Department of Defense equities. Dwayne has had leadership roles in the industry in the past as well, specifically Cisco and GE. He has been a diplomat stationed in the Indo-PACOM region, supporting Air Force and DoD missions. And Dwayne has participated in panels with me before, so I know he's a good go-to guy for this kind of thing. So thank you, Dwayne.
Thank you.
Next, we have Amanda Tobin. Amanda, I have known during my days at OSD. She is currently the director of the $1.5 billion Public Wireless Supply Chain Innovation Fund, executed by the National Telecommunications and Information Administration, NTIA, out of the Department of Commerce. As I mentioned, Amanda was at OSD at one time. She was formerly the principal director for 5G in the Research and Engineering Office at OSD. She was the director of the 5G Transition Office and the lead for the congressionally mandated 5G cross-functional team, a CFT. Thanks, Amanda. Next is Chris McKenzie. Dr. McKenzie recently retired from OSD as well, where she was the senior technology advisor for the Undersecretary of Defense for Acquisition and Sustainment. She also served as the Chief Technology Officer for the Office of Industrial Base Policy, where she provided critical direction and guidance to strengthen the supply chain for critical defense technology areas, such as missiles and ammunitions, microelectronics, hypersonics, everything to do with a weapon system. Chris had a great handle on. Next, I'm pleased to have Anirban Chakraborty, who is the Chief Technology Officer for Comtech. Within Comtech, Anirban previously was the Senior VP for Strategy and Business Development for Comtech's Trusted Location Service, and was or still is instrumental in the company's 5G and public safety strategies, including implementation of NextG 911 into a number of states across the United States. And last but not least is my good friend, Lance Spencer, who is the Client Executive Vice President for AT&T, and by the way, a retired Air Force Colonel. At AT&T, Lance leads their business for the Air Force, Space Force, OSD, the combatant commands, and the agencies. Lance has also been in panels with me in the past, so I know he has opinions and really an exceptional perspective to share with us this morning. Again, welcome all, and thank you for participating. I know we have a lot to unpack with this topic in a short amount of time, and there's been significant attention on this topic, certainly within the Department of Defense, and now it's a priority with the current administration, with actions taken by Amanda's team over at NTIA in executing the Innovation Fund as part of the CHIPS and Science Act of 2022. But let me start, though, with a discussion on the progress within DoD in implementing 5G. Recently, OSD announced that the CIO within DoD is taking over as the 5G implementation lead for DoD, and even looking to expand the pilots to more bases. And I'm aware of the continuing push from the Pentagon leadership, notably the Deputy SecDef, for accelerating enabling capabilities and technologies to the hands of the warfighters. And I know over the past several years, with Amanda's leadership, while she was OSD, DoD has funded several capability demos at 12 military bases on the potential use of 5G with, I think, good success overall. So the first question, and I think I'll start with you, Lance, given your industry perspective, and since I know that your company has been very involved in executing a number of the pilots in this regard, what is your view of where 5G implementation is across DoD today? Are we on a good path?
Hey, thanks, Bob. It's great to be on the panel with everybody. Good seeing all your faces again. So I'll talk to this from a couple different perspectives. First of all, the research and engineering, and Amanda, of course, was the leader over there pulling this together for a while, did a great job getting DoD on the field, engaging, coming up with DoD use cases, engaging with industry, bringing the private sector together, and getting important dialogues and proofs of concept and prototypes going. That's fantastic. I think the way it's truly operationalized now in DoD is the move that's about to happen that you mentioned, which is getting it to the CIO and getting it into those lanes where the departments and the major commands and others and agencies can start really moving out crisply, and working with A&S as well, who's been involved, as you know, over the years. The Tranche 1 prototypes you mentioned that kicked off years ago was a great start. Putting $600 million behind DoD use cases, and as you know, AT&T was a major participant, like you said, in several of those proofs of concept, has been a real jump starter to the conversation and to learning by doing. And so I think that's really important. One perspective I've got is that DoD can't afford to build and deliver 5G itself. You have to rely on the investment of companies like AT&T to provide that foundation for 5G. We spent hundreds of billions with a B dollars on building out 5G and capabilities, and that's just AT&T. There's others out there that are spending similarly. So leveraging that and harnessing that, and then how do we bring those DoD use cases to bear to solve DoD problems and provide capability and put it in the military's hands, I think is really critical. One area I think needs a lot of work, though, and this was in the NDAA last year, which is how do we accelerate 5G coverage builds on the military bases? I know many realize that is going to be a commercial infrastructure build. A company like AT&T, hopefully several companies like AT&T come to each individual military base and build out. We've built out at plenty. Others in our industry have built out at plenty, but it's not enough. It's not even close to enough. And, I talked about hundreds of billions of dollars in investments. I will say that, how many aircraft carriers is a DoD not going to buy if they intend to build that infrastructure themselves? That's the kind of money that's on the table that the private companies will bring. And then DoD can build private cellular networks, applications, and all kinds of other things that go on top of that. So there's definitely a DoD role to invest and bring capability as well. But ideally, you've got more than one of us. So we're competing at each military location. Ideally, you've got all of us. And we're providing those capabilities that not only support the base, but support outside the base. Because, the base is where they live. It's where their offices are. It's where they train. The operations happen outside the base in most cases. And that's where the commercial infrastructure is that we work with and deliver globally. One final thought, and that has to do with standards. I've been encouraged to see DoD get very actively involved in standards. DoD tends to invent its own standards sometimes. This is an area that it would really be harmful with DoD to build its own standards. Participating in the standards forums that DoD has gotten involved in, I think is critical, because there are DoD and military needs that need to be addressed in the standards. And so getting that voice in there, we try to represent it when we're there ourselves, but it's much better coming directly from DoD. So there's just a few thoughts on that.
Thanks, Lance. I know I've heard you kind of promote the same ideas you've talked about, especially with implementation inside military bases. And I thank you for your perspective. A number of these demos are focused on let me call it support. It's still very important functions, right? Like smart logistics, warehousing, and all that. But from my point of view, 5G has a lot more potential, especially in implementing the Internet of Things at scale. And I really see the potential for using 5G as an enabler to realize the JADC2 vision of the department, the Joint All Domain Command Control. Next question I have is 5G the way, or one of the ways to achieve this JADC2 vision? And I think I'll ask Chris, having just come from the Pentagon there, and I know the focus around JADC2, do you see 5G as one of the critical areas to enable that vision to actually be realized?
Yes, thanks, Bong, and I appreciate the opportunity to be on the panel today. Yeah, absolutely. I think it is going to be a key critical enabler for the JADC2 vision. The communication piece of that is really key, and 5G is going to afford us, if we do it right, is going to afford us, the opportunity to use this advanced technology in a way that's going to support the warfighter in the kinds of conflicts that we're, looking at potentially having to address. So yeah, I totally agree that 5G is going to be one of those key enablers.
All right. Thank you, Chris. Dwayne, do you have anything to add to that? I know you look at different technologies, but from an Air Force OCA perspective, is this an area right for the taking, if you will, from realizing the vision of JADC2?
Yes, great. Thank you, Bong. Yes, I believe strongly that 5G needs to be incorporated into the architecture, the design, the testing, the exercises, and the implementation related to combined, joint all-domain command and control. And I think you can see there's a commonality of the goals between JADC2 and what 5G is doing in terms of, even being 5G is flexible, customizable, it's standards-based, it's globally adapted. It has high reliability and also just extreme, scalability.
Mm-hmm.
And then it's designed for the data and information control and in a whole variety of environments. So I think where it has a real big position then is in supporting the reliability and so it's not necessarily going to replace other communications networks,
right,
but it's going to be an excellent complement.
Right. Thank you, Dwayne. Given the flexibility and kind of the way 5G enables systems to be dynamic, there are some concerns though over the security of a network, especially with close networks and significant equipment being produced outside the United States. So let me pose this next question to Anirban. Anirban, being one who's championed open, RAN, radio access network technologies in the past and currently, what strategies would you recommend we adopt to balance the need for technological advancement provided by 5G with the imperative to protect sensitive defense information?
Yeah, Bong, thank you. First of all, I do want to thank you for the opportunity. This is a great topic to have a discussion. And to answer your question, I would like to take segues from both Chris and Dwayne from the previous question you asked about applicability of 5G around JADC2. I think there are various ways to look at it. Obviously, 5G presents itself as a network which is not necessarily a step change from the previous generation. It's actually a new stuff. I would call it a new stuff that we are all trying to learn and embrace. But the most important thing, if I go back and take a segue from JADC2, essentially, what do we want JADC2 to accomplish? Jobs to be done is essentially transfer of data without having any problems in terms of interoperability. In a layman's language, that should happen across all domains. And I think the first step that 5G brings in is obviously the flexibility, scalability, but actually the interoperability. So for us to communicate freely, we first have to accept the fact that, hey, we are stepping into a region here which encourages standardization. That's number one. And the flip side of that argument could be that, okay, what does that mean from a security perspective? And that certainly remains to be seen. But if we do not get out and say that, okay, hey, I am going for a standardized, I'm going for an openness. I would like to take the example what DoD did, I think in 2021, they talked about this program called Ops 5G. In which DoD said that we will partner with Linux Foundation to constantly promote the adoption of open standards. Mm-hmm. So this is mighty important. And to your point, Bong, it's not just the radio interface. It is not just our ability to architect a core network. It is also about bringing in this end devices, which we call Internet of Things or IoT. But what about edge? Because unless we see the convergence of IoT and edge, I do not see that how this vision of, let's say, the JADC2 can be accomplished at the end of the day. So yes, openness is very, very important. We see Open RAN being promoted. Again, you mentioned the reference of NTIA. We see the CHIPS Act coming across in front of us. Openness is going to be there, but at the same time, it's going to create this huge question of, okay, if all of these things are going to be resident on quote unquote a cloud, what cloud, whose cloud, and is this cloud a sovereign cloud, or is it a public cloud / a government cloud of some sort? So these questions seem very, very important. And at the end of the day, it is not just putting a network function into a cloud, but it is also the ability to orchestrate in a fashion that nobody can hack it. Because if we are unable to orchestrate a service from an end-to-end perspective, then the whole paradigm falls apart. Right. And I know that was a mouthful of an answer, but that's how I look at it, Bob.
That's excellent, Bob. Thank you for that. And that really this whole question around security really brings us to the next topic of the supply chain feeding.
Hey, Bob, sorry to jump in, but do you mind if I add a perspective on that?
Oh, please, Lance. Yeah, sure thing.
Yeah. Sorry to jump in on you, but I think it's a really important topic. And what Anirban talked about, I think was really important. When I look at the broader portfolio from where I sit with AT&T now, you mentioned I'm a retired colonel. I've been at J6. I've been an Aerospace Expeditionary Group Commander. So I know a lot about DoD information and warfighting. And I often get told DoD information is different because lives are at the line. And so I speak from the perspective of mine was out there as well as my units and my organization. So I understand that topic really well. But I think it starts with protecting information. And the nation's information rides on commercial infrastructure. There's a lot of misunderstandings that commercial is the internet. Commercial infrastructure is a missing network. It's what supports the businesses and the hospitals, yep, and the everyday, performance of our country. And it protects against nation state and all other kinds of espionage. So when I think about protecting information, yes, defense information requires special protection. And when you think about classifications, especially, I'm a big believer that ought to happen at the data level. We need to think about the cloud, like Anirban talked about, and where is it at rest as well as where is it in transit. But protecting that information, I think, needs to start with a full understanding of what commercial solutions bring. And I think there's a big gap in that understanding. And there's often test feeding of DoD information different, and it is. I'm not denying that.
Yeah.
But the way you protect it can be done by a large part with commercial solutions. So that's an area that I don't think DoD needs to go out and reinvent something from scratch. They really need to look at what already exists and then build off that as needed.
Yeah, and Lance, those are great recommendations. I'd kind of like to pivot now to, it's related, right? Talking about security of information really begins with making sure that the supply chain that feeds it is secure as well. And there's been, significant concern over our heavy reliance on some of these critical technologies from foreign sources. We're aware of the major production of semiconductors being conducted outside the United States, as an example. And I think similarly, U.S. providers rely heavily on foreign products for their networks, and luckily the CHIPS and Science Act of 22 included the Public Wireless Supply Chain Innovation Fund, which Amanda leads, supporting the development of open and interoperable wireless networks, like as we discussed before. And I'll post the question next year to Amanda, being that you're sitting where you sit now, Amanda. In your view, what steps are we taking to ensure a resilient and secure domestic supply chain for some of these critical infrastructure components?
Yeah. Well, thank you, Bong, very much. I'm honored to be here today and see all of you again as well. So from my perspective over at NTIA, I'm executing the Innovation Fund, which is a $1.5 billion fund that was established under the CHIPS and Science Act. And what we're mandated to do is to promote the development, promote the acceleration of open and interoperable networks, to look at things like interoperability, to look at network virtualization. And a lot of the CHIPS Act, or the instantiation of the Innovation Fund, was really driven by, I think, the realization that the U.S. is fully reliant on really three sources of telecommunications hardware, right? We have Nokia, Ericsson, or Samsung to choose from, and very little supply chain diversity, which means you're highly reliant and very little resiliency in that ecosystem. So one way to counter that is through increasing your supply chain, increasing the potential vendor pools that could provide solutions or provide hardware components to make up that telecommunications infrastructure. I think what's at the heart of my task right now is to really try to invigorate that ecosystem, to try and help some of those up and coming companies demonstrate that their capabilities, that their innovations really can meet the needs of the customers. And when I say customers in this case, I'm referring to C.L.A.S.S, right? And the other big two out there. So how do we convince them that the open and interoperable networks really are going to meet the performance needs that they have, meet the cost needs that they have, and maybe hopefully one day be cost competitive, right? So the thought would be that if you have a more diverse supply chain, it should drive down cost, all while making our ecosystem more resilient and I think ultimately more secure, right? So the idea that we potentially have U.S. providers of this ecosystem, inherently more secure ecosystem, we would be enabling. So I think as I'm looking at how we can issue the grants and how we can apply this funding, really focusing on building out this ecosystem, building a supply chain that's diverse, and focusing on some of those hard problems that are going to get the customers and get the commercial networks to a place where they can start actually integrating these capabilities into their networks.
Right.
Is a big part of my focus.
Right. No, thank you, Amanda, for that. And Chris, let me ask you, you've been a proponent of a strong supply chain at OSD for the years I've known you. Your views? Chris?
Yeah, thank you, Bong. Sorry, getting off mute there. Amanda did a great job summarizing a lot of the, supply chain issues that we have with various hardware components, et cetera. I'll just say that I want to drill down a little bit more on the microelectronics piece, maybe, because
sure,
it's really been in everyone's forefront of mind, especially the public, which generally doesn't track supply chain issues, but suddenly became aware of supply chain fragility when they couldn't get a car or couldn't get their car repaired. So, the general public is now much more aware that supply chain is something important and that we do have issues. As you mentioned, the U.S. still leads in microelectronics R&D, but most of the manufacturing, assembly, packaging, and testing occurs overseas. And so reliance on foreign providers provide a risk to the Department of Defense and others, mostly because it's in an unstable part of the world. Right now, unfortunately, we've already seen supply chain disruptions. A lot of the gases and solvents used to produce microelectronics were procured from Russia and the Ukraine. And so, that's become an issue. China recently embargoed gallium and germanium that are used in semiconductor production as well. So we, have a fragile supply chain already, and it's just getting more so. There's also quality and integrity issues that plague this particular sector because we don't have the oversight and don't have U.S. production for these components. We risk things like insertion of malicious features during design, alteration of system behavior through illicit access points, extraction of sensitive and secretive information, stolen intellectual property, counterfeit parts, modifications, to insert hidden functionality. So again, there's just all kinds of risks that are happening in this particular sector. But the good news is, as you and Amanda have pointed out, that the CHIPS and Science Act is trying to really solve a lot of these issues, or at least start to solve a lot of these issues. That even though $52.7 billion sounds like a lot of money, it's really not when you're trying to solve this big of a problem. So there's money for fabrication, there's money for R&D and workforce development, but interestingly, there is specific action in the CHIPS and Science Act that goes towards 5G. This will all partially reduce risk for DoD systems. It's not really enough to fully fund all the necessary capability that we're going to need. And then we need incentives to drive demand back to U.S. suppliers, because there's a reason why the supply chain went overseas in the first place, and we need to solve that problem. And DoD is not a driver in this sector. We are a very small percentage, 1 to 2%. So we need to partner with other interagencies and the commercial industry to make sure that this is going to sustain the capability once we've invested in it.
Well said, Chris. Thanks for that. I do recall some of the battles we had with semiconductors early on. I'm glad to see that progress is being made. Let me ask a question of somebody.
Yeah, this is Anirban. I just wanted to echo something here, if you permit me for 10 seconds.
Sure.
I wanted to extrapolate what Amanda said, and then and Chris mentioned that also. I think the question pertains to supply chain, and obviously all the above mentioned points are exceptionally valid. One of the things I also believe that this drives value is the speed of innovation. As much as we create this open, interoperable supply chain of an ecosystem of open vendors, it definitely drives innovation faster, because with all of this disintegrated or disaggregated components, as the way NTIA is envisaging this initiative, I think it encourages people to come out and create newer products at a much faster pace, which again goes back to the fact that how does it help a DoD, or let's say in general the government.
Yeah. No, thanks, Senator, for that. It's probably, despite the fact that we have all these initiatives going, it's still going to probably take a bit of time to really stand up a strong domestic supply chain for some of these critical things. So next question I'll ask along those lines is, Dwayne, again, putting in your OCI hat and the fact that you guys are looking at geostrategic threats from that standpoint. And I'm wondering, from the source of the origin of the threat being out there outside the United States, what options do you think we have to counter some of these challenges that we're faced from a security standpoint?
Right. No, that's good. So 5G is much more than just the core network. It's all the advanced technologies that are going to ride on top of it. Drones, autonomous vehicles, augmented reality, virtual reality, robotics. This is where the area that's going to have the real innovation as well as the margins for the business. That's where it's really have an impact even on our economy as a country. So one of those areas, so I think the key thing is to understand where alternatives are being cut off. And what I mean by that is, like, for instance, drones. Even back to 2016, Chinese company DJI had 75% of the U.S. market share. And it was very hard at that time. Other companies were going out of business and they were consolidating. And so when a company gets so dominant like that, it's very hard for another company to come in and try to compete, because the dominant company has the scale, so they're going to always have the cost benefit. And then because of the embedded base, they're also going to have the know-how of terms of what features are going to be required. And so they're going to get ahead on the features. So a new company is going to have disadvantages in in both of those areas, and it's going to be a challenge. DoD did recognize that, and the Defense Innovation Unit, DIU, set up the Blue UAS program, where they now have 16 products that have been tested and qualified and now are able to be purchased by government entities. And so that's a good start. At that point, then we need to really get the scale behind that, have our allies and partners team up, other government agencies as much as possible, right, and to try to support the alternative companies so that they can actually compete and become a relevant player. But the point that I really want to make is we need to be looking carefully about other areas like that, where it's becoming a one-horse show, where we're in danger. And the one that I think is being overlooked right now is the Internet of Things device modules. And so I think that's one where already China has over 60% market share, and one where we have to come up and support alternatives.
Yeah, thanks, Wayne. And pulling that thread a little bit, when we talked about the innovation fund, Amanda, kind of as way to foster, maybe getting domestic companies incentivized to start producing some of these essential technologies. We also talked about, I think Chris said it, that $1.5 billion seems a lot of money, but in reality, rather small when you consider other things. Amanda, for what you've done to date with the Innovation Fund, I know you recently, I think, awarded grants to a number of companies. Are we about the right pace of getting a lot of these smaller companies, maybe not well known, into the mix of things to start helping us with producing things more domestically here in the United States and really reduce the threat posed by from a security standpoint, from foreign sources?
Yeah, so thanks, Bob. So with the Innovation Fund, the congressional mandate says it's 10 years, but I think if we take 10 years to achieve our goal, we will have not done our job, right? So the faster I can move, the better. And I'm trying to move as quickly as I possibly can. What we put out first, I think, is really sort of I've described it as a foundation, and it's a foundation for I think the Open RAN ecosystem can leverage as a tool and a resource moving forward. So what was initially put out was a call for test and evaluation laboratories, as well as the development of test and evaluation methodologies to evaluate how these new components, so breaking apart the stack, you've got the RU, the DU, and the CU, and how do each of those components operate? How do they interoperate? What are their security features look like? How do they perform in terms of automation, reliability? Are they energy efficient? So really, I see that sort of as the fundamental foundation for the entire program. So the idea was to put out initial grants. The first couple we awarded are largely to academic institutions and one company, but we will have more coming, right? And the idea was to have these grants up and running. They likely will be sort of longer term, so potentially some will run about 5 years. And the hope would be that they're set up, they're operating, they've got their laboratories, they have options for sort of virtualized access to the test beds. So folks that maybe have softwareized solutions, they're able to remote into the network to validate performance at some of the test beds that we're going to be awarding. So I see that as step one, and I'm hopeful we're making announcements pretty soon about what sort of what the larger awards will be. But then my hope is to hit the ground running as fast as possible. I spent 10, 15 years doing counterterrorism R&D for the special forces. So it was fast and we got to move. So I am of that mindset, but with government programs, gotta check all the boxes before we get things out. So we are moving as quickly as we can. And I think we have an approach to try and help to prop up this ecosystem. But I think what others, Dwayne has mentioned and Chris has mentioned, the $1.5 billion is a lot, but in reality, it's not, right? We're going to be able to give maybe $50 million max to some companies. It will be a start. I think it'll be a Kickstarter in some cases, but the long-term sustainability and the ability for these companies to continue to innovate needs to be something the whole of government needs to be concerned about, right? We don't want % like we did, right? So how do we ensure that these companies that we're standing up are sustainable and actually can provide the equipment and scale into the future? And our investments are made wisely, and our dollars do actually go the distance when we're making these awards.
Yeah, that's an excellent point, Amanda. Thank you. Thank you for doing that.
Hey, Bob, can I make one
kickstart? Yeah, go ahead, Chris.
Additional comment. We talked about the interoperability piece of this, and that's all the ultimate goal here. But I couldn't not mention the fact that can potentially cause some additional supply chain issues, and maybe Dwayne will be able to add on to this. But interoperability requirements may limit companies' abilities to develop and deploy unique solutions, which really limits their potential profits. Obviously. Unique solutions is how they make their money. Also, compatibility may drive companies to the same sub-tier suppliers, which then can become bottlenecks and constraints. So we need to make sure we're looking far enough down into the supply chain to understand that and make sure we're not causing an inadvertent problem with what we're trying to do here. Thanks.
Yeah, good point, Chris. And I also want to pick up on what you said earlier about, at least for the semiconductor case, where the DoD is a minority user, if you will. Kind of similar thing with 5G and other technology areas. And kind of your view on how best we can leverage DoD, I should say, how best the DoD can leverage the work that's being conducted in the commercial sector, given that we're such a small player in the entire ecosystem.
Right. I mean, the department has been trying to move towards more commercial type solutions and less bespoke designs is what we call them. If a commercial card can suffice to meet requirements, then programs are being driven in that direction instead of trying to design new components and circuit boards that don't have commercial use and therefore are hard to sustain from a production standpoint because the demand is just not sufficient. So the department is really trying to move in that direction. It's never going to be able to move 100% in that direction because there are unique requirements for the department, like strategic rad-hard microelectronics for space applications and nuclear weapons. But those should be the exception and not the rule. And that's really, a direction that is being emphasized within the department and the programs.
Yeah, no, thanks for that, Chris. Fantastic. Let me talk about views around remaining challenges, if you will. Technology is moving fast, as we all know. People are looking at beyond 5G, right, with 6G or even next G. I think some have called it. Many envision, we talk about Internet of Things world in the next decade. Yet the government, specifically the DoD, is somewhat slow to adapt to the newest technology for many reasons. In some cases, our most advanced comm systems are still stuck with their 3G level service kind of thing, right? So I think I'll start with our industry partners, both C.L.A.S.S and Enerbon. What do you think? In a way, C.L.A.S.S kind of covered this early in the first question, but what do you think are the remaining challenges for implementing 5G at scale within the Department of Defense, and for that matter, the entire nation? And I'll start with you, Lance.
Yeah, thanks, Bob. I'll try not to repeat what I covered earlier, but I think I'll start with a very fundamental thing, which is building trust and building trust with the private sector. Believe it or not, we're all trying to get, in most, if not all cases, to the same destination. The private sector, we have a slogan at AT&T. Our first name's always been American, but today, us as AT&T. We've been around for 147 years. We've been supporting the military for more than a century. And a lot of things that are known as military solutions, we actually developed in the past. We'd like to do more of that going forward. So how do we build trust? And I think what DoD's been doing, first with R&E, but now, as it's moving to CIO and other engagements that Dwayne and others have been leading, Building that trust and that familiarity and that mutual understanding, I think is critical to getting there. We talked about trying to get to open. We started that journey a decade ago in our wired network, and we're almost totally there. Just get rid of TDM. But and it's just like the O-RAN Alliance and the Open RAN Policy Coalition. AT&T is a founding member. We're trying to bring our market position and weight to helping solve DoD problems as well as the nation's problems.
Yeah.
So I think that the more we can come together and collaborate, a key way to do that. I know we're going to talk maybe about public safety in a little bit, but FirstNet's a great example of public-private partnership. Multiples of those, perhaps. Kind of what Amanda's doing is a version of that. Not quite called that, but it has some of the similarities to that, where industry and the private sector can bring investment, and the government and DoD can bring investment, and then we go solve problems together. I think the more ways we find to do that, the better.
Thank you, Lance. Anna Bonnie, have any views on that?
Yeah, I think I will echo 100% to what Lance just outlined. I think at the core is basically coming out and embracing or even accepting that commercial technology providers indeed can become a part and parcel of the government journey in general. Part two is, I think, fostering this new era of ecosystem and partnership. I think we are all living in an era where we individually cannot accomplish everything that is possible. So I think these two, in my opinion, is very, very important. And yes, I mean, obviously with NTIA coming in, we do see a strong support from that perspective, that commercial players are indeed getting invited. Obviously, the adoption of open system, O-RAN Alliance, and other, as Lance pointed out, they will act definitely as a catalyst into this whole journey.
Yeah, no, I think the point about partnership is well said there, and thank you for that. And I know in many ways the commercial side would want to, I think they're configured to help the government as much as they can in implementing some of these technologies and services. The issue, of course, for the government is that there's not enough money to go around, if you will. So given that we live in a world where there's not a lot of money really to pass around to make things happen, from the government side, if I could ask kind of the government representatives of the panel, if you would, what are the remaining challenges you see for implementing 5G in its full glory? Chris, I'll start with you.
Yes, I think the biggest challenge is just like with many other sectors, we are not the driver in this technology. Although it is critical for some of the things that we want to move forward with, we are reliant on commercial to be able to execute, and we're kind of a follower in some of these areas. That's not to say that the department isn't doing a lot in this area, it is, but we're going to have to really stress the partnerships with the interagency and commercial industry in order to move this forward effectively, and to ensure that DoD's sometimes unique requirements are included in some of the efforts that are ongoing. Yeah. Things that work for commercial industry sometimes won't work for DoD for security reasons, specialized technology requirements. So we need to make sure that we're being open and honest about that up front, and that commercial industry understands that, and we're developing a solution that's going to be beneficial to all.
Excellent. Amanda, any thoughts?
Yeah, definitely. So while I was the director of the 5G CFT, we spent a lot of time talking to the commercial carriers about how the department can really make use of 5G. And talking through that, I think sort of this realization that what 5G right now is really just better Netflix, right? We're getting enhanced mobile broadband, but we're not really getting access to the ultra low latency, the massive machine type, the thousands of IoT devices. And how can the DoD sort of step into that, and how can my position now help sort of that commercial or that open access point be a stepping stone for the DoD. So through those relationships, I'm continuing to talk to the interagency to figure out how we can partner. So like with CIO at NTIA, where we're working with the industry partners to talk about things like interoperability and what does that really mean, and how can we define add on to what the ORAN Alliance says and build out specifications to work with our interagency partners and come in together sort of as a joint force. And if we're all in agreement, you know, that buying power gets a little bit greater, albeit not huge, but it definitely helps a little bit. And having our interagency partners build off what we could potentially start to set up at the commercial level, right? So the idea that a base is going to need sort of commercial and open cellular access for those folks living on the base, the kids that want to play YouTube on their phone, they have access to do that. And then the folks that are executing missions at other locations on the base might have a private network that allows them to do JADC2 like things, right? So you've got multiple sensors providing all sorts of different inputs and using that commercial network that might have some additional special features built into it, but sort of starting that foundation at the commercial level so that our interagency partners can build on sort of that additional layers of security as they need. So I'm hopeful that I can help a little bit at that commercial layer and continue to work with the interagency to build it so that it's sort of a modular approach.
Thank you, Amanda. And Dwayne, any thoughts on that?
Yes, so I think you hear a common theme here that teamwork is really going to be essential. And I think that 5G has actually done our country a favor by challenging our cultures and getting our different organizations and cultures to work together that weren't necessarily before. We've got the services working together. We're working together with industry. Even within industry, there's IT, information technology, OT, operational technology, and the defense industry. And those three did not interact with each other. Their cultures were different, their security systems are different, and we're seeing them coming together because of 5G. And then on top of that, you know, you've got all the government working together. I've been involved with the Federal Mobility Group, and we see all the different agencies really focusing on 5G. How do we adapt that into it, and how do we work together? Spectrum as well. And then one more as allies and partners. This is where we can really complement each other and push each other forward. So to me, I feel like this has been a great advantage, and obviously there's still hurdles to go, but we're moving in the right direction, and this has been a really great push for us.
Thank you, Dwayne. Yeah, I echo what you said. I heard partnership and leverage, basically leveraging kind of what the commercial guys are doing today, and making full use of that and implementing it across the government. Well, folks, I think we've come to the top of the hour here. I think we only have a couple of minutes left here, but I want to thank you for this excellent discussion, for sharing your views, your thoughts, and recommendations for moving this along. And at the end of the day, technology drives innovation, and I think 5G fits that category, helping not only national security, but as I mentioned earlier, really enhancing the U.S. economy. And I think with that, unless you have any parting thoughts or whatnot, I think that concludes our panel. Again, I just want to thank each and every one of you for taking the time this morning and participating in this important discussion around 5G.
Bong, thank you so much. Brilliant conversation about 5G. I want to thank you and all the super friends. That was a great crowd. Very, very interesting. And I want to thank each and every one of you guys for participating. We've got we're moving along on military time. We're on time. And I guess the military says if you're not a little early, you're late. So we're doing good on time, et cetera. I hope everyone's enjoying the broadcasts. If you'd like to be involved in the America's Future Series, please don't hesitate to reach out to me, David at America's Future Series. David at americasfutureseries.com is my email. But right now we have a very interesting video we'd like you to watch, a very interesting program. It's about 2 or 3 minutes, so I hope you'll enjoy that, and then we'll be right back.
The world today is on the brink of remarkable technological transformation. A new era of machine, human, and digital coexistence will bring forward new possibilities for businesses, governments, communities, and individuals across the globe. The rate of innovation is moving faster with each year that passes. This belief led to the creation of Evoke, Comtech's innovation foundry. Evoke creates new solutions that empower global communities by providing access to technologies others never imagined possible. Working across businesses with partners, suppliers, customers, and academia, our innovation foundry serves two vital purposes. First, Evoke is pioneering new technologies to disrupt existing markets and create future networks that are focused on better customer outcomes. Second, through our relentless innovation, Evoke is enhancing Comtech's existing offerings that will enable the transformation needed to usher in a new era of machine, human, and digital coexistence. Since the launch of Evoke, we have already forged strategic partnerships with market leaders, innovators, and technology disruptors that will help us push the boundaries of innovation and propel the world into a truly connected future. Together with our partners, we are anticipating the needs of customers and multiplying the value of our technologies to empower individuals, create value for our customers, and make the world a better place for all of us. Circle is combining their leading network technologies with Comtech's expertise in location-based services to deliver real-time analytics and intelligence at the edge of the IoT. Together, Comtech and Circle are delivering smart-enabled solutions to provide customers with extraordinary insights and new capabilities that can create substantial impact by exploiting the full power of IoT networks. C.L.A.S.S is integrating their industry-leading cloud-native supercomputer and data processing capabilities with Comtech's communications technologies to provide customers with powerful insights and services. Today, Comtech and C.L.A.S.S are infusing the power of artificial intelligence, machine learning, and monitoring insights to deliver real-time actionable intelligence of developing situations. Wishnish brings leading distributed ledger solutions to further enhance Comtech's technologies and improve secure information exchange and enhance privacy applications available across industries, institutions, governments, and developers. Together, Comtech and Wishnish are integrating highly secure, flexible distributed ledger technologies to build trust in a democratic fashion and drive automation from the outer boundaries to the very core of a business. Arna Network's leading zero-touch edge and 5G service orchestration and management, combined with Comtech's dynamic cloud platform, is opening the door to groundbreaking cloud-native network services. By integrating cloud-based network technologies, Comtech and Arna Networks enable customers to add and manage applications that can significantly improve business performance across public, private, and hybrid networks. But our partnerships don't stop there. We're also forging alliances with leading universities worldwide to ensure we empower future leaders who will build connections that set ideas free. As we innovate to deliver intent-based, insightful, on-demand technologies and services, Evoke will transform global technology landscapes to empower the world. Welcome to the new era of connectivity and collaboration. Welcome to Evoke.
Well, thank you everybody for watching that video. I hope you found it interesting. Comtech does amazing work. They are thought leaders. They are active in our community. They're trying to give back in every way they can. If you want to learn more about Comtech, please go to comtech.com. Go check out their website. We're going to take a little bit of a break, and then we'll come back with our next segment. We've got about 5 minutes. I want to thank you all for being with us today, and we look forward to you joining us in about 5 minutes.
Welcome back, everybody. We're happy to have you back with us. Greetings. My name is Craig Gottlieb. I lead strategy and consulting for Accenture's aerospace and defense practice here in North America. I'm joined here by Nicole Robinson, who is the Chief Growth Officer for Comtech. And we're going to be getting into a really interesting topic shortly about the merge of the commercialization and defense aspects of the space economy. And so in a moment, we'll be joined by the other panelists, and we look forward to the conversation ahead.
Yeah, thanks very much. Hi, pleasure to be here with you today. We have a dynamic discussion and truly impressive lineup of panelists here to discuss the commercialization and defense of space. A lot of changes over the past decade in particular in terms of, what are the roles that military SATCOM systems can and should play? What should commercial systems do and contribute to? Similar in the geointelligence, geospatial domain as well. And we'll even touch upon lunar capabilities today. So quick introduction of our panelists here. Immediately to my right is Dan Jablonski, who today is the president and CEO of Maxar. Maxar is a U.S. owned and operated company, a world leader in comprehensive Earth intelligence and space technology solutions. Under Dan's leadership, Maxar Technologies continues to grow its role as a trusted end-to-end partner to U.S. government and commercial industry, focused on expanding its civil and defense business and investing across Earth intelligence and space infrastructure to meet customers' critical mission needs. So glad that you're here, Dan.
Thanks. Good to be here.
To his right is Major General John Olson. To your left, General Olson is the mobilization assistant to the Chief of Space Operations at Space Force. He's the lead for JADC2 and ABMS. In this position, he assists the CSO with responsibility to organize, train, and equip space forces, develop and acquire military space systems, and conduct space operations to advance and protect U.S. and allied interests. Thanks so much for being here, General Olson.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be with you.
Absolutely. And beside General Olson is Dr. John Olanson. Dr. Olanson is the manager of NASA's Gateway program, leading a team of international and commercial partners in the design, development, delivery, and eventual operation of a space station in a unique lunar orbit. The Lunar Gateway is the cornerstone of NASA's Artemis program, architected to establish a sustained human presence in cislunar space, paving the way for human exploration to the moon, Mars, and beyond. Really happy to have you here, Dr. Olanson.
Great to be here. Thank you very much.
So on the subject of commercialization and defensive space,
quite keen to have each of our panelists here just share a minute or two based on their depth of experience, knowledge, and the responsibilities they have today, what it means to them. And then we'll go through a series of compelling questions and thought-provoking responses from each of our panelists. So let's start with you first, Dan.
Sure. Thanks. And I guess, Maxar's been at this for a while. And we have kind of a unique position as being about half and half commercial and government oriented, defense oriented. So we've been involved in everything from building the space infrastructure that exists for geocommunications, communication satellites, to working on the Artemis program with NASA, to now being part of the space building infrastructure for the Space Development Agency. Along the way, we've also built our own satellites, building our own satellites that do Earth observation missions. And we take that data and use it to serve customers like the National Reconnaissance Office, NGA, partners and allies for U.S. Governments around the world that do things with that data to help their own defense and intelligence missions. So really seeing a great renaissance in space. It's been really fun to see how the massive amounts of capital that are going into it to be able to build out the infrastructure, to build out the satellites, to build out the new missions that are taking place, both across commercial and defense. And I think we're continuing to see more and more of an intersection between what the governments can use that's already been commercially provided. So I'm looking forward to the discussion today.
Yeah, I love that you've said that. I mean, if you think about what's happened with satellite communications over the past decade, where we've really come to a place where there's a combined architectural view of MILSATCOM systems, COMSATCOM systems for that true resilient, redundant assurance of connectivity where and when you need it. Geospatial and GeoInt is quite similar, right? Where we're seeing there's a need to always have access to that critical intelligence where and when it's needed most. So viewing the entirety of MIL intelligence from Earth observation, constellations, and commercial, I think is particularly key. Thank you so much. Yes, General Olson.
Well, Nicole, I definitely agree with everything that Dan said, and I'd like to build on both his comments and your comments. We are truly at a historic time. It is the golden age of commercial space, and I think that brings together the convergence of technology and capital and capabilities, and I think that really spells an incredible opportunity, but also it's simultaneously the most congested and contested period in history for space. And as such, we have a return to great power competition for the domain and much more broadly. And so as we look at that, as we in the United States Space Force, as our guardians, are responsible with the newly defined mission of securing our nation's interests in, from, and to space, that really means creating a safe, stable, secure, and sustainable space domain environment. And that is certainly a team sport. It involves absolute critical partnerships with industry, as well as our international partners and allies. It also involves the interagency community, as well as the institutional and academia elements. So the collective convergence of all those, as we are shaped by this congested and contested domain, and return to great power competition to achieve our mission success, we really need to work much more closely and collaboratively and turn from aspirational to actionable elements. So as we approach our 4th birthday on the 20th of December, the United States Space Force was very much created as the first new service in 75 years, the first service born digital to fulfill that really important mission set for the nation, and serving not just our joint service and coalition partners and allies, but also the incredible ecosystem that we see in the space domain. So this is both for the benefit in space as well as terrestrial benefit, and so I look forward to talking about that much more fully.
Yeah, what a mission you have, coming into this 4th birthday that's coming up just in the next couple of months. And certainly space is congested, it's contested. And you had a senior official from Space Force recently remark in the press about commercial really should be included under this umbrella of what do we think about when we think about defending our space-based assets across both commercial and military. So really dynamic time for Space Force indeed. Thanks so much for that.
Yes.
Yes, and Dr. Olanson, please.
Yes, Nicole, thank you. And continuing to build on the conversation, the collaboration in commercial space, talking from the civil space side of things, where NASA, you go back to the when NASA was first formed, the act in 1958. Since that time, we have been working with commercial entities from our inception, right? Through all of the programs in NASA's history, there is definitely a commercial base. We do some activities in-house, but the build out of commercial activity is been part of NASA's charter from the beginning. And so you look at how those the capabilities have grown from a NASA perspective. We'll talk more about it as we go through this discussion, right? But you see how those capabilities have evolved to where we have a civil space low Earth orbit economy that is burgeoning today, similar to what was just talked about by Dan and General Olson, right? So that is happening on the civil space side as well, and they all interrelate in how we're progressing. Now you bring it to the Gateway program that I'm fortunate to work on with a great team, a great international team that we're doing there, and that's where we're taking that model and bringing it out into cislunar space, starting to build the lunar economy moving forward, right? Taking the lessons learned as we've built that out in LEO and move it into cislunar space. Gateway is the cornerstone of that Artemis program, as you mentioned up front, and Artemis is off and running, right? That's a part for the audience here to understand. We are moving out in all the different aspects of the Artemis program to return humans to the surface of the moon, to maintain a capability out in cislunar space and establish the blueprint really for how we will do space exploration beyond the moon, Mars, and beyond.
Fascinating. I mean, it's really exciting to think about a lot of the concepts that NASA has proven at LEO, where they're taking that far beyond now. I mean, even beyond lunar, as we'll get into in a bit with our panelists here, thinking about ways that different modalities, different orbits in space are actually coming together by way of a mesh network. NASA has a really compelling project right now called C.L.A.S.S, where they're actually taking geospatial or satellite imagery data, sending it from those LEO constellations over high throughput SATCOM constellations as a transport layer in space. So really tip of the spear when it comes to NASA's innovation that actually benefits commercial, government, defense, a variety of communities. So really great to see that. And speaking of innovation, our first question here then for each of you, and we'll go to General Olson first. It's clear we are in a new era for the industry today. Can you touch on some of the key innovations that you see playing a central role in the U.S. maintaining its leadership in the space domain?
Well, absolutely. And thank you very much for the question. As we look at the industry sector, I mentioned up front, it's absolutely a critical and interdependent relationship between the Space Force and industry. Certainly, as the smallest service with roughly 16,500 people total, it's absolutely important that we leverage these key partnerships to accomplish our mission. And so as we look at the industry elements, I'd like to just share a couple of very real current exemplars. And so our Space Development Agency, SDA, has since its inception been focused on much shorter, simpler, and capability delivery cycles that are really responsive to the speed of need. And so in just under just over two years, they've managed to in collaboration with traditional and non-traditional industry partners bring forth a couple of tranches of satellites that are part of this proliferated low Earth orbit set of constellations. These are focused on missile warning and missile tracking. We're also going to do space data transport, SDT, and so these are really important elements. And what you've seen is these are accomplishments done collaboratively between the government and industry via other transactional authority contracts. So leveraging the best and most innovative and quick contracting mechanisms to get capability into a much more resilient and robust space architecture. So that's one great example, and Dr. Derek Tournier and his team at SDA are really moving forward. When we talk about the other SDA, space domain awareness, some very near-term actionable results there have been through our space Delta 2, which is responsible for space domain awareness in its 15th and 19th Space Surveillance Squadrons. We've been working closely to develop, along with commercial industry partners, SDA capabilities in XGEO and cislunar. So I think this is very, very important as we look at the broader mission area of responsibility for the Space Force, extending from 100 kilometers above the surface of the Earth out into infinity. And as Buzz Lightyear would say, it's to infinity and beyond, because that, of course, is really expanding constantly as the cosmos is. So I think that's another great example of true partnership, where certainly we have recognized that NASA is as the U.S. federal government agency that's responsible for the lead exploration activities in and around the moon, certainly with the near rectilinear halo orbit and the exquisite orbits, whether it be the lunar surface or whether even extending out beyond. So we're working closely and collaboratively, following both civil and commercial space leads in that longer extended domain. But just like every point in history, you need to co-evolve the security and the protection posture, not as a bolt-on afterwards, but that's co-evolved as things go forward. But we're definitely closely partnered with both of the entities that these gentlemen represent. I think, I would add, most recently we've seen in the Ukraine, and sitting next to Dan, who represents the incredible team at Maxar, we have honestly seen a revolution in military affairs. We've seen a transformative, disruptive new paradigm in that commercial space has brought an incredible array of capabilities, whether they be communications, position, navigation, and timing, whether it be helping with intelligence, surveillance, reconnaissance, whether it be aiding and assisting with change detection, to a litany of activities. What we have seen with Maxar, Umbra, Capella, ICEYE, presenting not just electro-optic, but also synthetic aperture radar. These have been disruptive in helping in helping to deal with the challenges occurred with the Ukraine conflict. So another great example. And I would certainly be remiss if I didn't say, SpaceX with Starlink has done an extraordinary job there as well. And most recently in the tragic fires in Hawaii at Lahaina, we along with our industry partner SpaceX Starlink, we're able to set up Starlink terminals and provide real-time communications for emergency responders and displaced personnel there. So it's really a humanitarian driver that has been so helpful. So as we look at those, I think those are just 3 or 4 really important exemplars of how this critical tie with industry is a part of our paradigm. And it's not only going to be a continuing part, it's going to be an explosively growth-oriented area.
And we think about that, U.S. maintaining leadership in this particular domain. I mean, I think this is a really compelling set of speakers here. I mean, because you've got, the federal civilian, you've got the defense perspective, we've got the space segment perspective, of course, at Comtech, the ground systems integration, how does that come together? But you also mentioned a variety of domains. So how are we bringing together the terrestrial and the space-based domain? So if we think about the gentleman to your right there, Dr. Lanson, you think about SDA from cislunar and, the complexities that you're seeing. How do you feel about the key innovations that you're seeing playing a critical role in the U.S.?
So that's a great question. I actually would broaden it beyond just SDA, right? I think John did a great job laying out a lot of the work that's going on and the importance of that collaboration that exists between federal and commercial and international from that perspective as well. But from an innovation perspective, when we look at following on, again, what General Olson said about leading that civil space, leading that exploration, when we look at that, there are a lot of things that we need to develop in order to continue to expand that exploration capability. The whole point of the Artemis establishing the blueprint to move out beyond cislunar space establishes the capabilities that we actually need to live off of Earth. And those capabilities are far-reaching and broad. Communications and navigation is one piece. We'll touch more on that as we go today. But there are many other areas too that we need to look for innovations, that we're continuing to work with industry partners at different types of innovative activities or technologies that can help us. If you think about getting out to cislunar space itself, once you move out of LEO, just the energy requirements to move mass out into that space go up substantially. And then you're talking about going beyond the moon. So propulsion advancements, capabilities, right? That's a key area that we definitely want to look at. And from a gateway perspective, our initial launch, when we launch our first two elements, which include the power propulsion element that Maxar is providing and the habitation logistics outpost, the first habitat that is being provided by Northrop Grumman, those will launch together on a SpaceX Falcon Heavy. The propulsive element for that is a solar electric propulsion capability that Maxar is bringing to the table in conjunction with Aerojet. And that's gonna be what then propels that initial capability out into lunar orbit and then maintains that orbit for us for at least 15 years and beyond, demonstrating that highly efficient solar electric capability at a level that has never been flown before, right? At power levels that we just have not done. So advancing that type of technology, critical for what we need to do in the future, as an example. But you can kind of go across spacecraft and look at the things that we might need. Power generation, power distribution, power management at low mass ratios. How do we advance those capabilities? How do we build those capabilities out in cislunar space on the lunar surface when you might have a lot of shadow? We want to spend a lot of time on the South Pole, right? How do we generate the power systems we need? How do we deal with thermal environments? Those are all areas that we have to go pursue. There is a separate aspect that I do want to touch on. Autonomous operations is an area that we spend a lot of time talking about. We go to cislunar space. There's maybe not as much of a have to have for autonomy, but when you go beyond that, you're really talking about delays that especially for human spacecraft, you're going to need to have some autonomous capabilities for as you go beyond cislunar space. So we're building within Gateway, we're actually building in an autonomous capability to actually control the station when we're out there in the near rectilinear halo orbit that General Olson mentioned. So we have that we're actually doing in-house with support contractors, but we're going to create the technology that we then work with commercial entities to build on those capabilities. So that's kind of how we balance some of the commercial integration that we do across the NASA portfolio. There are also several, and I didn't mention the human element. I have to make sure I mention the human element, right? You have life support systems. We have people on board. So how you handle life support systems to have crew on board for extended periods of time where resupply isn't your answer. In low Earth orbit, resupply is relatively straightforward. Spaceflight is hard. I don't want to get out of it, right? There are difficulties associated with that, but you can get up to the International Space Station and back down, and we do that on a regular cadence for resupply. You go out on a Mars mission, and even you go cislunar, the resupply is much more difficult. And how do we deal with the human element and all of the life support systems that are required to keep humans alive? And then finally, right, I want to mention the mechanisms. NASA has many mechanisms associated with how you go about doing those things, from small business interactions, so SBIRs and STTRs to build, to bring small businesses in. We have a tipping point program that invests in technologies that are out there in development, whether it be on weld improvements, right? Or you go back to the life support system capabilities. All of those things are viable under tipping point. And then we have a number of collaborative agreements as well, where we provide facilities, access to facilities, where companies can come in and work with us on expanding their capabilities and use our state-of-the-art facilities to help them do that. So there's a variety of different mechanisms as well that we use to bring the commercial together into what we're trying to do to lead exploration out into deep space.
Yeah, that's incredibly compelling. I mean, in particular, that commercial component, and how do you continue to incentivize small business to lean in and innovate and really continue to think forward? You know, what's the next gen iteration? So we think about commercial and some of the changes at Maxar, even more recent weeks. You know, you're always evolving and finding a way to stay ahead of the curve. So would love, Dan, your feedback as well. What are the key innovative topics that you're seeing?
Yeah, sure. I think first, the one that I've been focusing on is just industrialization of space. We've gone from just experimentation or just military type use cases to massive industrialization of space. We've done that with, across the industry with different launch capabilities, the speed at which the types and numbers of constellations and assets are being deployed. And that's the kind of the leaping pad that we'll use for the eventual industrialization of lunar-based orbits and out into interplanetary type activities as well. So the way that the commercial industry has moved up a notch, I think, has been really, really exciting. The speed at which capabilities are coming online, the innovation cycles that are taking place to be able to develop that and to be able to support that infrastructure, I think has been really exciting. At I think very efficient cost points, and that's where we're seeing the interest and the capital flowing into the sector to be able to underwrite those kind of processes from a commercial basis. So I think that's been really exciting. The second is the speed at which things are moving, not just up into space now, but in which the data relays and the data movements are happening. The super data highways that are being built, the laser communications channels, the laser links, the way eventually I think we'll have not just an Earth-based cloud infrastructure and transoceanic cables, but we're going to have space-based cloud infrastructure as well, where we'll be having, the data movement, the data storage, the data generation happening in these multimodal domains. And that then changes the game in terms of what happens here on Earth and how fast it happens. You won't wait to say, oh, we've got a satellite pass in 3 days or 3 hours. You'll be talking about seconds and milliseconds for information transmitting about our planet. So the types of pollution monitoring we can do, methane detection monitoring of the environmental aspects, the types of assets that are being deployed and how fast they can move information around about conflict situations like Ukraine. What happens with that information when it moves to someplace, and then the types of digital simulation training and geopositioning environments that are starting to take place from those space-based assets as well. So it's all moving into these super data relay and cloud-enabled environments. Mm-hmm. And how then we use that information is like another leap in the speed at which we're able to do things. So I'm really excited about that. I think that we need to continue to innovate on the legal and the regulatory side so that we don't have just a Wild West atmosphere as we go out and industrialize space like this. But it's really exciting to see the leaps and the bounds and the changes that are being made there.
It really is. And I think, one of the things that you brought up about the operational environment, now speed is king. Speed is queen. Let's go with that. But it's regal, really, it's regal. Yeah. It's, having access to critical insight where and when needed most is critical. I mean, if there's a change detection, if there's intelligence about an object or an area of interest, having that intelligence in 2 days maybe is interesting. In 2 hours, now that's actionable. That's something you can do. These laser links, these, moving analytics capabilities, even on board space-based assets, that's a game changer in terms of speed. So really exciting.
Well, and I think even we're not even talking 2 hours anymore. From a satellite going overhead, we've been working with the 82nd Airborne and the folks down at Fort Bragg. I got to get the new name right, correct. But from a satellite going overhead to data being moved into ground systems to artificial intelligence being run over it for object detection identification, we're talking about sequencing down into tens of minutes. Sensor to shooter target solutions with intersatellite relay links. You get down into the 120 second type time zones, which is that's game changing for any environment, particularly if you're downlinking into theater and doing that kind of activity.
And if I could build on that, that's absolutely at the core of what we are envisioning for the Combined Joint All Domain Command and Control. That's really the ability to sense make sense, and act at the speed of need and relevance in a contested environment across all the domains. It's a really wicked hard problem, but at the core of that are two things. Space is such an enabler. It's the true conduit between all those domains and services across legacy to very modern systems and across our coalition partners and industry allies. So that's absolutely true. The second thing, which I'd love to underscore and highlight and foot stomp that Dan said, is it's really all about the data. And when we talk about data, of course, 80 to 85% of AI, ML, DL, or artificial intelligence, machine learning, and deep learning, it's all about the data formatting, the provenance, the integrity validation, the cleansing, getting everything set to crank. But we must have machine to machine speed to operate at the relevance that we need to. That involves aerial networks, that involves space edge node compute and mesh networks in space. It involves a broad systems of systems ecosystem. And when we look at that data, it's useless by itself till we turn it into understandable wisdom or knowledge or actionable information to drive decision advantage and information advantage. And that is what is going to separate the winners and the losers, the success or the non-success mission outcomes. And so this is the modern paradigm. And I think as we look at that, of course, the 21st century information age, and that is the convergence between space and air. So when we talk commercialization and defense of space, they're absolutely all about data at its core.
Yeah, I love that. And let's stay with you as well, because you mentioned the JADC2 program. So would love to get your perspective in terms of how is industry helping to contribute to that effort? And then we'll ask the same as well of Dr. Erlandson on Gateway. So if we could start with you.
Well, sure. I appreciate the question. I'm privileged and honored to be a part of a great team. We actually have operations and acquisition and technology deeply intertwined. The Secretary of Defense has laid out our Department of the Air Force Advanced Battle Management System, as well as what we call the C3BM, Command Control Communications Battle Management. That's an integrating PEO that's led by Brigadier General Luke Cropsey. And of course, his architecture and systems engineering lead is Dr. Brian Tipton. Along with, on the operations side, I'm the Space Force operations lead, and we have Brigadier General Dan Flack Clayton as the Air Force operations element. And so together we work collectively. That portfolio under this integrating PEO for acquisition, it's more than 55 programs and $21.5 billion. So this is truly a mega systems of systems effort. But as part of that acquisition, as part of that vigorous effort to move quickly and develop, instead of just PowerPoint slides and concepts, actionable, implementable elements that we can experiment with, prototype with, bring into the training and the tactics, techniques, and procedures environment to hone and evolve those all on our very fast cadence. We are working in earnest. And of course, at the core of that is industry. And so we have we've adopted an acquisition paradigm that onboards into an IDIQ contract, or indefinite delivery, indefinite quantity contract, where we can bring people. We have over 200 on board, and so for our digital infrastructure, consort, we have seven companies that were selected, pulling from a rich and diverse set of capabilities. So collaboratively, we can bring them together and execute very quickly. So that's just one exemplar of how we're driving in that. As part of our broader Space Force efforts, we're also trying to in order to bring a level of standards and normalize capabilities, we're trying to drive common lexicon across not just the U.S. Department of Defense, but also across the civil and commercial enterprises and our partners and allies. So common lexicon and language and vernacular, driving normalization of space operations, normalization of tactics, techniques, and procedures, TTPs. And so that is how we're trying to get after that in a way. And we really look at 5 focal categories. Those are data, services, hardware, software, and networks. And I think when you look at that, that encapsulated space, that covers everything that it takes to make sense, and act at the speed of need and relevance. And this is the #1 Department of the Air Force priority. Secretary Kendall has also outlined the 7 operational imperatives, things that we must do as the Department of the Air Force, which is Air and Space Force, in order to achieve our goals and objectives in great power competition, largely focused with China as our pacing competitor. And so as we look at that, these are the absolutely essential transformative elements that we must go do. First among those, operational imperative 1 is a resilient space order of battle. So space is first and foremost by necessity. The second one is the one I co-lead for operations, and that's operationally optimized, carefully selected words, combined joint all-domain command and control, advanced battle management system, and C3BM. That is, again, the core of stitching everything together and turning that into decision advantage. And at the bottom line, that is what we're really focused on. Thank you.
Yeah, I love that. And of course, commercial is an ingredient into that ecosystem as well. And we think about what you're doing, Dr. Lanson, with Gateway. What's the role that the commercial industry contributes in that regard?
That's great. And I appreciate that, being able to follow up with John, General Olson here, and what he's described. And I think you look at the panel that's up here and the ability to talk, you get Dan gets to sit there and talk about, represent kind of the commercial industry that works in both civil and other government space arenas, right? And so you get kind of the breadth of commercial participation. When you look at what NASA is trying to do, I'll hit Gateway in a second, but overall, as I mentioned earlier, NASA with the building out the civil commercial space economies is what we've been pursuing for quite some time, right? Since our inception, really. And you can kind of go back to the early days for your analog, right? Military aircraft leading to commercial aircraft capabilities, right? So that analog of building out capabilities that then create industries is a lot of what NASA has done through its history. Low Earth orbit is really at that apex right at this point in time. We talked about that a little bit earlier. Building out those capabilities for commercial commercial civil purposes in low Earth orbit is also a key piece of NASA's strategy. We have commercial LEO development activity that's going on right now. Multiple companies involved in establishing commercial space station entities, in addition to the other activities, commercial activities that have been going on. So being able to transition from a government-led international space station capability into a commercial LEO environment with human access and all of the different benefits that provides has been a key tenet of where NASA has been headed with building out that LEO space economy. And again, we build on that then for the cislunar space economy that we've been talking about as well. It's taking those lessons and then applying them across Artemis. Gateway is a piece of that, but you look across everything it takes to land humans on the surface of the moon. We have multiple programs with multiple different commercial partnerships involved in actually executing that, right? You've got the Space Launch System rocket, its activity, right? It's the largest, most powerful rocket that's flown to date, right? And so we have that propels the mass that we need out into cislunar space. And you've got their partners, right? Boeing and what they're working on with the S.L.A.S. You've got Lockheed Martin working on the Orion space capsule, what will actually carry the crew to and from Earth, right? You've got within our spacesuit development, and you've got Axiom building spacesuits. You've got Collins building spacesuits. You've got commercial entities working on advanced spacesuit capabilities that will work both in space and on the lunar surface. So we're looking at those different types of opportunities. We've got human landing capability being developed. We've got both SpaceX and Blue Origin working those activities right now to get humans from Gateway
and Orion, right down to the lunar surface and back again. So we have a bunch of these activities. We also have ground system activities. We have Bechtel developing our mobile launch platform capabilities, right? We have a bunch of commercial activities going on just to be able to get out into cislunar space and be able to execute it. That creates a starting point, right, for that commercial activity, for that lunar space economy. But that's the getting humans to the surface. But there's still more to that story as well. So you've got the commercial lunar payload services as a part of what we're trying to do as well, to understand what's going on with the lunar surface, to bring out capabilities, science back for what we need to understand where we're going and what might exist in those different regions. So we've got launches coming up within that C.L.A.S.S program later this year. So those are all avenues for commercial participation in the Artemis program. And that's just once we establish that foothold, then you've created capabilities where commercial activity can build on what we're doing. And then NASA is simply a part of what we're doing out in cislunar space, just like right now, we're a part of what's happening in LEO anymore.
I love that. I mean, when you think about, and I also love the fact that you mentioned ground systems, because often that's the afterthought. I mean, we're talking here about LEO and MEO and GEO and lunar based capabilities. I mean, it's multi-orbit, it's multi-frequency, it's multi-modality in the case of, data fusion for geospatial capabilities. What has to happen in terms of the innovation on the ground and at the edge, to be able to receive and communicate the insights with the speed that Dan was talking about earlier. So truly a dynamic time. And it's interesting that you mentioned NASA as a part of, when so often it's the tip of the spear, you sort of, pick that balloon to burst for the rest of the community. And we all take advantage of that. So that's really excellent. Let's shift to hybrid space architecture. So there's clearly a shift that we're experiencing. A lot of it has come up over the course of the first portion of this discussion here about that pivot towards hybrid space architectures. Let's talk about some of the key benefits and challenges of those architectures as well. And maybe let's go in reverse order this time, starting with you, Dan.
Sure. Well, first off, I think it's exciting that we're using these type of hybrid architectures, because you get a efficiency level that you want if you create completely separate modalities. But some of the challenges are how you interface them, how you do protection mechanisms of them, cybersecurity protocols, who builds what and in what what order as these things come online. So I'm excited that we've got the advancements there, but there will be some ironing out as we go along the way here that I think is going to be quite a bit of work to do still. But if you kind of, General John made a couple of comments earlier about, some of the pacing items that we're dealing with. And we're not just doing these types of technologies in a vacuum, right? I think there's a huge advantage for the U.S. as it, continues to industrialize space to be first and foremost there, just like we are in many tech areas. That's an advantage to the country. It's an advantage to our industry. It's an advantage to, our employee base and the technology that gets developed, or those kind of things. But China is a pacing item in terms of some don't like the term, but the militarization of the strategic uses and aspects of space, who gets to go where, who gets to do what, whether you get use of the environment or you're denied use of the environment. And by using hybrid architectures, by partnering with commercial, by being efficient and fast and nimble, I think the U.S. has a much better chance of maintaining dominance in those environments.
Yeah, it's interesting too. I mean, when you think about some of the features of resiliency and redundancy that you mentioned there, it kind of puts the end user in a place to say, do I care what orbit this connectivity is delivered and which frequency? No, they shouldn't care. They just need to make sure that it's there.
You may never know, right?
You may never know, and maybe they don't need to know. That the GeoInt that you're providing, the insights that you're providing, do they care if it's SAR or optical or RF mapping? No, they need the answer. They need to be able to make that decision. So interesting perspective. Thanks so much. General.
Yeah, just building on that, let's face it, you ask many people, hey, what does GPS do for me? And they go, why do I need that? I got it right here on my phone. It tells me exactly where to go. That is the quintessential example of the ubiquitous benefit of space. You know, you get your weather every day leveraging space. You pay for gas at the pump leveraging, you know, GPS PNT timing. You navigate to where you need to go with GPS. And so that's an exemplar of a original military system capability that has, for all intents and purposes, the Space Force. If we look at our stewardship and responsibility for operation of the GPS satellite constellation, we're technically the only service that generates far more revenue by orders of magnitude than and provides economic benefit for all of humanity and society, not just Americans, far beyond the cost of our service. So I think that's an interesting point. Another point I'd like to pick up on what Dan said is really key. This is not a whole of government. It's not just NASA and NRO and the Space Force, you know, the 14 departments and agencies that touch space. This is a whole of nation approach. And so industry is absolutely indispensable and critical in that. And frankly, the nexus of spending and innovation is there. It's up to us to do the inherently, you know, define what's inherently governmental, what's inherently military, help chart those policies and those authorities and those directives, and provide a clarity of the structure. But then we need to absolutely unleash the entrepreneurial spirit, the competitive, robust, dynamic industrial base that we have in the United States. And I think it is our golden age of space within the US, but it's also partnering with our allies and like-minded thinkers in terms of, you know, those who share the same sense of the international order, the rule of law, the respect for humanity and rights. Those are important paradigms. And I think it's really important that the United States lead and be a first mover advantage, you know, whether that be in communications, whether that be in space traffic management, much like English is the international language based upon the International Civil Aviation Organization, that has had profound impact in helping to shape that system. I so too believe that is vitally important to shape in a collaborative, inclusive, enlightened way the environs of space. So I think there's some very important roles for government in there, whether it be at the National Security Council, the National Space Council, the Office of Science and Technology Policy, or whether it's through congressional action, as we saw with the critically important legislation passed previously to enable discussing exploitation of space resources and the ability to for business. You've got to have a stable risk environment for investment. And so that is a core element. It is essential for a profit and loss decision to invest and engage and capitalize markets to have that safe, stable, secure, and sustainable environment. And that is what the Space Force and our other partners across not just the interagency government, but also in this whole of nation approach need to nail down. It is a co-evolution, but the time is absolutely now. You know, this also ties for all the segments: the ground, the space, the launch, and the user segment. So I think that is a critically important endeavor for us as we look at the international relationships that we had. I think or that we have. Those continue to evolve on a very rapid pace. Our chief of space operations just got back yesterday from Japan. We continue to engage with Europe. We continue to engage. I'll be going to Norway here, as Norway already has Svalbard, which is a very critical polar satellite downlink capability. They're going to be opening their brand new first spaceport, Andoya spaceport, here this fall. So I think that's an exemplar of another great partnership where we add resiliency and robustness, dissimilar redundancy, and a spirit of sharing, collaborative cooperation, all to make sure we're, again, safe, stable, secure environment.
Yeah, that's great. The financial stability component too, in terms of the industrial base. I mean, we've seen over the span of the last year or so with the shakeup of Silicon Valley Bank and the impact it's had on the small business community. A lot of the innovation is coming from Silicon Valley. It's coming from these startups. So maybe a topic for another panel, but really interesting to think about. How do we continue to incentivize those small businesses to keep leaning forward and creating the next generation technologies that need to be incorporated into those hybrid space architectures? It's a challenge that I think in the US we have on our table.
You are absolutely correct. For that very reason, we're doing our fifth year of the State of the Space Industrial Base report, and largely in collaboration with the Defense Innovation Unit, which of course is headquartered in Silicon Valley. That is part of our effort to actually bring together a forum, and we do several of those locations around the country, focused on whether it be launch or power or spaceport capabilities that are enabling, to bring an opportunity to have first-person inputs from all the disparate, large, medium, small, traditional, non-traditional providers. And so it's a great opportunity to bring those together. And each year we've seen a steadily increasing amount of participants. I think that's a reflection of both the quality and the need to have a forum to provide input. So we do that effort again, not just across the DoD, but NASA has been a great partner, and Department of Commerce. As we look at the U.S. Chamber, as we look at the Department of Commerce, Office of Space Commercialization, the Bureau of Industry and Security, I think these are key exemplars of how, from a government side, we can listen, be active listeners, but also active executors of those smart and informed policies and directives and authorities.
And as you think about, that's great about that report as well. We think about some of, just switching topics here, some of the technologies around satellite imagery, geospatial intelligence, data and analytics, and the role that they play now in those broader architectures. A lot of those new technologies and capabilities have come from the startup community, in particular in the past 10 years. So it'd be great to talk a little bit about how you're incorporating that layer, the satellite imagery, the geospatial, the data processing and analytics into the mission as well. And maybe let's start with Dr. O'Lanson, if that's something looking up.
Yeah. So there's probably more future activities, right? From our perspective, to get to your question. If I can segue real quick, though, with what John was just talking about, because he made three really beautiful points. I think they're talking about the whole of nation, the role of the international partnerships, and then the risk discussion that he was talking about. And I will tell you from our perspective, from my perspective with Gateway and what we're doing, the whole of nation piece, what we're trying to do, we talked the lunar economy and making sure that there is a commercial aspect. We're talking about crews visiting both Gateway and the lunar surface relatively small periods of time in a given year, right? So at this point in time, you're talking 30 days on Gateway, you're talking up to 30 days maybe on the surface eventually, maybe 60 days on Gateway. So the rest of the time, you have assets that are available for science, available for other commercial uses. So you have those things where commercial entities can really play in to what you're doing. And we, like I said earlier, want to be part of that, not the whole answer eventually. So there's that piece, the whole of nation. The international partnerships is a really important piece as well, right? So with Gateway, we have components of the primary structure for the station being provided by ESA. They're providing two different modules for us, right? We have the Japanese JAXA providing all of our life support capability within that European module, as well as some logistics capability in the future to carry logistics up to the station. We have Canada providing the robotic arm that we'll have on the outside of that station. So that international partnership matters. And then the risk-based piece as well that John was talking about, by advancing the capabilities we have through time, and you can see it in the commercial LEO aspect, taking what we've learned and being able to make that available to commercial industry so that they can actually build on risks that we've already bought down in order to execute their activities is a part of what we're doing. So when you take that to then back to your question, right, and the availability of satellite capabilities, right? We are looking at technologies. What do we need to do from
from a communication and navigation perspective out in cislunar space. What are the things we need to do? We actually have our scan, our capability within NASA that's building out a LunaNet activity to build an understanding standards, basically interoperable standards for entities to actually work within cislunar space, to be able to communicate and navigate within cislunar space. So that activity is ongoing as we speak.
Appreciate that you shared that with us as well, because I don't think I was prepared with a question to bring that point out. So I'm really glad that we had that moment. I know we're coming to the end here. So Dan, I'd like to come to you and ask from Maxar's perspective, what have we left off?
Gosh, we covered a lot of territory. I think just the continued partnership, but John was highlighting it between the U.S. and allied nations as well. It is not just a U.S. issue. Space is all the nations of the world have access to it eventually, and definitely get use from it. But how we partner, how we work with our allies, how we create the right legal and regulatory and treaty frameworks to be able to do that, I think is really fantastic. It's been just great to see how NASA's led on that front, particularly with the Gateway program.
Yeah, well, without a doubt. Well, on the subject of commercialization and defensive space, I think it's absolutely clear, General Olson's point there earlier, that it's not just a whole of government from a Fed, civilian, and defense perspective, but it's a whole of nation. The industrial base has a really important role to play, as does the international community, our partners, our allies. It's a critical undertaking when we think about the broader defensive space. So this has been a wonderful, I'd say, chapter 1, because I feel like this could be an entire series. Thank you so much, Dr. Erlandson, General Olson, and of course, Dan Jablonski. This has been so compelling and thought-provoking. We appreciate your time, appreciate your insight.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Good afternoon. This is Ellen Lord, and I'm very pleased to be moderating a panel today, subject being strengthening the defense innovation base and speeding innovation. I have three great panelists with me. I've got Rob Jekyll, CEO of Airbus U.S. Space and Defense, Young Bang, Principal Deputy Assistant Secretary of the Army for Acquisition, Logistics, and Technology, and Jason Rothji from the Office of the Secretary of Defense, Office of Strategic Capital. So I think everyone knows that around town here for about 6 months, there's been an enormous amount of activity on the defense innovation base. How do we strengthen it? How do we make it more resilient? How do we bring non-traditional players in, all for the purpose of fielding innovative technology, equipping our war fighters with more capability downrange more quickly. So what we're going to do is talk to each of these panelists in rapid fire succession. And I'm going to start with Rob Jekyll. So Rob, as you're representing industry here, I want to ask you about your perspective on enablers and inhibitors for using COTS solutions.
Yeah, and first of all, thank you for having me on the panel and with an esteemed co-panelists who have also quite a bit of industry knowledge. I think when you talk about commercial off-the-shelf technology or commercial technology that's leveraged for the defense industrial base, it helps you move faster, right? So the non-recurring expenses, the NRCs have been burned down in the commercial market.
So
non-recurring costs have been burned down, and the development costs are already there. And you're able to very quickly take a commercial technology and adapt it and integrate it for a defense mission. And where I've seen some of those enablers in play, just to give two specific examples, one is a more recent one in the space domain, and another is a more historic experience in the helicopter domain with the U.S. Army National Guard. So in space, what Space Development Agency is doing right now, which is part of the Space Force, with this proliferated warfighter space architecture, is to move from a 10-year development scheme for a satellite that will cost billions of dollars and be in geosynchronous orbit, to move to a proliferated low Earth orbit constellation where you're putting in hundreds of satellites and doing them every 2 years. And what this has enabled and actually required is leveraging commercial companies like Airbus. In this area, we're a bit of a new entrant and non-traditional player, but we have nearly 600 satellites in orbit for commercial constellations. That has given us a industrial base and scalable infrastructure that we can now expand to go service the national security market. So we have a footprint in Florida, we're expanding it, and this allows us to keep pace with contract on orbit within 2 years. And the other thing that Space Development Agency is doing as an enabler is the use of OTAs, other transaction authorities, so more of a commercial contracting scheme.
Not going through the 2 to 3 year joint staff requirements process, POM development.
Right. And imposing a lot of the DFAR, FAR, federal acquisition regulations onto the customer base. And also the fact that they're doing spiral development. Every 2 years is going to be another tranche. So you have commercial companies that see if they don't win one tranche, whether it's on the satellite bus or the payload or space situational awareness or laser comms, they can continue to invest knowing, okay, there's some commercial applications, but there's also going to be another opportunity to get into the next tranche. And these are satellites that will be replenished every 5-6 years. So it's using the commercial space industry and creating an adjacent market in the national security space. So companies who have the commercial technology, but are set up to do classified work and satisfy those requirements, you're able to move at scale and speed. So
makes a lot of sense, right? Mm-hmm. Typical dual use here. We've moved in the past 60 years from the government developing most of the innovative technology to industry doing that. So we need to leverage it. Great. Thanks, Bob. All right. We are going to move to Young, representing the Army here. The Army obviously has been very involved in supporting Ukraine and the conflict there. What have you learned about rapid fielding, and how has that affected this experience in Ukraine? How has that affected the way that the Army is looking at fielding new technology?
Yeah, well, first, thank you for having me on the panel. And I think that's a great question. And I think building on a little bit of what we just talked about, there's a lot of lessons learned that we've learned from Ukraine. And some of the things about rapid fielding is folks already know, you talked about OTAs. We've been using OTAs in the Army pretty prolifically across the services. And we're using that to accelerate the 10-year life cycle development for us in the Army. And that's why we've been able to get to some of these 24 and 23 capabilities a lot faster. And when you think about Ukraine specifically, we probably saw in the news, our Abrams got in there. When we're talking about it, we're talking years for that to go in there. And our ability to rapidly work with industry to really accelerate that. There's a lot of complexities, not just about taking the exquisite non-exportable components out, but also kind of the multiple variations of the tanks that we have. But we've been able to actually use some of the authorities that Congress has already given us. We've been able to be a little bit more creative with OTAs and MTAs to get to certain pathways faster. And that is another case of where we've actually been able to get this now M1 tank in theater, right, last week, which is well short of even a year. So it's been only about 8, almost 9 months that we've gotten that through there. And that's an example of how we've used that. Now, we've been actually using this opportunity to really think about how do we scale this industrial base? And we know how, the complexities of the industry, and you just talked about the innovations and how now industry is really shifting that. We have some exquisite weapon systems that have actually increased in demand across the board. And some of those technologies, as exquisite as are from the 80s and 90s, and the production and the tooling and the dyeing. And so we've looked at how do we actually accelerate some of the COTS products to replace obsolete parts, or use COTS products in addition to, or to augment, or you've seen a lot of things, right? Ukraine's been a hot test bed for UAVs, and those are all dual purpose now, right? They were almost entirely commercial, but we've been actually able to buy a lot of those, and the Ukrainians have actually used them to a really great extent. So we've been doing those using both kind of our commercial as well as our organic industrial base. We've been using different different acquisition authorities that we've already been provided, but actually getting creative with them. And some of them we've done multiple pathways on a platform.
I love it. Creative compliance here.
Absolutely. So there's things that we're actually developing now that we've used an OTA to get through an MTA, and we're doing a software pathway so we could get to a rapid either fielding or a MCA decision. So we've been doing a lot across the board. And the other thing, I don't know if you really want to think about is like, how do we incentivize? And again, we need industry's help. And again, I think capital and investments are part of that. But again, the scale in which we had production in the industrial base is not the same. So we have to leverage commercial. We have to use organic. We have to encourage investments across the board.
So Young, I think there's so many great stories that the Army has there. I'm hoping these will be captured and memorialized at the Defense Acquisition University so other people can learn about it.
Yes, ma'am. Honorable LaPlante talks about it all the time. The Army has clearly cracked the code on how to accelerate acquisitions for this fight. And he kind of jokes that, hey, the other services need to take some lessons from our playbook. So we're happy to share what we've learned.
Yeah, excellent, excellent. Okay, so let's talk about capital, private capital that is needed to back emerging technologies before there are actually contracts out there given by DoD. So Jason is working on new tools to incentivize building some of this technology infrastructure, if you will. You want to tell us a little bit about the Office of Strategic Capital and how you envision that working?
Yeah, absolutely. And thanks again for having us here on this panel. I think we're still the youngest organization inside of the DoD. But the Secretary established Office of Strategic Capital last December to attract and scale private capital into our national security priorities. And our first focus are our critical and emerging technology areas. Much of the work that has evolved into what is OSC now has come from a history of folks that have worked in a number of innovation organizations, that have had careers in acquisitions, that have really focused on answering this non-traditional question, right? How do we bring new in, and how do we accelerate capabilities directly for the warfighter? This allows us to have an expanded supplier base that attacks some of these acquisition issues we've always contended with, right? We want to decrease cost to the taxpayer. We want to accelerate performance. We want to decrease schedule risk and supplier risk. So how do you do that? Well, you got to grow. You have to grow an industrial base that's going to support the department. And I think what we've realized is in this new era of competition that we find ourselves today, it's not only the capability providers directly that we want to bring in, but it's also our critical components. A lot of the work that we did at AFWorks, which was in the Air Force, and DIU, has core capabilities, right? Accelerating tanks and drones and geospatial analytics and comms networks. But what they haven't focused on are things like semiconductors or biotech or advanced materials, right? Nobody says, hey, I'm going to put a semiconductor into the hands of the soldiers, sailors, airmen, and Marines, but all of our warfighters aren't going to be able to do much unless they've got semiconductors in their systems. And I think we've seen things through the CHIPS and Science Act, for example, that currently we are focused on an era of competition where we need to ensure that the critical component technologies that comprise not only our national but our economic security are taken care of, are supportive in ways that ensure that the Department of Defense can easily, reliably, and securely access these technologies. And as OSC looks across how to do this, how do we ensure these technologies that are often invented here can be accessed by our military systems, our capabilities, and our warfighters? We look at the tools that we've seen in our history that have been used effectively here. We don't build procurement programs for things like semiconductors. And so it's hard to use some of these existing tools to solve this specific problem.
So you're talking about the fundamental technology required to apply the technology to warfighting solutions.
Absolutely. We invest hundreds of millions of dollars in things like carbon nanotubes and MEMS devices. However, we don't actually build programs to manufacture those things. We build programs to manufacture the capabilities that integrate the systems, that integrate the components that are often funded from our S&T.
It's that valley of death between the S&T and the actual application.
It's not only the valley of death in this linear way we thought, but we've added an extra axis where we're looking at the supply chain as well. And that's where we're really targeting. A lot of our programs are focused on this fundamental core enabling technologies. Now, because of that, we get to use different financial tools. We want to consider these defense and non-defense. These are purely commercial markets that have a necessary connective tissue to the defense industrial base, but like critical minerals, right? We use those everywhere. But we would never think of that as a defense technology, but we require it. We need to have, our magnets and our F-35 so we can fly them. I think the important part of OSC now is focused on what tools can we use to do this job. And that's where we've seen the opportunities to use things like loans and loan guarantees. Why loans and loan guarantees? One, they're efficient and scalable. Two, they're little to no cost to the taxpayer. And because these industries are inherently commercially based, they don't require future federal appropriations or procurement dollars to make sure that these technologies can generate enough revenue to repay the government.
Perfect. We're going to stop right there and come back to some specifics in a minute. But I want to focus on partners and allies. As a nation, we are differentiated from some of our strategic competitors that we work closely with partners and allies. Part of getting the defense industrial base strengthened and broadened is bringing in those allies and partners. Rob, can you comment on foreign military sales and what's working and what's not working right now and how that can be leveraged?
Yeah, well, what's working? I mean, FMS is a great tool for a couple of reasons. One, if you have a production capacity in the United States, often at the end of a program of record, the FMS market will be something that allow you to maintain that capacity and capability. It also helps interoperability with the allies who acquire those technologies and capabilities, and that asymmetric advantage of integrated allied defense is really one of our key asymmetric advantages. So in principle, it's a great enabler for the defense industrial base and strengthening it writ large. So NTIB, the National Technology Investment Base, industrial base, and your NATO allied base. I would say that industry would probably say, and Honorable Bill LaPlante would recognize this and has just this week, the pacing of it is a little difficult to manage in terms of looking at addressable markets, looking at investments. How long do you maintain a capacity so that you can continue to sell into these markets? getting things like letters of requests and tech releasability approval. The Army has done a great job on these recently, particularly in the context of Ukraine.
So just to interject here to make sure everyone understands, industry would typically like to do a direct commercial sale. However, often there are classified portions of programs, protected technology. Sometimes the country that needs our capability in the US doesn't have the infrastructure to make sure they protect all the information. So there's almost an insurance wrapper that goes with foreign military sales. But with that comes a few caveats, and these are the things you're talking about.
Yes, the timing and pacing. And some of these allies, they may not have the program office infrastructure or capability to run a procurement. And so direct commercial sales can kind of go sideways, even more so than FMS. So it's a great tool. I would just say that if we could accelerate it and streamline it, it would be an even greater force multiplier in terms of industrial base resilience.
Very good.
Can I just add to that? I think that's a great point. I think we've seen that. We've heard that from our allied partners a lot. And so we are looking at also how do we potentially accelerate foreign military sales as well as other security cooperation and security agreements. One of the things that we're looking at is there a way to get technical data packages from our suppliers and vendors earlier in the life cycle? To that point, like you're saying, if we can get that earlier with the vendor, we can work on exportable versions almost in parallel. So then that way, when we get to full rate and or low rate and a full rate of production, we could potentially be entertaining the foreign military sales discussion and then getting economy of scales, larger orders, right? Reduction in price and cost. So we have been thinking about that same thing because we've been hearing a lot of the demand signals across the board. And these are one of the things that we're actually looking at.
Yeah, so that's a great point. Foreign military sales act as a modulator for the lumpiness of the DoD acquisition cycle, and it's good for our industry. It's good for interoperability with partners and allies and so forth. Okay, so very quickly, if you could just comment, Young, on what about the other way around? Munitions, for instance. We know that we have inventories that need to be replenished. We have AUKUS now, this trilateral agreement between Australia, UK, the US. We have the National Technological Innovation Base, which helps with exports. What is the Army thinking about potentially partnering with other nations to produce munitions?
Yeah, that's a great question. If you've seen anything from Ukraine, you've seen that the consumption rate and the volume of munitions that they're going through is just unprecedented. And so even the current productions that we have, we're actually investing to really scale that. So since this has begun, we're almost at a pace of doubling, for example, the 155 production rate. So we started at about 14,000. We're about at 50,000. We're going to increase that, so we're about at 100,000 when our investments are over. But that same point is how do we scale that whole ammunition or industrial base around ammunition? And so part of it's like we've been able to actually take a lot of the things that we've had on supply, stockage. We have certain training rounds as well as rounds that we have for conflict, but we've been supplying those, but we've also taken more of an allied approach. So we've had a lot of countries, whether it's NATO countries or across the world, provide some until we can actually ramp up. And so that's another example where we're having partnerships.
Interchangeability, you're calling it now, right?
Yeah, exactly. So Ukraine was we've been always focused about interoperability, but Ukraine taught us that interchangeability is a critical component. So whether we can fire their weapons or their ammo or vice versa, we need to actually rely on that whole notion to get interchangeability. And that's why the other nations are critical. We are looking at other agreements, whether it's co-production, with other countries, specifically, whether it's, ammunition like 155s or, long range hypersonics. We are looking at other countries as secondary sources for key components, because let's face it, we're still trying to mature that technology. And as we're actually going through that supply chain, if we have critical paths and only one source is,
it doesn't help us or our partners.
Exactly. And I know that Australia is just so geopolitically important to the US, given all the activity and potential activity in Indo-PACOM, that there are a lot of efforts going there. All right. So Jason, you're going to bring us home here, and we're going to put up a QR code so that people can get that to get more information about the Office of Strategic Capital. But why don't you tell us what you're going to be doing for the balance of this year? What are the next steps for your office?
No, a lot of the conversation today has, from my perspective, really focused on this importance of us working as an all-of-nation approach to accomplish some of these national security objectives. One of the first programs that OSC has launched is a partnership with the SBA to provide guaranteed small business administration on their small business investment company program.
There you go.
A sister program to the Small Business Innovative Research Program, the SBIR program, which many of our defense colleagues are well aware of. The SBIC program, born out of 1957 era Eisenhower policies to help us gain technological overmatch over the Soviet Union. It provides guaranteed loans to private investors to partner with private equity to create public-private partnership investment funds that are investing in areas that are vital to national security.
Fantastic. You know what? I think we are out of time, but you are giving us a great example about how the interagency works. So government, one agency working with another. So kudos on working with SBA on that. I think we're going to flash up the QR code, and thank you all very much. And thank you to the panelists.
Thank you. Thank you.
Welcome back. I'm Steve Clemens. I'm editor-at-large of Semaphore, a new global digital publication, for a fireside chat with Eric Fanning, who is president of the Aerospace Industries Association. And of course, we knew him when he was Secretary of the Army. He was Undersecretary of the Air Force. He's been around military and national security issues for a very long time. And we're going to have, I think, I know all of you are into this industry stuff, but we're going to have a fun conversation, but also a serious one about the state of the defense industrial base across domains, all the domains. And I want to just start out, Eric, and ask you, at this moment in time, we're looking and staring down a possible government shutdown. And I'm going to do lightning round with you in all of this. And I just want to get a sense, because I sometimes think we think about these things too casually. What happens to this industry? What happens to the workers, the innovators, the folks who are both within government service, but also contractors who are funded by this? Give us the kind of real picture of damage, if any, that a shutdown would do.
It does tremendous damage. It's bad enough we've gotten used to continuing resolutions and multiple continuing resolutions, which are also damaging, slow things down. They're very inefficient. They cost the government.
Can I tell you, in Baldwinsville, Oklahoma, where I'm from, they don't know what a continuing resolution
well,
is.
even
like,
people
what's
in
the
Washington
language we're
don't know what
talking
it
about?
is. So if the Congress doesn't perform its basic function of passing a budget, they either shut down or they pass what's called a continuing resolution, which basically says you can keep spending last year's budget levels, budget programs, whatever it is. So if it's a new start, if you're starting something new, if you're starting a new program, or if you're growing a program, it's not in the previous year's budget. So that stops. So it stops on the government side and it stops on the industry side. The industry takes its signals from the budget, builds the facility, builds the workforce, lines up the supply chain, and then it stops or it doesn't start. So that's what happens under a continuing resolution. And even people in Washington think, hey, we're keeping the lights on.
So I want to take this another step, because my understanding after studying national security weapons systems for decades is one of the reasons why America is still preeminent in that is its ability to manage complex systems, a zillion different parts, a zillion different processes, software, algorithms, quantum, all of these things coming together, the talent behind them, the human capital part of this. So when you talk about suspending something in what is, not a, we're not making Model Ts anymore in assembly line. It's a very, very complex process with supply chains and a very wide, we're talking about all domains.
Yeah.
So what's the heart attack do in that system?
Everybody's heart attack is different. Every company, and first of all, when you add a shutdown on top of it, or a serious threat of a shutdown, shutdowns start before they actually happen, because everything pivots to planning for that. Government is figuring out, how do I shut down? How do I send my workforce home? And industry is deciding what they're going to do as well. Do we keep working? Do we furlough workers? In some cases, there are no choices, because let's say it's a classified government facility that shuts down because it's a government shutdown. Those workers don't have access to their workplace anymore. Contract workforces, companies that perform services, they really get into a bind because they probably won't be compensated for whatever happened during the shutdown. Manufacturers might be, but the cash flow dries up. And that goes all the way through the supply chain to small companies that are already suffering now because of inflation, the perturbations from COVID, supply chain disruptions. And so it's just an extra squeeze on the entire system. And you're right, the integration is more important now than ever before because of the complexity of what we're doing and really the addition of domains. It's not just underwater,
Isn't
the water
the system
anymore.
screaming more loudly about this potential shutdown? And I want you to take off your industry hat for a minute. You were chief of staff to the Secretary of Defense. You were undersecretary of the Air Force. You know about defense planning. You were Secretary of the Army. You worked with, until another day, the current chairman of the Joint Chiefs, Mark Milley, in the Army. What are the command staff members of the Joint Chiefs thinking and doing right now?
So a number of things. They're certainly reaching out to their partners and allies around the world to talk about what this means and how, the essential national security functions continue. So our forward deployed forces are still going to work every day, still doing what they need to do, because in a shutdown, the government has flexibility on what they declare essential and what's non-essential. And it's different every time based on who's in leadership positions. But those important frontline responsibilities of the Department of Defense continue. So the chiefs will be assuring partners and allies that nothing changes in that regard. But a huge part of the leadership in the Pentagon is now focused on how do we wind down the other operations of the government. If the government shuts down, Monday, people will come into work, turn in their communications devices, get their letter saying that, it's shut down, and then they'll go home. And so it really is a distraction on top of these CRs, these continuing resolutions every year that require planners to think through multiple scenarios. Do we get a full budget? Do we get a continuing resolution and then a budget? Do we get because continuing resolution can be 2 days, it can be a week, it can be a whole year. And this is a seminal year, this 24 budget, for some changes as we pivot and refocus and really lean into the Indo-Pacific and thinking about China. None of those programs, like the Air Force, for example, has many things where they have divested and are putting into new programs. Those can't start in a continuing resolution. They certainly can't start in a shutdown.
One of the things, we're going to pivot here. One of the things I wanted to talk to you about was the health of the defense industrial base, really, at large. And what I'm really interested in, I think there are a lot of people watching this broadcast right now who are in this industry, but we also have a lot of people who are not, who are interested, who may not know how all the pieces. This is largely a private industry, private enterprise, private investors, government contracts. Many of them are transnational firms. How do you create an environment that's healthy and stable, forward-directed, doing the right things in messy democracies?
Well, it's a complex question when you start talking about the health of the industrial base. At the start, in many ways, it's extremely healthy. The world wants what the American defense industry makes. It is the best product that's out there. But what's interesting, I don't think people realize or think about, I actually didn't think about this when I was in government. I see it now on the industry side. This entire industrial base, that's not just defense. It's broader than the defense industrial base. And there are a lot of companies in the defense industrial base doing non-defense work as well, has one customer. And you could argue there are foreign military sales, but it's driven through one customer. And
there's one frame. You got to get through that little channel.
It's not a hardware store with thousands of customers. So if you need a hammer every 20 years, you can go and get a hammer. That one customer's decisions, that one customer's budget shapes the contours of the defense industrial base over many years.
So it's why we can't get an Abrams tank in a month.
If you don't buy something for 20 years, and you're not paying industry to keep a factory just in case, factory's going to go away. In the private sector is very good at being efficient and building what they need to in terms of capital expenditures, workforce, supply chain to build what the customer wants, because the customer doesn't want to pay any more money than it has to. The Department of Defense wants to get as much as it can, and so it's not going to pay excess to keep surge capacity. And now we're seeing that we have not been planning for duration.
So are we
Ukraine war is
are we too thin when it comes to redundancy?
I don't think it's redundancy necessarily, but we know from our Ukraine experience and from planning a contingency with China that duration matters. Munitions matter, be able to produce them over scale. You can't just surge for 1 year. Industry can't afford, and the Pentagon can't afford to pay for inconsistent production. You want to keep your workforce humming along at an efficient, stable way, keep the factory, keep the supply chain going. So you have that dependency and consistency as you're building forward. And so, but that's a hard thing.
So how do you find that equilibrium? Do you just plan on the fact that we're going to have serious kinetic wars that draw down? And I want to ask something serious, because Congressman Mike McCall out there has been saying we've drawn down our military supplies too low for American defense. I was with Senator Deb Fisher, who is very, very worried about this, said not only do we have Ukraine, but we're too low for what we need, and we have contingencies elsewhere in the world. We're really screwed, because she looks at the defense industrial base and doesn't blame them, but said we have not given them the resources they need to be able to produce and do these things. So how do you get the equilibrium right?
So it requires really disciplined investment decisions. And I was a part of this too. When you get to the end game of building the budget every year, there's always more things you want than money that you have. And you can't buy 80% of an aircraft carrier, but you can say, I'm going to take a little risk on munitions. And that's one of the bill payers in the end. Like I'll get 80% of what I want. It's a little bit of risk, but I'm still getting 80%. But you do that year after year after year after year, the industrial base shrinks to produce what you've been ordering because it can't afford, the customer DoD can't afford, and the industrial base can't afford to keep that extra thing going unless you pay for it. So the department is starting to look at that. How, what are the right levels we need, and where can we pre-position some things? Maybe it's parts, maybe it's materials, maybe it's making sure you have a workforce so that you can surge a little faster than you would right now. But you really have to be disciplined about that. So I worry that these lessons we're learning in Ukraine, they could dissipate over time as we get back into old habits.
Look, we're seeing the U.S. government shift in ways I haven't seen in a very long time, where all of a sudden the Department of Commerce is almost like a commanding general when it comes to the future of U.S. Investments in strategic technologies, in quantum and AI, but particularly chips and semiconductors, which all have relevance to the defense sector. In a way, the defense sector is driving a huge amount of that need and money. How do you think America is going to do in industrial policy?
So, well, that's an interesting question. First of all, I would say that in the defense requirements for chips, for example, pale to what the consumer market wants.
Right.
So that's one of the things we're always paying attention to make sure that the
You're
needs
saying
of
you're easier than they are, or
we're
they're
smaller.
higher.
We're
You're smaller,
and
but
so
you're more sophisticated.
Yeah, and people ask me, like, in a government shutdown, do companies go bankrupt? Sure, some could be at risk of going bankrupt. The bigger risk is that companies say, I don't want to do defense stuff anymore, especially in an inflationary environment. It's just too hard to work with the government. I can make money just down the commercial side. So we have to be careful from a national security perspective that the needs of the Department of Defense.
You disagree with them, by the way?
Disagree with.
It's easier to deal with the private sector than with government.
It's much easier to deal with the private sector. I mean, and there are real important reasons for that. I mean, what we're building for national security is complex, it's important, it has to be dependable, but it's also taxpayer dollars. But you can create too many barriers, especially in an inflationary environment. I hear from companies about suppliers that say, I'd rather pay you, the defense company, a penalty because I'll make up more than that because I can raise my prices on the non-defense side. So the Commerce Department, yes, can they scale to do what they are being asked to do, which is a question.
And will they make the right decisions?
Will they make the right decisions? Sometimes I think picking winners and losers is always difficult, but buying things, buying chips, whatever, incentivizing that way may be the better way to go about it and let the market.
As you talk to your industry members out there in the Aerospace Industries Association, in a way, I kind of think you have the Wizard of Oz job where you're the guy behind the curtains and you see a lot more than all of us. But I'm really interested in how your industry looks at innovation, particularly in the national security space, in places like India, Brazil, China. And those are, complicated countries in various ways for us. Also UK, France, Israel. A lot of our allies are challenging our own technical preeminence in a lot of areas. So how does your industry see the diffusion of talent, innovation in the defense space? Well,
it's interesting because these are global companies. It's global markets on the non-defense side too. Someone once said to me, buying American makes it hard to sell American. When a defense company makes a big sale in another country, that country wants in on the economic aspect of it. And so we have these things called offsets. We're like, all right, we'll make these parts of this plane that you're going to buy from us in your country. And that's good in terms of taking advantage of the resources that the world has, including people. It can create dependencies that become problematic. COVID, so there were logistical issues, or if someone is an ally one day and not an ally the next day, or not as dependable. Turkey, for example, when they were pushed out of the F-35 program, they had become a really important and dependable part of the supply chain, the global supply chain. So it gets complicated. So we watch the innovation of our adversaries very closely. That derives a lot of decisions about what we're going to buy and what we're going to build. But we benefit from the innovation of our partners and allies. Every national defense strategy that's been around since I've been in this business talks about partners and allies. I don't think we have ever leaned into it as much as we are right now. AUKUS, for example, understanding that that's a competitive advantage we have over China and Russia. They don't have allies like we do. And we ought to be, we compete, but we benefit from that ecosystem. That
Step further into the AUKUS world and tell us what the state of play is now and why that international effort with our allies and what the American industrial and innovation base, how it's tied into it.
So, one of the great things about AUKUS is who doesn't like the Brits and the Australians, right? So it's kind of sort of an easy thing to talk about. It doesn't get the kind of opposition it might be if it's a more interesting country, but it's an enormous undertaking. There's two pillars to it, two parts. The first is the nuclear part.
Right.
That is not an easy thing to build the industrial base that would be a part of this for Australia to actually start building these as well. Also on our own end, the industrial base, our shipyards are as efficient, meaning as thin in capacity as you could possibly have. We can barely make what we need. So the idea of doubling that to help give the Australians their first batch of subs while they're building their industrial base is a big political issue right now, because it will require a substantial investment, not just on the Australians' part. And again, that's money we're leveraging. They're putting money into this, but we have to put money into our own shipyards to get them up to speed to be able to build more than we're building now. And then the second part, which is the non-strategic, the non-nuclear part, the government hasn't really, it's very complicated, but we're waiting for them to sort of outline what the aspects of that are. And it has to come with some real changes to technology transfer regulations and regimes, foreign military sales. We have to make it easier, because right now, even with our partners and allies, getting them to be a part of our industrial base is difficult because the regulations, we're protecting our technology from getting into the wrong hands.
Right.
But these are as close allies as you could possibly have, and it's hard to get them what they need.
Look, I was very excited to participate in today's conference, not just because of interviewing you, but when I look at this, the people they've assembled, and looking at how you be, future forward, how do you look at getting decisions right? How do you make weapons decisions and investments that are not fighting yesterday's wars? I sort of feel like we're at one of those other major inflection points where you've got AI and quantum, so many new methodologies coming on. But I remember talking, I will not mention this individual's name, but about 15 years ago, I asked a person about the state of our defense industrial base and decisions and how the overall system worked. And this person said, we make about $30 billion of bad decisions a year. And I'm like going, wow, at that time, the National Science Foundation budget is about $5 billion. That's a pretty casual way to talk about $30 billion of bad decisions. Given where we are, and given your knowledge of the industry, and given decision-making in government, are we getting any better at getting rid of that error, slack, if you will?
Well, first, there are all sorts of estimates on what that slack is, but it's a broad
I didn't
set
come
of
up
things.
with that number. Yeah,
it's a broad set of things that go in there. Part of it is, we have the private sector fail quickly, fail early. I like to think of it as learn early, because the Pentagon leadership will say, we have to fail early, and then they shoot whoever fails. But that really is how you learn. I mean, DARPA, for example, the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, they insist on failure because that's the only way they learn the limits of what they can do. So part of that slack is really learning. But there is friction in the budget process because it's inherently a political process too. And once you build something and put it someplace, it has a constituency. It's in a state, it's in a congressional district, somebody's making it. And so it can be harder to pivot away from old platforms, especially if you're getting rid of them earlier than you anticipated, because the nature of conflict or what you're planning for is changing. But I think, yes, the Pentagon is getting better at this. There are all sorts of efforts underway, but there's a lot more work to be done to help the industry be as efficient, as quick as it can be, and to get new entrants into the industrial base.
So when you're thinking about AI and these new methodologies, I was talking to a friend who's writing a book about our aging allies and also about hybrid war. So he's calling the double graying of our allies in the Pacific. So we have, gray war, and we have our allies, Japan, South Korea, they're just getting older. So I told him he should name the book, Can Robots Be Patriotic? So when you kind of look at autonomous systems coming on, weapon systems, what's the state of play in that in your industry? Is there enthusiasm? Is there worry? Is there caution?
Well, all of the above. This industry is always trying to think about what's next because they want to have the competitive advantage. They want to have developed the expertise, the workforce, whatever is necessary ahead of what competitors are doing. And so that they're always looking into the future. I think what's interesting about AI, quantum, these types of things, there's two elements to this when it comes to national security. One is the Pentagon has to get better at incorporating technology that's developed on the outside. You know, when I was born, Pentagon created GPS, created stealth, and those things then went on to have commercial application. Whereas today, the technological iteration is happening faster and faster and faster on the outside, and the Pentagon's having a hard time just keeping up and bringing it in. The second is the nature of war or conflict. You know, a kinetic conflict in World War II, that's one nation trying to impose its will on another nation. There are so many more ways to do that now. 2 billion people on this planet vote next year.
Right.
And that, you know, if you can interfere with that, just disrupt it, but even if you could influence it, that is a way to exert control over another country that doesn't involve a kinetic interaction. And so this new technology really stretches the definition of conflict between nation states and non-nation states.
You know, one of the things that struck me, and this may be an unfair question, but the Mike Roman, who's the CEO of 3M, was constantly trying to explain to people why we had a mask shortage during COVID. And that they were making all the masks they could, but they were a global corporation. They were, you know, these are non-low tech little pieces of, but we had a tough time getting masks produced, and so much pressure that people began talking about defense industrial authorities and to come in and transform various other manufacturing sites to provide this. So my question is less about masks. It's about, you know, essentially how well we are prepared for what we were talking before, serious times of, you know, national need on a dark day. Do we need to begin using some of these authorities when we're backstopping allies or doing others? I mean, do we just need to begin looking at how we can give your members more support, more room to run, and more resources to produce what we need either today or if we have another major contingency tomorrow?
Well, we did learn a lot about the Defense Production Act, and those authorities were utilized during COVID quite effectively, for example, in the creation of the vaccine and the scaling of the vaccine. But there's more that could be done there, but you want to be careful because you're disrupting the other parts of the economy in the industrial base. I think the bigger issue is making sure that, you know, that we're basically, you know, one of the CEOs said that we're only buying enough missiles to replace what we use in training or munitions we use in training. We have to think about the capacity of the industrial base as a capability in and of itself. So it's not just that you have an industrial base that makes what you want. You have an industrial base that can produce, and where can it flex, where can it flex, so that military leaders and national leaders have what they need out of that industrial base. Because right now, and it's just like what 3M encountered, companies get better and better and better at driving efficiencies, squeezing efficiencies. That does not leave room to surge in the event of a crisis. And so it's hard though for the government to make those decisions because they are also investments and they come at the expense of something else.
Now, how are your folks dealing with inflation, the Fed's efforts to curb inflation, high interest rates? How are these other macroeconomic factors affecting an industry where there's really only one client?
So I do think that there's a reckoning coming with inflation that's still in front of us. It's hitting.
What will that look like?
It's going to look like a couple of things. It's going to look, first of all, I think the next round of competitions and contracts, the Pentagon's not going to get what's expecting. It's hard for a company to project far into the future because their supply chain is skittish. You want me to estimate what this is going to cost over 5 years. So they're going to put in they're going to protect themselves by putting in. So some of these bids that are coming back will probably be eye-watering, but also if you were planning 5 years ago and being able to buy 5 of something this year, you may end up with 3. And so that I don't think the department's planning processes have fully incorporated inflation yet. And part of that is when inflation started to hit, one of my more tenured CEOs said there are not many people in the private sector or in government who've had to manage through inflation before. And so it's, you know, we're focused on the CR, we're focused on the shutdown, but I don't think we've fully incorporated what inflation is going to mean to the budget and how it's going to squeeze its buying power.
You know, when I worked in the Senate in the 1990s for Senator Jeff Bingaman, who was on Armed Services Committee, there used to be reports, and I honestly don't know if they're still produced, but it would be an annual assessment and survey of America's dependency on strategic minerals, strategic technologies, investment and production elsewhere. You know, I think there's a way to look at your industry that you represent and just assume it's all within the boundaries of the United States. And that all you need is inside the boundary. So tell us how true or untrue that statement is. And do you worry at all about ongoing structural strategic dependencies of the United States on other parts of the world?
I do. It's much better now than it used to be. In fact, even on the commercial side, when Russia went and took Crimea, that got people's attention. And now we're thinking about what China controls and our ability, if we go to conflict with China, which nobody wants, and they cut off supplies that they control. So there's a lot of analysis being done of that right now, the China committee in the House, for example. So we're getting better at that. But our desire to find things cheaper wherever they are in the world meant we lost a lot of capability, production capability, mining capability here in the United States. We have some of those minerals, but the ability to extract them and then process them, which is really where you have environmental impact, is difficult.
Right. So in 1 minute, we're right now near the end. I mean, you see the UAE sending a mission to Mars, a little Hope probe. You see India, Russia, Brazil, all back in the space race. Where is your industry with space, and does America have a big enough footprint?
I think it does. It's exciting to see.
But you don't sound enthusiastic. You sound like, oh, maybe.
No, I think so space is one of those places where we build and lean into international relationships.
Right.
And so it's exciting. I mean, we're not going to be able to do what we want to do, getting, to moon and then to Mars by ourselves. We have to do it with other countries. So that's exciting. But the amount of countries going into space, the amount of companies going to space, the amount of satellites going into space, rockets going into space, we're not fully set up for that volume yet. We've got to get international regimes in order and agreements, and so that we're not all, it's not the Wild West up there.
So really quickly, I was trying to figure out a fun way to end this. When you think about the defense industry in American movies, you guys are always the villains. What can you do to become the heroes in the film industry?
Well, I think
No. It's true though. It's true.
It is. It's different when you're at peace.
I mean, it's a little
versus when you're at war.
comedy.
Russia's invasion of Ukraine changed a lot of attitudes very quickly. In Silicon Valley, here in Europe, it used to be that if you were investing in defense manufacturers, you got dinged on your ESG scores. Now, governments in Europe are saying we should get extra points for investing. We're protecting democracy in our borders.
I'm going to tell the organizer, they have this conference. We should do it in Hollywood someday. And that way we'll get some heroes from the defense industry.
They're on strike.
So ladies and gentlemen, thanks for joining us. Eric Fanning, president of the Aerospace Industries Association. Real pleasure.
Thanks, Steve.
Welcome back, everyone. Again, I'm David Hamilton, founder and chairman of America's Future Series, and we've been having a fantastic day today. I want to stop down for just a minute and say thank you to the Honorable Eric Fanning, former Secretary of the Army, and Steve Clements for a fantastic conversation they just had on Defense Industrial Base and its impact across domains. That was absolutely fantastic, and we really appreciate them participating. We're going to have another fantastic conversation. I'm thrilled to say that we have Jenna Bryant and Jordan Noon of Embedded Ventures. They're joining us. They're going to have a conversation with Justin Fiaschetti of Inversion, and they're going to be speaking about space applications and working with the DoD. Well, this is a fantastic and timely topic, and we're really looking forward to your conversation. So thank you all for joining us. We really appreciate it. Hello, Jenna.
Awesome. How's everybody doing?
Doing great. Jordan, great to see you. Justin, great to see you. We got the 3 J's.
That's right.
Sounds like a group. I don't know. But anyway, glad that you're here. And I'm going to turn it over to you, Jenna.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Well, yeah, I'm here with Jordan Noon, who's my co-founder here at Embedded Ventures. He's also the co-founder and founding CTO of Relativity Space, as well as the co-founder of one of our awesome portfolio companies, Inversion Space, Justin Fiaschetti. So let's dive right in. Jordan, why don't you kick us off by going over your backstory and including how you and Justin met each other?
Yeah, happy to be here today. Thank you for the introductions. And for me, my introduction to the venture and startup world was starting Relativity Space back in 2015. I was co-founder and founding chief technology officer there for the first 5 years of the company. The company's vision was to 3D print rockets and develop the world's largest metal 3D printers. And we flew the first of those in March of this year. I had stepped out of my full-time role at Relativity about 3 years ago, got the company to a size where I didn't love the day-to-day as much. You know, a 2-person company versus a 1,200-person company are very different things day-to-day. And Jenna Bryant, who had actually been an industry friend of mine for a couple of years prior to then, had asked me to first come on as an advisor to this new fund she was starting, Embedded Ventures. That made sense to me to at first, kind of get to know, what did I want to do next? And that led to her inviting me to be a co-founder and co-GP at the fund with her. So excited to be working with companies like Inversion and Justin and what they're doing. And Justin was originally actually a Relativity intern prior to forming Inversion, which is where we had first met.
And Justin, why don't you tell us more about what led to your career in aerospace and what makes Inversion unique?
Yeah, no, happy to. And thank you for having me today. So like Jordan mentioned, I had worked at Relativity, also had worked at SpaceX prior to starting Inversion. And myself and my co-founder really noticed that there was no good way to get back from space. There's a lot of launch capacity that has gotten built and a lot of in-space applications, whether that be imaging or satellite communications, et cetera. But we realized no one was really doing anything about getting back from space. And when we started thinking about it, we really realized that space has a lot of unique aspects that can be leveraged for global delivery of cargo. And so that's kind of what we're doing at Inversion. We're building reentry vehicles to make delivery from space a reality. It's been about a century since we've introduced a new domain of transportation, which was with the aircraft in the sky. We figured, hey, we might as well go and do this right now because launch costs has come down and the DoD is spending tremendous amounts of money to move faster. And by delivering cargo from space, we can deliver cargo to anywhere on Earth in under an hour. And that's kind of the thesis of an Inversion.
Awesome. And Justin, how have you navigated working with the government and, what have you learned through your experience with the Department of Defense so far? Or, is there any advice you would share with the founder who came to you for advice?
Yeah. So like a little backstory on Inversion. So we are like fundamentally a dual use company. We actually started off like very focused on commercial and like what are the commercial applications of reentry. And what we really found was the killer application for us was within the Defense Department around this rapid logistics side of things. So we've leaned pretty heavily into it. And working with the DoD is interesting, right? Especially for a newcomer, a new company that doesn't have any connections in. I think one of the hardest parts was figuring out who to talk to, who's the right person, who can make decisions, et cetera, et cetera. And so we solved that by kind of having advisors and like honestly having to just like iterate a ton. But that's definitely been one of the biggest learnings is making sure to talk to the right person because there's a lot of people and very few people that can say yes.
And so we know that hardware companies tend to have longer exit timelines. So Jordan, what do you think needs to happen in order for hardware companies to survive what we call the valley of death?
One of the favorite ways that I see companies kind of thrive through that phase of growth then is seeing that dual use potential be kind of truly realized. Then, and what I'm getting at there is you see a lot of startups that need private capital and don't have the customer traction then in order to attract further private capital. And one of the great customer signals that can happen is a customer signal starting to be generated from within the US government, the Pentagon, the intelligence community, other groups where they know what capability they need. They can rely on that private capital to help grow those companies and mutually de-risk them, where you see private capital coming in to help grow and scale these dual use applications. And you see the public customer coming in to help de-risk to the private investor that there is going to be a long-term use case. There is going to be customer applications and demand manifested if that private capital comes in. So if you see that balance hand in hand, that has happened a couple times in the industry, and where that mutual de-risking leads towards a very aggressive growth and outside of that valley of death. But you sometimes see occasions where that's mismatched and you have, the public customer looking at companies that aren't getting any private capital to help fuel their growth or help accelerate the growth. And you see some cases where the private investor is going after these companies that the public customer could never use or never adopt.
Yeah, one thing I would add to that, as like this is the thing that's top of mind for us. We've actually noticed that demand signal from the DoD has continuously shifted in what is valuable. So it used to be that like you get like an SBIR or something like that, and it would be like, oh, awesome, like there's demand signal, like throw money at this company. And now that's shifting to much more focused like on the like StratFi effort, which is an effort through AFWorks and SpaceWorks that provides matching funding up to $15 million for startups. And that's kind of the new bar of a place that you have to get to. And I suspect that it will actually continue to move up, right? Eventually it'll be, you need a program of record to really have that like major step change in demand signal. And that's something we've noticed is like, as the DoD has gone more into like startups and supporting small businesses and venture-backed companies, they're more of a spray and pray approach, which like perhaps makes sense, but has limited the amount of signal that like early SBIRs and those kind of things actually have for private venture.
And Justin, looking back to the commercial side, how do you think the DoD should be thinking about commercial use cases, and does that differ from their current strategy?
Yeah, so I think that like in venture capital, kind of the way that venture capitalists look at a company is if this works, will it be massive, right? And they're comfortable with a pretty high loss rate. The DoD probably shouldn't take that same approach, right? Like we probably don't want a bunch of companies that like, yeah, if it works, it's huge, but like it's going to be like very rare that it works. And having the DoD invest in those types of companies that have that commercial use case. Basically what that means is the DoD should probably spend a decent amount of effort and time trying to validate a commercial market and a commercial use case, and not necessarily just taking venture's word for it, because the incentives sometimes are misaligned. And so really diving into like, does this actually have a commercial market? Is it like physically feasible, or are they relying on 4 additional startups to be built in the time that they're going to have to build their company?
Yeah, so continuing on that thread, I want to hear from both of you on what bottlenecks in both venture and the government do y'all think needs to be overcome in the next 5 years?
I'll start with that one. I'd say the biggest bottleneck, and Justin had highlighted it, the StratFi program. I think it's the conversion of programs like that into programs of record, and where we've seen a great amount of growth on the cyber side, on the willingness for the DoD, Pentagon as a whole, to work with startups. Like over the last decade, 2 decades, that has had a monumental change, and a lot of people, deserve kudos for that, both, inside and outside of the U.S. government, for making sure that the willingness to talk to a startup, get to know a startup, give a startup an opportunity that wouldn't have been available to them, 2 decades ago. And that happens, and that's led towards a lot of the current day synergy you see between, government and the private capital community. But the StratFi being kind of the epitome of what's worked well there, then what happens next? Like, how do you get from R&D and some of these programs into procurement? That handover and that relationship, even within the Pentagon, is very distant. We've done a lot, even as a fund at times, to introduce the right person in procurement to the right person within R&D within the Pentagon, to make sure that procurement knows what R&D is enabling, that an R&D knows who to hand over these successful companies to. Then that is a very nascent set of conversations, and not directly tied. So I'd say kind of a structural issue that is starting to get attention, but is by far the biggest bottleneck as you look at these companies that have developed amazing capabilities. You look at the amount of capital that has flowed in from the Pentagon, from the private community, but there's just no place for them to land on the procurement side. By far the biggest challenge that those companies are going to face this decade.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with that. For inversion, like, our customers are terrestrial customers, right? We deliver cargo terrestrially. Yes, we use the space domain, but we deliver terrestrially. And one of the big bottlenecks on that is getting involved in exercises, getting involved in demonstration, getting those ground groups to adapt and adopt those new ConOps, those new capabilities quite quickly. I think we've seen with Space Force and just in space in general, it's pretty quick to get a new startup integrated, as the startup generally is isolated from the rest of the service, and their products are isolated, and they just provide, whether that be data from imaging satellites or provide communications equipment. But if you actually have a product that integrates pretty deeply with operations, getting into demonstrations and getting into exercises, I think is a critical thing. And they don't happen on a startup timeline. They happen on a DoD timeline.
And Justin, do you think commercial space actually is a market? And what submarkets do you think are the most real?
Yeah, I think commercial space is a bit overhyped as far as like what the actual end users are going to be paying money for, right? So when we look at which markets we're going to go into, we basically look at who has the money to pay right now and what is the demand that we're filling, right? So fundamentally, we are filling a demand to move faster, right? And a lot of people are willing to pay a lot of money to move faster. But looking at purely commercial space and a lot of the kind of space to space companies and use cases, I think rely on a pretty large growth in the market and in the industry for the future. And I think a lot of times it's unclear on who actually pays, who's the end person that gets value and is funneling money to this. That is not just regular government grants or research and development stuff. And so I think there's probably a lot of thinning that is going to happen in the commercial space ecosystem over the next 2 to 3 years as venture capital has been tightened and kind of gets to the place where you need revenue from an actual customer rather than just some demo missions and R&D.
I'll add on to that as well that Justin's point of who is the end customer, who's paying. There's certain areas that have been they're massive investment sectors, get a huge amount of attention within the space community, but there is, that fundamental question I'll ask on space debris cleanup. Then you see lots of companies where their primary avenue and approach is, we're going to be collecting space trash and doing something with it. But it's a question of who will pay for that. Is that going to be the US government as a cleanup service or service cleaning the side of a highway? Then is that going to be the space operators? Is that going to be an attempt to tie who is that debris sourced to? What was the original source for that and creating that as a liability? for those companies. Like there's no clear answer there, and there's people working on it. But there's an imbalance there in even the private investment sector, where you see so many companies where their primary path towards monetization is trying to develop tech to capture space debris. But there is no ability to underwrite that investment as far as who is the end customer and even predict how that's going to play out well. It's very uncertain. So that's why for us, we've gone after companies where, some of them have extravagant tech development, extravagant even market development, but it's clear who it is that they're trying to manifest into that customer cohort. And not something where it's kind of a roll of the dice of hopefully someone else completely outside of their control will figure out how that market develops over time.
Yeah, and I'll add to that, like with space debris, like people have been talking about it forever, and like everyone says it's a problem, but nobody's going to pay for it. And in Jordan's point of like, is it like street sweeping? And let's say it is, right? Let's say it is just like a public good that we have to maintain these, maintain a clear low Earth orbit, let's say. You're not going to have any margins on that business, right? They're going to get competed away like nearly immediately. And so there's very little defensibility if you are the first company to get that. And I think that like that is a very important question to ask, is like, how can you be defensible as a startup when you're going, why wouldn't 4 other companies come and do this like tomorrow kind of thing?
Yeah, and I know, Justin, you touched on this a little bit earlier when you were talking about Inversion's focus initially being on the commercial side and then shifting. But from both of you, I'd like to hear for dual use companies, should their initial focus be the government, the commercial markets, both? What plan should they take?
From my perspective, the initial use case should be commercial. And that's something that, there are exceptions to that. I'm actually really excited for Justin to comment, because I think from both of mine and his perspective, commercial made sense to explore first. And Inversion is like a rare example of a dual use tech company. It's very rare for it to happen, but it happens occasionally, and it's happening in the right way with Inversion, right? Where defense moves faster, but that is not the norm. Like that's not the norm at all within the industry. And what we've seen happen successfully the most then is for companies where they have a technology, they figure out a way for the commercial market to adopt that, or plan on adopting that in a way that leads towards private investment. That private investment lets that company grow to the point that they can get the resources to work with the US government. It's easier and easier every day for a startup to work with the US government, but it's still something that is a burden on a regulatory side, a compliance side, something that just takes time and resources. And you cannot, bottleneck a company in that often and see them come out the other side as a fast growing startup. So with that balance, go commercial first, bring in the private investors, shore the company up to the point that the company can work with the US government, bring them in as a customer or partner, and then have all that grow in sync after that. That would be my kind of like standard rule book, but there's always exceptions to that, which I'll hand the mic to Justin to highlight where, that always isn't or isn't always the right plan. I'd say it's a standard plan, but not always what ends up being right.
Yeah, no, it's an interesting dichotomy. So what we look at is what is the limiting factor for speed, right? In a lot of the kind of like standard dual use companies, the limiting factor is actually just bureaucracy, right? It is like the reason that commercial can move faster is because they have less bureaucracy. For us, and in other cases though, the limiting factor for growth is cost sensitivity. So for us, the DoD has a very strong reason to want to get things in very remote areas very quickly. But as costs come down, commercial starts to become interested in that, as well as some of our in-space applications as well. And this is a similar playbook that actually SpaceX took, right? Where they took government funding and they focused on government to start. That allowed them to reduce the cost of their vehicle and move into the commercial market, launching commercial satellites and then eventually building their own constellation. So I think there's kind of an interesting question when we talk about dual use, which is like, does it need to be dual use today? Or does it need to be dual use when it is at scale? And the cost savings happen when it's at scale, right? So for the DoD, they theoretically care about the cost of buying operational quantities of this system. And if they're at operational quantities, can that system be at the costs of commercial and apply to commercial? And if not, so for example, the F-22 will never have a commercial application, regardless of what the how many the DoD buys, then that is not a good candidate for dual use. But does it need to have a commercial application today? I think that is not necessarily the biggest deal, as long as there's a clear path to a commercial application as costs come down with production and reduce the launch costs for us.
All right, I'm gonna shift gears a little bit, Jordan. Maybe this is a stereotypical investor question, but I'd love for you to talk about what you think of the current macro environment and its effect on startups.
Yeah, since the market crashed last year, it's been messy. It's probably the easiest way to summarize it. Then you see a lot of companies starting to hit trials and tribulations now that a lot of them raised through the bull market of 2020, 2021, beginning of 2022. And then kind of good times started ending, March, April of last year or so. And that's something that, as far as how that's played out, a lot of companies had, 18 months, 24 months of runway, were able to ride that out in a way that led towards them continuing to survive, to today. But you see a lot of companies out in the market, ones that have raised at massive valuations before, and some of those are continuing to carry those, if not increase those. But a chunk of those are ones that are falling flat, or if not, completely kind of shutting down operation. And that's something that we'll continue to see as companies that have been on life support essentially, start running into very high amounts of trouble with their financings. And then you see a lot of good companies as well that are stuck in positions where, with rates where they are, with liquidity fairly dry within the private markets, with expectations on IPOs and exit outcomes still being up in the air. We're seeing some good news and stability there in a way that should hopefully continue. But it gives a lot of uncertainty across the board for what is the right price for these companies. And for a lot of dual use tech companies and deep tech companies in general, they have a lot less short-term reliance on revenue for justifying what their valuation is. It's what's the exit outcome, what's the acquisition outcome, what's the revenue in years down the road after there's significant capital infused into those companies. So you see a lot of hesitancy in the investor base as far as, are these companies at the right price? Are they massively overvalued? If we wait 6 months, a year, are we going to get, a much better price on them? So a lot more kind of stress and tension on a fundraising side, but the best companies are still raising. Investors are still sitting on liquidity, they're sitting on dry powder, and they'll use those for the best companies out there. And we're lucky to work with a chunk of those that we see being active in the markets and continuing to fundraise and grow.
Great. Okay, Justin, passing it back to you. If you were to craft your dream program that would be run by the DoD and that would really support startups in the way that you think they want to be supported and should be, what would that program look like?
It's a good question. So I think there's like needs to be a balance of like actually measuring performance of startups, as well as like, where are we able to get to? So I think that it would be fantastic to have basically a cohort of startups that are all provided like a decent amount of funding after a proper vetting. So decent being 10 to 15 million, or in the 10 to 30 million range, let's say, that have venture backing. You do your proper diligence up front. Maybe there's some screening. And have that kind of cohort go through maybe a 1 to 2 year cycle to get to a demonstration and a exercise. Like perhaps even having a dedicated exercise for new technology could be really interesting, right? How does this one drone compete against the other? How does delivery from space compete against hypersonics? Like things like that. I think having a almost cohort based system, and maybe it's actually a continuous system, but having regular demonstrations and exercises for startups could be a really fascinating thing. And that is kind of then the place where like you expect all of the procurement dollars to be signed at that exercise. And maybe that's the bridge the valley of death, which is, yes, capital is useful, but showing that the product is useful and showing that the team is able to execute, I think is a super important thing. Like, I think all startups should just be measured on, or should be measured on their ability to execute, as well as their the value they're going to provide to the end user. And making sure that there is a way for startups to do that would be great.
I'll piggyback on that one as well. And we mentioned the StratFi TACFi program and the successes there. Like, I would love to see a continual expansion and growth of the scope of those, the dollar amount allocated for those. I think it's by far the most kind of synergetic and efficient fusion of private and public interests there, where the reception has been positive, essentially across the board, and the name is still not known well, across, a lot of communities, the name of that program. And but the way it works as far as having, signals from government interest, like government customer interest within there, matching funds to help to help grow, those companies, get them some non-dilutive capital while still bringing in the requirement for private capital interests. Then that private capital interest there and the kind of third matching distribution there puts that program in a way where it signals to the private investor that there is a customer coming, there is government interest. To the government customer, they see this is a good private company that private investors want to touch, which means that company will grow regardless, and that company will need less capital from the taxpayer in order to grow, and validates that as a company that is ran well, growing well. It validates the company itself, that it's not just someone who can produce tech, it's a growing, thriving company. So bringing that together in a way where everyone wins, everyone's paying less in, and everyone gets a good outcome from that, there has been strong success stories of the StratFi program almost across the board. That I just want more people to know about that. So it's to Jenna's question, it is kind of a dream program, like so far so good. Other than I wish more people knew about it.
The other thing I'll add is a mechanism to get startups facility clearances. Like, yes, we need to be careful with that, but there's like no good way to do that at the moment. And having, like, with the StratFi program, like that, a clearance is not attached to the StratFi program. And maybe it should, maybe it shouldn't be, but a way that startups who need that can actually get into that system would be tremendously valuable, I think, to the industry.
Awesome. We only have a few more minutes here, so I want to make sure we end on a super positive note. So from both of you, I'd love to hear what excites you the most.
I'll start, and I'll highlight, like, when me and Jenna first started Embedded back in 2020, she was running an event series, not too dissimilar to this, a private event series where she was bringing together founders that had experience working with the U.S. government and defense innovation leaders. And it was something, that was like 2018, 2019 or so, before the American dynamism movement that's happening within, kind of the venture community. A lot of where the transition of working in defense tech went from almost taboo in Silicon Valley to becoming a norm, if not like a, something to be excited about and hyped about within, a lot of the tech community. So it's seeing that movement where it's not something where it's like taboo to be working with the US government or talking to the Pentagon, or viewed that way. I personally don't feel that way, that it's taboo, but there was significant backlash at times for having that level of tech defense exposure. So seeing the community move on from that, the amount of amazing founders, the amount of support from the Pentagon and regulatory leaders, leaders on the Hill for having these startups grow and thrive and provide national security solutions. That's what keeps me excited, day to day.
Yeah, from my side, I think I've really seen that people understand within the DoD that innovation is needed, and new systems have to be built, and we have to move quickly and move aggressively on building new technology and getting it to scale and implementing it in a manufacturable way with domestic supply chains. I think there's kind of, in the last 5 years, been a major shift in that, where it's like, okay, yeah, we got to do this. And I think that's all for the positive.
Awesome, y'all. I feel like we covered a ton in a really short period of time. So I'm going to wrap us up here. Thank you, Justin and Jordan, of course, for your time. Thank you, America's Future Series, for having us. And I hope everyone has an awesome rest of their day.
Take care.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, and thank you for joining us for another class summit. And today we're here to talk about investing in non-traditional defense tech innovators. And I'm joined by Mickey Bressman, CEO of C.L.A.S.S, and General David Petraeus. And my name is Martin Glenn, and I'm from Accenture. And I wanted to begin with, Mickey, maybe a brief overview of your company for our listeners today so they can understand a little bit about your products and customers.
Sure. So C.L.A.S.S is one of the fastest growing cybersecurity companies in North America. We're specifically focused on the identity side of things, identity resilience and threat mitigation for the hybrid environments. We serve some of the biggest enterprises in the world, from Fortune 1 and so on, with the promise of protecting them in the pre, during, and the post-attack stage, basically ransomware and similar.
Interesting. And so maybe we can begin at the beginning. Right? If we scroll back 10 years, when you had the idea to start C.L.A.S.S, what was your motivation or passion around starting this company?
Sure. So C.L.A.S.S is actually my second company. And in my first company, I was the CTO, and the company was serving multiple different organizations in different disciplines, vectors. And one thing that was common across all of them is that the core of their identity store was the Active Directory. So all of them had this one system from Microsoft used across the entire organization that they all completely depended on. And I've seen with two of our customers, that's how it started. I've seen a situation where this system went down. In one case, it was done by an insider threat type of a person. So somebody basically decided to take the system down as a revenge on the company.
So a malicious act.
Completely.
Yeah.
And what was astonishing to me is that it took the company several days to recover. Now, we keep in mind that since this is the authentication system for the organization, nothing works. No billing, no invoicing, nothing, completely shut down of the organization. And what was even more astonishing to me at the time is that I was looking at, from the perspective of all of my customers, have this exact same system that they're using. And the recovery process for all of them is extremely painful. And there is no way to bounce back in a way that is sufficient enough, let's put it this way. So I had a chat with who today is my co-founder and CTO. At the time, he was a senior PFE and lead for identity at Microsoft EMEA. And I asked him, something here is really weird. All of those organizations have the same identity system. All of them have the same challenge, but there is no good solution to what will happen if that system goes down. And that was kind of the starting point of how the company started. Of course, we didn't have the crystal ball. We didn't see ransomware coming yet because it was before the wave. But after, I think, 3 years or so, we kind of been in the right place at the right time, being able to assist those organizations now with the ransomware and attacks that they're experiencing.
And how has it changed since you began this 10 years ago, right? You noticed the problem. It took so long for these companies to recover. How has your business model today helped your customers, resolve these challenges?
So I think there are multiple things that changed completely. It's a bit less than 10 years, but one of the things that definitely changed completely is I remember that at the beginning, you had to explain why would one need a disaster recovery solution for something like that in directory. Because again, ransomware was not yet a thing. So we used to spend time to educating the market on what happens if you're being hit by a cyber threat, one way or the other. And this is no longer the conversation. I think the conversation that we're having now is, you all know that ransomware is a matter of if in most cases, of when, I'm sorry, as opposed to of if. And the question becomes, how resilient can you be? What I sometimes have conversation with customers about is that you can't necessarily prevent everything, but what you can do is to make sure that you're resilient enough to sustain whatever is coming.
Interesting. And General Petraeus, how long have you known Mickey?
and what made Mickey and Semperis an interesting investment for KKR?
I guess it's a few years that we examined and then invested in Semperis. And I should note that I'm not just, again, a partner in KKR, which has made the largest investment in Semperis. I'm also a strategic advisor for Semperis, and I'm a personal investor in Semperis. And frankly, what happened here is what happens in any investment, but I think it's particularly true of startups. What you're trying to evaluate or later stage, we don't do true venture investing at KKR. For candidly, it's too small. If you're investing $520 billion, which is our assets under management, you have to invest in slightly later stage. We call it next gen technology. So it's at least 25 million in annual recurring revenue to just get interested in it. And then what we're always doing, though, is the same as when you do invest in a startup. And I should note that I've invested in about 27 startups as an individual, as many of the partners at KKR do over the last 10 years. You're evaluating the big idea, in other words, the product, if you will. And we're very impressed by what this product provides. We saw it as a need in the cybersecurity landscape, which requires a large number of different capabilities, products, applications, all of which have to be integrated, managed, and so forth, and based on a zero trust architecture, ideally. So there was a need for this. We thought it was quite powerful. And we saw that the leadership of the company, Mickey and his co-founder, was very impressive as well. So again, it's always about the leaders and the big ideas. And with respect to the leaders, you want individuals that not only have the technical expertise, which Mickey and his co-founder and their team clearly do have. You also want to have leadership that will be able to scale the company. So you're not going to have this situation where, the individual's a technical genius, but can't lead the company as it becomes bigger and bigger. And then you go through a leadership transition, which can be disruptive and challenging. So in this case, we felt very good about both of those aspects, and then really about the team and the trajectory and the possibilities. Because keep in mind that what we are, right, and what we think what made us attractive to Semperis is that we bring certain qualities. It's not just money. You can find money in an awful lot of places. It's about the overall aspect of being a strategic partner, to bring expertise, to bring relationships, to bring our own skill in a whole host of different areas that will become increasingly important as the company gets bigger and bigger and bigger. Eventually it's going to be either to help them go public or some other transaction at a certain point in time. So there's a great deal of financial know-how here and a variety of other skill sets and areas of expertise that KKR has that we think make us very attractive to a company like Semperis. And in this case, I should note that I think I actually talked to Mickey and I said, Mickey, you should be making a list of the qualities and attributes you want in a potential strategic partner. And, put it aside, share it with others, just flesh it out, keep playing with it, and then evaluate us.
Yeah.
I think I'm confident that you will not find a quality and attribute that we can't provide. We'd like to believe we're the best strategic partner possible for a company like his. But you should do that regardless. And then, see how that works out, because obviously there are a lot of other companies that also saw
that's a great point.
a very attractive, again, big idea and leadership team, and then gradually the team overall as well.
It's a great point. And contrarily, right? How did you see KKR? Right, KKR couldn't have been the only suitor.
Well, and then part of the deal was he said, well, if you'll be the strategic advisor, okay, we have a deal. And I have helped them. I mean, a lot actually. And again, I'm on the boards of a couple of companies, including, by the way, the largest pure play cybersecurity services firm in the world, Optiv. So and of course, I was part of the breaking and entering crowd back in the day as a military commander in the manhunt business, and then at the CIA, of course. So I've seen cybersecurity, and then also those who are trying to crack cybersecurity. And And again, we can help Semperis. He says, I think one of the tests one time is, could you connect me with the head of this particular entity in the US government? And I think 5 minutes later, she returned my email. So again, that's what we do for them as well.
Yeah. So how did you, and General Petraeus put forward a pretty good and compelling argument here. How did you see KKR, and how did you evaluate and choose KKR against a variety of suitors I'm sure that you had at that time?
First of all, you're right. We had several options, and KKR were aware of it. I think there were several things that I really liked about KKR that really stood out. One, of course, the general, but that's quite obvious. So I don't. And the story with the 5 minutes, you won't believe
5-minute phone calls is pretty compelling.
It was really 5 minutes, and super
It would have been
impressive.
faster as a phone call. This is an email.
It was an email, yeah. But I think what really attracted me in KKR is actually the KKR model. And I don't know how many people actually are aware of it. But what I mean by that, and I found it to be super interesting, is the fact that the way that KKR are structured is the fact that every one of the employees or individuals in KKR, non-related to what is their role and responsibility, their bonuses are being paid on the success of the entire company. And that was attractive to me from several different perspectives. The first one, I strongly believe that if a company, and we apply the same motion in the company as well at C.L.A.S.S, so everybody in the company is benefiting when we benefit as a company. But the thing that I found to be extremely helpful to me is that I can reach out, and I've done it multiple times now, but I can reach out to any person that works for KKR. Let's say that I want to have help in France, as an example. And I can reach out to somebody in KKR France, and they will help. And they have all of the incentives in the world to go and do something and help you. And I found it to be extremely helpful. And then, of course, with everything that comes with the brand name, like KKR, when you're backed up by one of the biggest private equities out there, with the understanding and so on. The general mentioned some of the other things, but when the company starts to think about going public, what does it mean? What should you be thinking about? I know what I know, but it's probably limited. They've seen the same game played out thousands of times. So being able to tap into that type of knowledge is extremely helpful.
Yeah, that's impressive. I mean, good team ball, what I'm hearing, aligned financial incentives and great support, right?
We even have an entity that's called KKR Capstone that it's like an internal McKinsey.
Yeah.
It's about 70 to 80 people. They're all former senior executives in every area of a corporation. So we have expertise across the board, and we draw on that. So if we need to have, HR expertise, if we need back office expertise, if you need marketing expertise, sales, you name it, there's expertise there. And we can draw on that as required by the companies that we're helping. And obviously there's a deal team, there's a lead and others that are directly engaged with Semperis. But as Mickey noted, he can call on anyone, and we're a global company. So you want to go global, we can help you go global. And not only can you call on, again, the actual offices members who are in these different countries, every one of the major countries around the world in which he would at least initially seek to expand. But, beyond that, again, you can call on me. You can call on Henry Kravis, who's got an incredible set of relationships around the world, George Roberts, our co-CEOs, and others. And so all of that, when you put it together, and we talk about constantly at KKR using the whole brain. So everybody engages as is relevant, as is helpful. And as Mickey noted, it's not just the people on the deal team who benefit if Semperis does well, the whole company benefits from that. And, this is not an enormous organization. This is not even yet still a brigade combat team, the size of organization, which I commanded as a colonel. It's still probably less than 2,500 people around the world that are managing over 520 billion, owning 120 companies and minority investments in another 100. And we don't own Semperis outright, I don't think.
No, it's a growth investment.
Yeah, it's so we don't, at some point we may. At some point, Mickey may say, hey, look, I'd really like to have a chairman of the board who's not one of us, because that's the process of guiding them. And then you get used to, and then, eventually we'll start getting into practice earnings calls and all the other activities that are these are real landmines if you don't get these right. And there's a lot of examples out there, especially actually in recent years, of companies going public and then not particularly prospering. I have no doubt that Semperis is going to continue to grow very, very rapidly. And again, we're going to help them do that big time.
Talking about the success of the company, right? It's, when I think of cybersecurity and the space you're in, and I think of the pace and evolution of nation state actors that are out there trying to come up with creative and new ways constantly for infiltrating governments and companies, right, and your customers. How do you keep up with that pace of innovation? How do you keep in front of it? Can you get in front of it? Or is it something that you're always just a step behind? And are there parts of your business where you're ahead, or are there parts of your business where deeper investment is required to get in front of these threats? How do you plan for that? And really, the bigger question is, how do you manage that value back to your customers, Mickey, and to investors like KKR? It's got to be tricky to balance those two things.
So I actually think, there was a lot of throwing back here, but I think, first of all, from the investors and customers perspective, we're in this ideal situation where both benefit from what we do. Meaning, if we do good in terms of our customers, then our customers are happy, our customers base is growing, which in turn makes the investors happy as well. So there I see no conflict at all. If anything, it's actually beneficial to both sides. And in some cases, KKR will actually introduce us to some of the companies that they own because they want those companies to be better protected, which kind of makes perfect sense.
And then also Optiv, which again does a comprehensive integrated cybersecurity solution based on zero trust principles. So again, you have all these synergies that come from being part of, again, well over probably 230 or so companies that we own or are invested in.
The partnership that we've seen with other KKR companies is indeed a very big influence on how we go to market. And I mean, KKR, the investment happened, I want to say, about a year and a half ago. And I think that the impact that KKR had was tremendous in terms of how the company thinks, how we operate, what do we care about, what do we pay attention to, and so on. Now, to the first part of the question, what we do internally, we have a security research team that basically, those are the same people that were employed in other organizations in order to break in. And what they do for us is basically
hackers.
Yes, exactly.
Well,
legal hackers,
again,
of course.
and so presumably a number of them from 8200, which is the Israeli version of the NSA, as an example.
So we have
perhaps
those,
some from NSA, from other organizations around the world that have, again, legally with government authority, carried out essentially legal penetration testing, shall we say?
Correct. And the way it is helpful is that we release indicators of exposure and compromise for our customers on a monthly basis. So every time that there is a major event that have either been discovered by us or by somebody else in the industry, our customers get the immediate protection that allow them to see if they're vulnerable, what to do, and so on. But I think, again, from my perspective, what is more critical is what is your resiliency level? Because I'm going to assume that 0 days will always exist. And I'm going to assume that at some point you will be breached. And the question becomes, when that happens, is this the end of your organization? Or is this something that you can relatively easily overcome and move forward? So the resiliency aspect is what we're really focusing on. And don't get me wrong, we do the pre the attack, we do the during the attack. But I think that being able to keep the organizational resiliency in all aspects is the way that you go out of it.
And again, keep in mind that there are diabolically clever, brilliant criminals, government hackers, extremists. There's, the number of threats is very substantial and it's constantly evolving. And you will be breached at some point. The question is, how do you respond? How much do you lose? How compartmented is it? A zero trust? What's the architecture? What's the management level? How quickly do you respond? And then, by the way, how quickly do you remediate it, make the fixes that are required, then share that, of course, with the consortium that you're part of.
Right.
And of course, the bigger he gets, the more threat information he gets. He's also tied in with a number of other organizations, of course, that are sharing threat information and the digital fingerprint, if you will, or the identity and so forth. Yeah. So in the larger that gets, In fact, the single biggest challenge, I think, actually, in grand terms today, when it comes to national cybersecurity, is the lack of real-time machine speed sharing of threat information and then the mitigation measures that are required. It exists within certain, again, consortia.
Yeah.
And there are legal challenges associated with this. In other words, the government, if they compel you to share and you do share and your stock price goes down, there are fiduciary, there's some complexity here. It sounds as if everybody should just be forced to do that. The government's working its way through that. The Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency is coming to grips with this. But this is the kind of issue that has to be resolved. But within his world, there's real time, there's machine speed sharing. He's got brilliant people that pick this up, manage it constantly, react to it swiftly. And that's the real key. Because again, you do have to prepare to be breached, and you have to practice that, and you have to have the tools and the expertise to do that.
Yeah, in the early days, I think the big transition has been over the last 5 or 10 years is that companies can survive, right, and still thrive. And so that is a big pivot from 5 or 10 years ago when people thought it was the death of their business when they were attacked. With the last few minutes that we have left, I just want to, you're 10 years into a business, right? You're 3 years, 4 years into an investment. What does C.L.A.S.S want to be remembered for? What do you want to be remembered for as CEO of C.L.A.S.S? You founded this personal journey for you as well as a business journey. How do you see your future, and what do you want to really be remembered for, Mickey?
It's a good question. It's an interesting one because we're still going. So I don't think it's being remembered, but it's what I think what we want to be known for is being a force for good. This is basically the motto of the company. And I want to think that we were able to make an impact in the general fight against cyber criminals. And doesn't really matter if those are bad actors that are financially motivated or if those are bad actors that are motivated for other reasons. I want to think that C.L.A.S.S has an impact on what is happening in this game.
And as a board member, hearing what Mickey's saying, what do you want Mickey to be remembered for? How do you want to
strategic advisors? Again, I'm not doing any words take too much time, and they don't need me sitting in on board meetings. What they need is they need me when they need me. And that's when, and Mickey doesn't hesitate to email and let me know. Look, I think that C.L.A.S.S will be seen and highly respected as an extraordinary company and with a great product. And it's going to grow. It's going to continue to grow. I believe that it's going to remain the best product in this particular area of identity verification management, and specifically Active Directory. We get arcane pretty quickly, but it's a very specific need that he identified, that they've provided the product that solves this issue. They will keep up with the enemy as well. They'll keep outpacing the competition. And then I think the question really is down the road, do they develop additional products? Keep in mind that to have adequate cybersecurity, right now you need a reference architecture of roughly 85 or so individual capabilities, products, you name it. It's anomaly detection, endpoint, artificial AI, cybersecurity, it's identity verification management, it's push to the cloud. I can list this in sort of plain English. It gets much more arcane. All has to be managed. It all has to be, you even need cyber risk insurance. You have to train the workforce, train the system administrators, so on and on. So this is one of those that every comprehensive integrated cybersecurity solution needs in it. The question, I think, is do they create additional products along the way that they recognize are needed? And again, there will be new threats for which there will need to be new responses, new applications, new products, as I said. And then how much can they expand that? One of these days, there's going to be a company that's going to be able to do even more of this. I don't think there's any single company right now that can do everything. Optiv crafts it. Optiv puts it together. It designs it. It manages it, and so forth. But that's going to be the big question down the road. They're going to be a huge success just with the product that they have. The question is, do they become even bigger develop additional use cases for this one, develop additional applications, products, and so forth. And I think that's probably going to be the case. And then he's going to have to figure out, does he spin out additional companies? Does he keep it together? But at the end, that's what we do.
Yeah.
That's what excites us. And that's why we're frankly very enthusiastic and again, excited about being part of Semperis's journey.
All great points. Clearly, you're not done yet. That's a long list of stuff.
It's a very long list.
So,
And imagine being where he is.
Yeah.
That you're a
Tremendous.
co-founder of a company
Yeah.
that is already probably approaching $1 billion valuation. So I mean, we haven't done that lately. We won't do it. I don't even know if we'll need to raise additional. We'll just give them additional if they need it. This is pretty extraordinary. And how old are you? You're not even 40 yet.
No, I'm about 40.
Oh, you are 40. Okay. I mean, but this is really quite extraordinary.
Yeah, it does feel like
it's everyone's dream.
It does feel like we just started. A lot of things to do. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Well, tremendous journey at the intersection of tech innovation. I want to thank you both for the conversation. Lots of wisdom here for sure. A lot of learning for our listeners. And thank you all for joining us today and participating in our session.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I am Martin Glenn from Accenture, and I'm joined here today by General David Petraeus and Dr. Kim Kagan from the study of the Institute of War, or the Institute for the Study of War. I apologize. Before we begin, and I'd like to address this question to both of you, what do you view as the key similarities and differences with the war in Ukraine as compared to historic warfare? And what are the driving forces behind the modernization or lack thereof in this war?
Well, let me start and then Kim can grade my work. The war in Ukraine actually exhibits many features of past wars, really all the way back to World War I. If you think about these extraordinary defensive positions that the Russians have established in the south with tank ditches and trench lines with troops and miles deep minefields and dragon's teeth and wire and so forth. It does have the armored systems that are really Cold War era-ish and becoming a bit more modern with the introduction of the Western Leopard tanks, and now the M1 Abrams are arriving and so forth. But then it has some features of more cutting-edge warfare in the form of drones and other intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance systems, a variety of different intelligence collection means that didn't exist before, in some cases because the systems in which they're collecting didn't exist before, smartphones, other devices, and so forth. And these are getting more rapidly, very rapidly more sophisticated over time. The Ukrainians in particular, I was just there again 3 weeks ago, was there 3 months ago before that. They're constantly innovating, and you see the Russians beginning to learn as well. They weren't particularly distinguished by their professionalism, their capabilities, a lot of deficiencies across the board in the first year of the war or so, but they've adapted. They're now using electronic warfare. They're using their drones. They're using their systems, still very artillery centric and so forth. And do tend to use sort of human wave attacks when they're in the offensive and don't put as high a premium on life, it doesn't appear, that we do. And then there's another dimension that's just completely new, and that is because of the advent of smartphones and their ubiquitous nature, the ability to connect with the internet that is still there even in a war zone, some of it due to Starlink, but other ways. And then social media platforms, websites, and so forth, onto which you can upload data, photos, videos, and all the rest of this. And that gives this war a degree of transparency that is really unprecedented. I think it's the single most dramatic change in this particular war over previous wars. And I'd note that many of the systems that we do see, even in the drones and the robotic systems at sea as well, and to a degree on the ground, they're not the most cutting edge. We and other nations like us, like ours, have systems that are more advanced, but they're rapidly edging into this. And again, particularly when it comes to the unmanned systems, some of which are remotely piloted, others of which are algorithmically driven, which is, again, quite an advance. So in other words, where the human in the loop is no longer a person either steering it or even pressing a button, it's the human that actually developed the conditions that the system meets to take a kinetic or non-kinetic effect.
Interesting.
Kim, what would you add to that? She, of course, is the president of the Institute of the Study of War. I'm just a member of the board and the namesake of the Petraeus Center for Emerging Leaders.
It is wonderful to have General Petraeus on our board of directors at ISW. And it was wonderful to see him in Kyiv 3 weeks ago, where I spent some time focusing on how, at the tactical level, some of the terrific, innovative Ukrainians were adopting new technologies and innovating the systems that actually grew up in part organically as they rapidly had to encounter the Russian onslaught and adapt their own systems in a way that really could work. And it gets to, I think, what is a fundamental important concept in war for all of history. innovation in warfare does not come necessarily from having the best technology. It comes from the organization and the individuals who can innovate the implementation of that technology in a way that is useful and institutionalize that innovation in a way that actually has profound and decisive effects. And so I think that the Ukrainians have started that process of adaptation, and I commend the Ukrainian senior leadership for allowing junior officers and junior leaders and junior civilians to innovate up. And I think right now, what we're going to see in the year ahead in Ukraine is a competition for how that can be institutionalized and developed further into the kinds of systems that the Ukrainians will need, not only to defend themselves now, but also to secure themselves over the long term.
Can I raise something actually that, so, you know, this is a little bit shameless, but I've just co-authored a book. It comes out shortly titled Conflict, the Evolution of Warfare from 1945 to Ukraine. It's available for pre-ordering. 17 October is the publication date here in the States, 1 October in the UK. A common feature throughout all of these wars that we look at from 1945 to Ukraine, and then also explore the future of conflict, is the importance of strategic leadership. And that is a common feature. If you have great strategic leadership, this is at the literally at the very top, the top civilian and top military leadership, the prospects for success are remarkably higher. And if you don't have that, then obviously the opposite is in force. In this case, we see very contrasting levels of strategic leadership. If you look at the political level, Putin, who completely misjudged his own army's effectiveness, vastly overestimated it, underestimated the Ukrainian response to his forces, thought that they could take Kyiv in a matter of days, topple the government, replace President Zelensky with a pro-Russian figure, also completely underestimated the U.S. response, the NATO Western response writ large, and has done a relatively poor job of communicating to the outside world what it is that he's trying to do, in part because it's so brutal and unprovoked. And then you contrast that with President Zelensky, who has demonstrated really quite extraordinary strategic leadership, Churchillian in certain aspects, keeping in mind that a strategic leader has to perform four tasks. You have to get the big ideas right. You have to communicate them effectively through the breadth and depth of the organization to all their stakeholders. You have to oversee the implementation of the big ideas, oversee the execution again. And then you have to determine how to, you need to refine them and do it again and again and again. And you think of the biggest of the big ideas, you know, Zelensky says, I don't need a ride, I need ammunition. I'm going to stay in Kyiv. My family's going to stay in Kyiv. All men are going to stay in Ukraine, and on and on and on. Communication skills to each individual parliament, legislature, Congress that have been sheer brilliant, galvanizing the rest of the world, galvanizing his own country. Everyone is committed to that. This is their war of independence, their survival. And so that aspect of this war is a real interesting study. Not to say that Russia has lost, but they certainly didn't achieve their overarching objectives at the outset, but they still do occupy more of Ukraine's territory than they did at the start of the war. And to be objective, they have put in a very, very substantial, very formidable defense in the southern part of the country that has caused Ukraine to have to adapt to that. When Kim talks about adaptation, no plan survives contact with the enemy. Their offensive plan did not survive. They've had to adapt it, and they have done it very impressively, albeit with tactics that only achieve about 100 to 150 meters a day on average. And it's very tough and hard fighting.
So I just want to, you know, as someone who doesn't study war, and for our listeners, is this a new way to evaluate the success or the strengths or weaknesses of nation states or nations in their effectiveness in war, right? So by the numbers, right? Russia, more tanks, more personnel, more technology.
3.5 times the population, many more times the economy.
Yet Zelensky
and yet
has mobilized his entire nation.
he has, and his forces have done spectacularly well.
Correct.
And frankly, the Russian forces have done surprisingly poorly. Again, we knew that there were certain deficiencies in the Russian force, no non-commissioned officer corps, but we didn't sense, I mean, they squandered months of training on Ukraine's borders. I'd like to think if I'd been in command of these forces, that we would have been trained to a razor's edge and would have performed at the very least the very basic tasks in which they showed themselves to be so deficient, in particular during the attempt to take Kyiv, which of course they lost the Battle of Kyiv. They lost the Battle of Kyiv, Sumy, Chernihiv, Kharkiv, Kherson, but they have put in a very formidable defense. So again, it does, quantity does have a quality of its own, but quality has an often awfully important quality as well. And you've seen that in the sheer motivation, drive, determination, adaptation, innovativeness, entrepreneurship, even on the Ukrainian side. And as Kim noted rightly, it's not just the military. It's all of the civilian endeavors that are supporting this.
And it's the West, isn't it? It's also the West and NATO. Let's spend a minute exploring that, because I also find that interesting. When you think about how we began supporting in the beginning to where we are today, to me, it kind of began with bullets, went to tanks. Now we're talking aircraft and more, right? How is this perceived by Russia? What risks come with this investment? And where do you see this investment continuing to support this war? Kim?
The West's support for Ukraine is incredibly important at the strategic, operational, and tactical level. And we really must understand that the weapons systems that we provide are a part of the support that we provide to Ukraine as it defends itself from unwarranted, gross, and brutal aggression from Putin. In many respects, what the Ukrainians are doing right now is fighting a fight against Russia's military that safeguards NATO and safeguards all of Europe. And so it is in the interest of the United States, of its NATO partners, and of its European partners to help Ukraine in its defense and help Ukraine in undermining the quality, capability, and regenerative capacity of the Russian military and its conventional military in particular. The weapons that the United States and our European allies have provided have made a huge difference on the battlefield, but they often come very late. So we at the Institute for the Study of War created a chart for when the requirement for a system actually appeared on the battlefield in Ukraine, and when the Ukrainians asked for that system and when they got that system. And you can find it at understandingwar.org. When we actually take a look at that, there is something to be said that the United States and its European partners provide critical systems, but often provide them 6 months to a year after their need is observed. And I think it is important to the United States and to Europe for Ukraine to win this war. By win, I mean actually to remove the capability of Putin to fight, and if possible, to break his will. But a shorter war that is more decisive, I think will actually reduce overarching risks for the United States and for European powers. It's in our interest and in our favor, and the weapons that we provide and the support that we provide really can affect how quickly the Ukrainians can achieve their objectives.
Senator McConnell, I think, has put it perhaps best, where he has explained that with 3% of our defense budget, together with what other NATO nations and Western countries have provided. And by the way, we now believe that the Europeans have not only provided more in terms of financial, economic, and humanitarian support in aggregate, but also more in terms of military support. We're actually working those numbers. In fact, her husband Dr. Fred Kagan is working that with a team. But with 3% of our defense budget, together with the other support, has enabled Ukraine to essentially reduce Russia's entire tank fleet by a half, if not more. This is documented, actually. Again, there are websites for everything these days. And if you go to oryx.com, you'll find documented with, the actual location and so forth, validated with metadata and so on, with a photo or a video or what have you. So that's extraordinary. And as Kim noted, it's reduced Russia's war-making capability very, very substantially. It's reduced the threat, therefore, to NATO enormously. And it's very much in our interest to continue to support Ukraine in this effort. And I hope that the support on Capitol Hill will continue to be very strong. In fact, even yesterday, we saw that even the party in the House that has some individuals that don't believe Ukraine should be continued to support, the majority of their members, as well as the other party, clearly support this. So beyond that, I think it's worth noting, your question alluded to the fact that, we started with really shoulder-launched anti-tank guided missiles and anti-aircraft systems. Then when we saw the Ukrainians really are going to fight and they have a shot at this, and it's all not going to fall into the hands of the enemy, provided more and more and more. And now we're talking about $44 billion total of U.S. assistance alone. It's a staggering amount. And I think that the administration, I'm completely non-political, and I was very critical of the decision to withdraw from Afghanistan in the way it was conducted. But in this case, I think they have done a very impressive job, not just of doing what we're doing, but of keeping the alliance together while we've done that. That's one of the restrictions on how fast you can go with some of these systems. And there was a concern about escalation, the possible use of tactical nuclear weapons, et cetera. I think that is largely behind us. I think we should recognize that, and that we should reduce the time that Kim has highlighted from when a requirement is established on the battlefield, whether it's tanks or longer range systems for the multiple launch rocket system or Western fighter aircraft, or now the even longer range Army tactical missile system and so forth, reduce the time from that requirement being established to the decision being made and then the actual system being in the hands of the Ukrainian forces. I think some of these have been delayed over much, and that has cost the capability, particularly during this ongoing counteroffensive, when it sure would have been nice if they'd had more air power, if they'd had certainly any Western fighters at all, and had our M1 tanks and a variety of the other systems that are still flowing into them.
Recognizing there's got to be a quicker pace from need identification to, ultimately deployment of those systems. And as we quicken that pace, are there inherent risks with the level of support that we're providing, either through NATO or through the West in this war?
Well, it depends on domestic politics and individual countries, and then at the alliance writ large and so forth. And so clearly there are those. I don't know that it gets more intense because of the increase in the quantity. I think there are, again, legitimate concerns about possible escalation, although frankly, I think that Russia has come to recognize that use of tactical nuclear weapons would have a tactical effect that would not be at all commensurate with the enormous strategic blow that would be struck against them if they were to do this. There are still countries on the sideline. There are countries that still happy to buy their crude oil. Much of the South, if you will, has generally tried not to take a side, particularly in this. I think it's very hard to think that there could be first use of nuclear weapons without enormous consequences, not the least of which is because both President Xi and Prime Minister Modi of India have publicly cautioned Putin against even thinking about the use of nuclear weapons. This would be an enormous threshold to cross. And I think there would have to be a very considerable response. In fact, our National Security Advisor has said that the response to any such action would be devastating for Russia, and I think it would be.
In our last few minutes, I want to, and this is all playing out real time in front of us, so it's evolving real time. one thing, because you were both on the ground there, I'd love to understand a little bit about the humanitarian impact and what near-term, mid-term implications does this mean for, average Ukrainians living this war day in, day out, and particularly as we head into another winter season?
Thank you for asking that question. One thing I think is really important is to think about Ukraine's requirement to regain control of its terrain as a requirement to liberate its people. The people who are living in Russian occupied areas are living under oppression, and they are subject to the types of conscription, oppression, indeed systematized killing and rape that we have unfortunately observed in places that have been liberated from Russian occupation, like Bucha. So we mustn't imagine that on the other side of the Russian front line is peace, or that it is okay for human beings to live on the other side of that line. That is not actually what we're seeing. The Russians are also committing numerous acts that, in our assessment, rise to the level of either violations of the Geneva Convention or violation of the Genocide Convention. One thing that the Russians have been doing is systematically deporting Ukrainian children, bringing them back into Russia, forcibly adopting them into Russian homes and brainwashing them. It is vital, actually, to make sure that Putin cannot and does not achieve his genocidal objectives to wipe out the Ukrainian language and culture. And it's vital to repatriate these children home. So I think it's really important that we understand what is happening on the dark side of that Ukrainian-Russian line. And keep it in mind as something that is not morally acceptable and not strategically acceptable.
I think you look at Kyiv and it seems like a normal city. And again, I've been there twice in the last 3 months alone. The air raid sirens go off, and because the air defense systems are so good, people don't even go to shelters anymore. And they're also feeling a bit defiant as well. They want to get on with their life as a statement against Putin. But that masks something that you should really recognize, and that is that there has been terrible loss of life, not just on the front lines, but also in these nightly missile and air strikes, because even though Kyiv is well protected, not every area in Ukraine can be so well protected. Beyond that, you have innumerable life-changing wounds for those who have survived the battlefield, but again, have sustained very terrible casualties. You have the degradation of basic services, the destruction of the infrastructure. Putin really sought to shut down the heating system and turn off the lights during this past winter. I'm sure he'll try it again. The estimates run 700 billion at least in terms of damage and need for reconstruction. The economic degradation right now, Ukraine is one of the great agricultural lands of the world, one of the great exporters of wheat and barley and corn, and they can't get that out through the Black Sea right now. And by the way, there's enormous issues connected with food insecurity, therefore, for countries in North Africa and the Sahel in particular. And then you have a situation where there's still many millions of Ukrainians who left early on and just aren't able to come back, either because their communities, their provinces are still occupied by Russia, or because, again, their husband's away at war, or whatever the case may be. So again, the humanitarian consequences of this are very, very profound. Ukraine's going to be dealing with some of this for at least another generation or more. And we have to think ahead, and there is a lot of thought going on about what the Marshall-like plan to help Ukraine rebuild itself, largely led by the Europeans, but the U.S. will contribute substantially, I'm sure, as well. And whether we can use the 300 billion of frozen Russian reserves, all these issues And there are a lot of people that are examining this very carefully. And that's good because at some point in time, we're going to need to get into action to do that. And then ultimately, for the Ukrainian government and various institutions to make this country a magnet, an attractive investment destination, not just a place where we're going to give money for reconstruction.
Lastly, and we've got just literally 1 minute left. Why is this important? Why is this war and the lessons we're learning and the things we're observing? And you made a good point. Both of you made a good point. We're observing this kind of real time as it's happening, right? Through a variety of platforms. But why is this important to the average American, the average European? And why should we care? And why should we continue to be to really stand behind the Ukrainians in this effort, in your view?
Well, I think this is about as right versus wrong as it can possibly get,
Yeah.
at least in my lifetime. I don't think I've ever seen anything quite so clear cut as this. We have a fellow democracy, however imperfect, free market economy, et cetera, again, however imperfect, that has been invaded without provocation by a neighbor in a very brutal manner, a way complete with war crimes and genocide, by an individual at the top of that neighbor who believes that they don't have a right to exist. And he will not stop there. We are NATO members. There's a collective self-defense agreement. And again, this is on NATO's doorstep. Arguably, NATO's security now really starts at the Ukraine-Russia border. So I think there are normative reasons or moral reasons or national security reasons, very, very compelling reasons that this cannot be allowed to succeed on the part of Russia.
I think we're not the only ones watching. President Xi
Yes.
is looking at what the United States does and what Putin does, what the Europeans do, what Ukraine can do. And so as we consider our threat landscape and the potential risks of a rising China, we need to recognize that it is important and indeed essential for the United States to establish that one country cannot invade a neighboring country and absorb it, take it over, remove it as a polity, a political entity. It is not permissible in this day and age for any state to do that. And the United States needs to succeed in Ukraine so that President Xi and the People's Republic of China have no doubt that the United States and its allies will stand behind sovereign territory, period.
What happens in one part of the world has reverberations in others.
Yeah.
And I would submit, in fact, that the decision to withdraw from Afghanistan and the way it was conducted actually may have been a factor in Putin's calculus. We can't have that happen in this case.
Well, I want to thank both of you for your time today. I want to thank the Institute for the Study of War for this moment to share your experiences, direct and indirect, on the war in Ukraine. Thank you, General Petraeus.
Marty.
Thank you, Dr. Kagan.
Thank you.
Appreciate your time today. And thank you, listeners. And hopefully this was insightful for you as well.
Well, everyone, we're back and we're wrapping up the day. I want to say thank you to my great and good friend, the title sponsor of the America's Future Series, Cyber, Land, Air, Sea, and Space Summit, Class Summit, Ken Peterman, who I have to note has been slacking. Let's see. He was named as one of CIO's View's top 10 most innovative CEOs earlier this year. Let's see what else. Named as Connectivity Business News Executive to Watch. And as I say, they're not doing much. He's been doing this for about a year and 2 months at Comtech.
Yeah, I became CEO of Comtech on August 11th of 20.
And you've been moving at Ken time.
And we have been moving fast. Yeah, the markets move fast. Our customers move fast. And for us to drive harder and faster than we've ever done before, our customers are demanding more comprehensive value proposition from us and more comprehensive capabilities. And we are repositioning, even transforming ourselves in order to be more responsive and to be able to serve these markets in more effective ways. So it is not just me moving fast. Our leadership team move fast, and sometimes they work to keep up with me, and sometimes I have to work to keep up with them. And I'll tell you, everyone across our organization is enthused and excited about it. But I'll tell you, we had a great day today, and we're thrilled to be your sponsor. I'll toss back to you a minute. You just want to.
Well, I have nothing to say, but you do such a marvelous job recapping the day. I think that's really important. People who may miss some of the things, he does a brilliant job recapping.
Well, I tell you, I enjoy the day, and I take some notes through the day. So I'm gonna move through my notes a little bit. We had there were some consistent themes through the day, and just like Comtech is going through transformational change to elevate our game and provide a more drive innovation faster and drive capabilities and more comprehensive value for our customers faster. What you saw today was we see a blending and a convergence of different domains of conflict, different domains that at one time had been independent. They're not anymore. We spoke, folks spoke today at depth about the threat of China and the need of the U.S. to enhance and accelerate innovation. That this deal with China, this confrontation with China, is both economic as well as involving the defense community. We talked about the need for improved and elevated interoperability and security, the importance of partnership, both between defense and industry, as well as between the United States and our coalition partners. It's a team game. And we talked about exploring ways to go about acquisition in order to speed up innovation, but more importantly, to speed up the deployment of that innovation to our young men and women in wearing the cloth of this nation in the service of this nation. I had the benefit of and the privilege of kicking this off with a discussion, a fireside chat actually with my friend Andre Pinar, and he is the chairman and CEO of C5 Capital, and I learned some things in that discussion that are pretty remarkable. One, the Defense Department consumes over 70% of the energy used by the U.S. government, and more interestingly, 70% of that U.S. DoD energy comes from renewables. Mm-hmm. That was enlightening to me, and in fact, I learned that we're developing a capability to transmit energy without any kind of grid, to transmit it through space or through the air. That solar panels in space could collect energy and get that energy to Earth. And that has enormous potential for energy independence. It has enormous potential to lead the democratization of energy and space-based solutions, and in fact, to eliminate energy poverty. But it also has the potential to be weaponized, and we need to be attentive to that. The second panel talked about reimagining the military-industrial complex, leveraging the power of networks. And what we saw there was a discussion regarding the competition with China, the fact that I mentioned before, it's both economic and the defense competition. Our friend from Carlisle, Frank Finelli, talked about the importance of economic competition and the role it plays in that. And I didn't realize that U.S. markets are funding a large of that innovation, and their funding exceeds $50 trillion. That's really significant. The panel also mentioned that there are 8 Chinese companies now listed in the Defense News Top 100. Back as recently as 2018, there were no Chinese companies on that defense list. So we need to be attentive to that. We all know about how data is the critical enabler for AI. And the panel spoke about Huawei and how they have the largest share of global data, and that should concern us. Because with the largest share of global data and how that relates to AI, that is that's what fuels it. That's what fuels it, and we need to be attentive to that. They even mentioned that the U.S. is currently spending about a third of our budget on innovation, and we need to improve that. And even the point was mentioned about the cycle and the pace of innovation. And the point was made that Chinese innovation cycles may be up to 5 times faster than us in the U.S. And that's remarkable. Our friend General Keith Alexander, Michael Chertoff, Major General retired Kim Kreider, they spoke on AI, which came on the heels of this other discussion, which I thought was appropriate. Michael discussed the 3 Ds of AI: data, disclosure, and decision making. The panel discussed these blending domains of conflict that I said that before was a theme throughout the day. And Michael Chertoff mentioned that the domain of conflict is now something that extends into the private sector. And I think we need to be aware and attentive to that. The next panel, robust and secure 5G ecosystem, resilient supply chains. This was an important discussion. They mentioned that the DoD by itself can't afford to build and deploy 5G networks by themselves. They need to leverage private sector partnerships, and we need to measure. We need to exploit ways that innovative ways to deploy that 5G capability faster. It brings scalability and interoperable to things like the common JADC2 and that the need to embrace open standards, because we want to roam in and among all these different networks, all these different satellite networks, different orbital regimes, different vendors, different providers. Open standards enable us to do that seamlessly, like we do in the terrestrial domain, because the 3GPP group has driven those standards that now allow us to take our single phone, go anywhere in the world. We can connect. We're on a single roaming plan. We only pay 1 bill no matter where we go. And we need to be able to bring that to the satellite domain so that we have a converged, blended satellite and terrestrial network infrastructures. My chief growth officer, Nicole Robinson, chaired a commercialization and defense of space panel that included a variety of others, including Daniel Jablonski of Maxcar, and also Dr. John Olson, Major General John Olson of the Space Force. And we talked about the more and more intersection across the commercial and the government business, innovations moving fast. We talked about data relay and cloud-based environments. We talked about satellites, instead of just moving data, actually doing the data processing in space, so that instead of moving data that takes hours then to process to lead to data-based insights that are actionable and decisions can be made. We talked about processing in space so that the data can be processed in space and then get to the decision maker in minutes rather than in hours. Okay, that speeds up the entire decision cycle. I wanted to mention the discussion that Ellen Lord changed, the Honorable Ellen Lord, strengthening the defense and industrial base, speeding innovation. She had some fantastic panelists that included Rob Geckel, the head of Air Base, U.S. Space and Defense, and they talked a lot about moving from a 10-year development scheme for one satellite to delivering a proliferated LEO constellation with hundreds of satellites every 2 years. Now, the fact that SDA is driving to do that and speed up that process requires deeper commercial partnerships. And I think that is another repeated theme that we saw throughout the day, David. We talked about the Honorable Eric Fanning spoke about the defense industrial base. He's talked about the impact of these blended domains from a warfighter and a warfighting domain perspective, and the fact that the Pentagon needs to get better at incorporating technology that's developed by the commercial sector. He also mentioned the fact of inflation and how that's going to affect defense budgets and their ability to buy in the quantities and stuff that they need. He talked about the fact that companies, when they have to price over a 5-year or 10-year production commitment, they have to take into effect enormous impacts, potentially fluctuations in pricing and supply chain timelines. And then, of course, we closed with somebody that's been a significant part of these AFS class summits for a number of times, General Petraeus. He first talked about non-traditional defense and tech innovation with Mickey Bresman, and that was a really interesting discussion. And then, of course, we just heard him speak about the Ukraine situation, historical perspectives, a future perspective as well, why it's important for the U.S. To be in the Ukraine and that kind of thing. So I thought it was a very interesting day. It's similar to perhaps on par of some of our best class summits in the past. Once again, repeating those themes of blending and convergence of different domains of conflict, the threat China poses, the need to enhance and accelerate innovation, the need for interoperable security, and the importance of partnerships between defense and industry, between the U.S. and our international partners, and how we need to explore and identify new ways to speed acquisition, deployment of innovative technology. Specifically, the pace of play in the Ukraine was discussed at length because they're moving more rapidly than ever seen before with respect to the pace of play, the deployment of new capabilities, changing tactics, and that kind of thing. And I'll tell you, that's been recognized and is causing changes across U.S. and others in the way they deploy and plan to implement tactics and that kind of thing. So again, David, speaking for all of our folks at Comtech, it was an enlightening day, an interesting day. I thought the cast of characters were fantastic, thought leading across defense and industry, and I thought it was a particularly thought-provoking and interesting day, as almost all of these class summits are. So thank you for the opportunity.
Well, that's very kind. And thank you, because you enabled not only all of the things you mentioned, but the sort of ecosystem that is developed when people get together in person and get to meet. Because of your support and because of your thought leadership, because of the people involved, people gather together. And I know that good things are going to come from that. People are going to do business together. They're going to fix problems.
That's true. I was involved in a variety of discussions in the hallway. Okay. And some of the areas around our facility here where we're streaming, and business cards are being exchanged. People are talking about how we got to get together. We have an opportunity. There's synergy here. We can do things together. So obviously there's a lot of that, but I also want to tell you that there was some very thought-provoking and thought-leading discussions happening in the hallway that did not get captured on the camera. So I'll tell you, when we start to get back together and do these kind of things,
we don't record those.
No, we don't. But I'll tell you, those are just some of those are just as thought-provoking. It's a fantastic summit. I love these class summits. We're proud to be your sponsor. So thanks very much.
Thank you. I look forward to seeing you at the U.S. Capitol tonight.
We will be at the Capitol tonight for the conversations are going to continue.
And this will involve alcohol, so they'll probably be even more interesting.
And there won't be recordings.
And they won't be recorded. Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone.
David,
have a great evening.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.